Welcome and good afternoon to the toss of the third 50-50 between West Indies A and South Africa A. We are joined by the match referee, Mr. Carl Felix, captain of South Africa A, Marcus Ackerman, and captain of West Indies A, Alec Atenes. Match referee, you've got the coin. Alec will spin it. Tails is the call. And heads it is. So, Alec, you've won.
We will have a bat today.
You're going to have a bat today. That's a little different. Why is that today?
Yeah, I think from the past game, the ball does a bit in the night. We see it's quite good for batting. It's a bit dry in the day. So we're just trying to utilize these conditions.
Okay, rain affected us the last time. You're looking for a full game today?
Yeah, definitely. I think whenever you play, you look for a full game. Weather is out of our hand, but we definitely want a full game today.
Okay, any changes to your 11?
Yes, we have two changes. Johan Lane is in, Daryl Cyrus is in as well, and Oshie Thomas is out.
Okay, thank you. All the best, Alec. Good. Yeah. Marcus, you lost the toss. You have an opportunity to bowl first.
Yeah, obviously we haven't bowled first in the series so far, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Yes, you have gone well with both bat and ball. The weather was really intervened the last time. You're looking to continue your good ways, I suppose.
Yeah, unfortunately the rain interrupted the game that we were quite dominant in in the second ODI, but I mean at the end of the day it was part of the game, so coming in nice and fresh today and starting again.
Okay, any changes to your 11?
Yeah, just one change. Pranil and Subran misses out for Ngaba Peter.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best. That's the news from the toss in the third 50-50. Alec Atenes of the West Indies A. He has won the toss and he will have a bat first. And good afternoon. Welcome to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground as we are getting set for the third 50-50 game between West Indies A and South Africa A. Claudius Emmanuel saying good evening to you, good day to you wherever you are picking up our streaming service. It's a pleasure to bring it to you and to greet you with the news that the umpires are coming out and we are going to have a prompt start. The news from the toss, as you would have heard, Alec Atenes winning and for the first time deciding to bat. And we're going to see a different order of things. West Indies A, I think, batting for the first time. So the stage well set as the South Africa A also get onto the field. And soon we'll expect the West Indies A openers. With me is Dwight Thomas. Good afternoon to you, Dwight. The stage is well set for the third one. We didn't get a result in the second, but an opportunity to get a full day's play today, hopefully.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Claudius, and our viewers and listeners out there. Definitely the weather as of right now looks fine. Sun's out. So hopefully we could get a full game and a result. West Indies, maybe the rain did them a favor in the last ODI. But definitely they have the opportunity to bat first for the first time in the series. And I'm sure they will be hoping to make use of the conditions out there.
Indeed. Captain Alec Atenes, diminutive figure, and the more burly figure of Kadeem Aline, the two who are going to start things off for West Indies A. The pitch, the same one that we have had for the two previous matches. So Kent Crafton, who will actually be speaking to us a little later, the man in charge of the wicket, utilizing the very same one. Surprised at that, Dwight, that we're using the same surface on a square that has 6 of them?
Yeah, a bit surprised, but given what we've seen in terms of the way that it's played, I'm pretty sure it will still be a very good batting wicket. And taking into consideration, we have 2 4-day games coming up right here. So maybe that's the reason behind it. We haven't seen a change of pitches yet.
So in fact, Kent indicating that the surfaces being used for the 4-day, 2 of them coming, of course, will be to the left of the current one. As we look at it, we are at the northern end of the ground. So it is going to be number 24, Moreke, who is going to take it up, and he'll bowl it to Kadim Aline, who's going to take the first delivery. Two slips are in place, and Moreke with the first delivery to Aline. Aline gets one down the leg side, looking to flick at it. Doesn't make contact, wide call. And so West Indies A off the mark. Umpire Chris Taylor making the signal. He's joined by umpire Banwari. So Jacqueline Williams not in the thick of things today. She did the first two. The first with Banwari, the second with Chris Taylor. So I think each of the three umpires getting 2 games. Moreke to Aline, delivery that's right up into the off stump on the batting crease as well, squeezed out into extra cover. And Moreke already bang on target, and calling on Kadim Aline to be right with his eyes wide open.
Yeah, very well played. Good test and delivery. And from what we've seen of Moreke so far in the series, he's been bowling very straight, very good areas. But on that occasion, Aline right in behind it.
So South Africa with one change. As Moreke to Aline. Aline drives airborne over the head of mid-off, out towards the boundary, and into it now for 4. So good way to start. Marcus Ackerman, the South Africa A captain, picking that beyond the boundary. So Kadim Aline is off. West Indies A, 5 without loss. Aline getting off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, over pitch there for Moreke on that occasion, and a very good shot by Aline, very good execution. We've known him to be a very aggressive player. Hasn't had the best of series so far, but one thing that he will do if he spends time at the wicket, he will be very aggressive. So really good start, really good confidence start for him.
Moreke to continue. So Pranilan Subrian, the man losing out today, the one change. Bowled him! Oh my word, what a stroke from Kadim Aline. It was just about in that general area that Moreke has been plugging away at. And well, Aline thought he got a length delivery to hit away on the onside, going across the line, and that ball crashing into the off stump. An ugly looking stroke from the opener. He goes. Bowled by Moreke for 4. We're in the first over. West Indies 5 for 1. West Indies A.
Yeah, so far, Aline seems to have suggested that maybe kept a bit low. But as we see on the replay, it wasn't as short as maybe he was hoping or expected. But again, Moreke very straight. You hit, I miss. And unfortunately, not the best of shots, especially so early. Having won the toss and deciding that you're going to bat first, you really want to put a good partnership. And on that occasion, they're not able to do so.
And a little surprising at the choice of stroke, Dwight. The first delivery, or the previous delivery, was hit with a straight bat down over long off. And that one, well, a few maybe inches back, a much shorter length, but you'd have thought that maybe he would have been better served to punch that down the ground. But he went across the line, and the off stump being hit. So a poor start for West Indies A. As Anderson comes out, and really not the type of start West Indies A would have been looking for.
Yeah, definitely not the start they would have wanted. What we've seen so far in the first 2 ODIs is a very good batting conditions. The South Africans 280 odd in the first one and well over 300 in the second one. So West Indies would want to get something similar if they are to be competitive, but not the best of starts. They'll be hoping that this pair put on a partnership.
So Kevlon Anderson is coming in, and he's about to face his first delivery. In the first game, Anderson LBW 1445, and in the second not out 28. First delivery to him from Moreke, outside the off stump, a play and a miss, and into the gloves of Quishele. So Moreke demonstrating that it's not everything that is going to be angled into the right-handers. This one is straightening outside the off stump into the gloves of Krishele. So South Africa bringing in Naba Peter to replace Prenelin Subrian. Disappointment for him. He was named in the second game, but I don't think we saw him. Didn't get an opportunity to bowl off outside the off stump. Coming back in, Anderson playing it square into the offside, no run. So South Africa A, Jordan Herman, Rivaldo Munsami, Marcus Ackerman, Senatemba Kwishele, Jason Smith, Ruhan De Swat, Mishlali Pomguana, Beyond 14, Shepo Moreke, Naba Peter, and Ukushle Sele. That's the South Africa A11. Moreke to Anderson. Anderson playing a miss. The ball going past the inside edge of the bat to complete a successful over for Moreke. Successful one for South Africa A. West Indies A winning the toss and batting after one. They are 5 for 1.
A very good start by Moreke, just continuing where he's left off in the first two ODIs. So far, I think he's definitely been one of the pick of the seamers that we've seen on show on both teams, and he did exactly what is required. You want to take early wickets, and he's been able to deliver the goods for his captain. On the other hand, the West Indies would be hoping for a really good partnership between this pair, Alec Atenes, who's the captain, one of the most senior players within this setup, and Anderson, who's so far on top been the best batsman so far in terms of aggregate for the West Indies, with 73 runs total in the two games. So they're going to be hoping for a partnership between this pair.
As we're about to see the start of the second over, Okushle Sele is going to come in. Let's give you the West Indies A11. They have had two changes. Kevin Wickham and Ocean Thomas missing out. Sele to Atenes down the leg side, wide call. Anderson wants to also take a run. It's not on, so 1 to the total with the wide, 6 for 1. Coming in for West Indies A, Jovel Glenn and Johan Lane. So Glenn, who missed out in the second game, comes back into this third one. And Lane getting his first game. Sele to Atenes, who goes back and defends out to point. And there's no run. So West Indies A, Alec Atenes, Kadim Aline, Kevlin Anderson, Shakir Paris, Jit Goli, Jovel Glenn, Kemal Savory, Carrie Pierre, Darrell Cyrus, Johan Lane, and Gillan Tyson. Sele, together with Moreke, they have been probing at the West Indies A batsmen. Will continue. Comes in to Atenes, so gets a good delivery. It's bang on target, and he plays it into the short square leg position, and there's no run. So Atenes yet to score. Anderson also yet to score. West Indies 6 for 1.
Yeah, good discipline start with the exception of the wide in the first delivery. Sele has been hitting some good areas, really forcing Alec Atenes to pretty much play at every delivery so far. And that has, so far from what we've seen in the series, that has been something that they've done very consistently, this opening pair.
Solitary slip. Sele to Atenes, forward, check drive on the walk almost, but can't score. Goes straight to the extra cover fielder. So solitary slip, deep third, point, squarish cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and long leg. This is a 50 over game, so power play in place for the first 10 overs. 2 fielders out of the circle, deep third and long leg. Sele to Atenes. Atenes plays a naughty looking stroke as the ball is angled across him. Going to hit that into the backward point region, into the gloves of Kwishele.
Yeah, so far from what we've seen from Sele, he's getting most of the deliveries to come back in slightly, but on that occasion, on pitching, that one moved away from Alec Atenes. But again, given that we're only in the second over of the inning so far. Maybe not the best shot to be playing at this time with a slip waiting.
Atenes. Let's look at him in the first game. Caught loose ball Pongwana 33. Sele to Atenes. Atenes drives loosely, missing outside the off stump. Kweshele also not taking it. And, well, not quite over yet. I think some of the players beginning to move from their positions, but over number 2 continuing.
Yeah, again, very good delivery there from Sele, but a loose drive being played by the captain, Alec Atenes, on that occasion. So far, the 5-dot delivery, so the wide first delivery from Sele since then, he's been on the money, asking the right questions of Alec Atenes. And as we see on the replay there, delivery wide outside the off stump, and he's looking to hit that somewhere over mid wicket. He's better off maybe looking to hit that straight back past the bowler.
Atenes caught loose ball Pongwana 33 in the first one, got 8 in the second. Sele to him, he's back and looks solid enough, playing the final delivery of the second over out into the offside. It's a dot ball. After 2, West Indies A, 6 for 1.
Yeah, good start from the pair, the South African opening bowlers. That this over, just the one wide, conceded no run off the bat. Two overs, 6 for 1 represents a really good start. They put the ball in the right areas, and they've gotten that wicket of Kadim Alin. So much needed partnership between these two batsmen required for West Indies if they are to put up a sort of total that they would want to defend this evening.
Anderson being strike. Start of over number 3. Oreke will move in to him. 2 slips for him. We had just a 1 for Sele, but 2 for Morike, who comes into Anderson. Gets a good delivery coming into him. He'll get off the mark as he pushes it up to the short mid-wicket position. The fielder coming in, Munsami, 7 for 1.
Yeah, good rotation of the strike on that occasion. Anderson just dropping that one into the onside, and good communication between the pair. He came through for an easy single. I want to see a lot more of that as the innings progress. We all know the West Indies have the power game, the ability to find the boundary, but rotation of the strike is something that we've struggled with, and from the A team we want to see improvement.
The left-handed Atenes comes in to strike, and so Morike goes round the wicket to Atenes, who drives, but straight to mid-off. Ackerman, the skipper, coming across the field, and there's no run. So Atenes will want to really put his head down and bat. He's picked up 4 wickets in the 2 games. An economy of 4.03. So he has been very much on the money. This time he's not quite on the money into the pads. And they go through for a single. Leg by signal by umpire Taylor. 1 more to the total. 8 for 1 in the 3rd over.
Yeah, Alec Atenes would feel like he maybe missed out on that occasion. That one was drifting into the pads, and there was an opportunity. Had he gotten some bat on that with only the deep fine leg out on the onside, would have easily been a boundary. So just trained down the leg side on that occasion by Moriki. And like you said earlier, Claudius, his economy rate of just over 4 represents how well that he's bowled.
He's got to move into the right-handed Anderson. Outside the off stump, a play and a miss, a defensive one, but all the same going past the bat and into the gloves of Kweshele. Moriki continuing to be in those good areas. In fact, on both sides, not surprisingly, he's been the most economical in the 2 games. His economy of 4.03, second to none. So he has done extremely well. Sort of bowler that was always at you with this angular run to Anderson. Anderson maybe a little walk down looking to see if he's getting anything from Morike that is offline, but nothing doing. Bang on target, has to defend.
Yeah, very solid in defense, but like the signs of Anderson in that occasion, he actually took a step down, trying to negate any movement they may be off the seam. So a good way to go about it.
Morike plugging away. Jumping on the spot as he starts. Anderson gets one that is straighter, plays it through square leg. They have taken one, they'll come back easily for the second as they return coming in from the man from long leg. So 2 more to Anderson. He goes to 3. 10 for 1. The wicket of Aline, bowled by Morike. In fact, the over coming to an end. So 3 completed, 10 for 1.
Yeah, good start from the South Africans. Moriki so far, he's bowled his 2 overs, 1 for 8. Like we just said, he did get the wicket of Aline. Anderson and Atenes, who's yet to get off the mark of the 8 deliveries that he's faced so far. Anderson has looked a bit more confident, demonstrated by the last delivery of the last over where he clipped it to the onside for 2. But a lot would be expected of this pair.
Okushle Sele starts over number 4. That's caught. Oh, a meek looking stroke by Atenes, advancing on Sele and just chipping the ball too short mid wicket to be caught by the fielder. A disappointing end for Alec Atenes after some 9 deliveries, just chipping the ball to the short mid wicket fielder to give Sele his first wicket. West Indies 10 for 2 in the 4th over.
Yeah, that reminds me, as we see that on replay, that reminds me of the last delivery that Alec Atenes faced off Sele. Full delivery outside the off stump, and he going across looking to heave that somewhere over mid-wicket. Again, Alec Atenes would have been better off maybe looking to hit that one a lot straighter on that occasion. Maybe got a bit extra bounce, a bit high on the bat, as we watch here on the replay. Yeah, just not getting the middle of the bat on that one and presents a simple catch to the man at mid-wicket. And what, not the best of shots again, considering West Indies at 10 for 1, now 10 for 2 from the skipper.
So it goes without scoring. And another opportunity where there's a big question mark on the shot selection. In the second game, we saw him get a short delivery, fairly wide of off stump. And when we thought that he may have hit it into the offside, he was looking to go mid-wicket and caught at that position. So a bit of additional attention being needed there, you would say, from Atenes in terms of stroke selection. And even in the short innings, Dwight, as you indicated, there were a few strokes being attempted that you just thought were just not on at such an early stage of his innings. Shakir Paris, the man coming in at number 4, and could just imagine the disappointment for Alec Atenes, who would have won the toss, in fact, and at the toss indicating an opportunity to use the wicket for the first time because the ball tends to do a bit in the evening. Sele doing much with it. Down the leg side though, this one. And Paris is ignoring it as it goes short down the leg side. 10 for 2, not a good start by West Indies A. As Sele picking up his first wicket. 2 games before this, just a 1 wicket. And the economy a little expensive, 7.48. Comes into Paris. Paris gets a good delivery. And stands up straight. He's a tall man and defends it away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. So he's yet to score. Anderson is 3. West Indies 11 for 2 in the 4th over.
Yeah, you just mentioned the stats. Sele starts with 1 wicket so far in the first 2 games. Economy rate 7.4. This figures kind of surprised me because I feel like he's bowled a lot better than what those figures would actually suggest.
Yes, I think there may have been a few overs where he was expensive, but generally in good areas. Back goes Aline, plays into the offside. Okay, Dwight, so let's just probe his figures a little more deeply. So in the first game, Kushle Sele, let's look at what he did. 10 overs, 1 made, and 2 for 70. I think that's what hurt him there, 2 for 70. And in the second one, he's going to move in now to Paris. Paris drive in nicely, but straight to the mid fielder. And there's no run. In the second game, of course, it was a truncated game, only 13.1 overs because of the rain. Okushle Sele 4 overs, 1 maiden, not for 29. So 2 for 70 from 10, not for 29 from 4.
Yeah, I think if we recall the first game, he did have a very good spell with the new ball. I think it was in the back end where Daryl Cyrus and was it Minley did go after him in the back end.
Sele to Paris. Paris looking to drive inside edge. Wants the single to mid on. It's not on. So Sele considered 4 sixes in that first game, 7 fours. So the economy there was exactly 7. And in the second game, 2 sixes, 3 fours, economy 7.25. So maybe we have a little error in there, 7.25 and 7. After 2 games, back goes Paris and plays away into the offside. And the over is completed, the 4th of the innings.
Yeah, but right here in the third ODI, Sealy so far 1 for 2. Yes, 1 for 2 at the end of 2. Very good start from the opening bowler and his opening partner at the other end, Moriki, 2 overs, 1 for 8. And West Indies find themselves again in some trouble on what is a very, very good batting wicket. We've seen the South Africans batting first ever get 280 in the first ODI and 360 odd in the second one. West Indies having won the toss and deciding to bat first. They'll be looking to put up a competitive total, and so far they're not making the best of the conditions.
Moreke. Start of over number 5. The ball to Anderson. 2 slips awaiting. Anderson drives mid-off. Can he come across? Yes, he can. Ackerman, the captain, leading from the front and keeping Anderson down to the single. 12 for 2. This is the start of the 5th over. Moreke getting support from Ackerman with the 2 slips. Deep third and long leg. 2 fielders out. West Indies A with the loss of the 2 wickets. Scoring quite slowly, 2.88. Moreke to Paris. Paris is forward. Just leaning on the delivery in defense. And plays into the offside. So Paris in the game, the first game, he was caught Kweshele ball Moreke 4. So Moreke getting him in the first game and would be fancying his chances. Moreke to Paris. Paris is getting a pace-off delivery that doesn't go all the way to Kweshele, dropping in front of him, but going past the defensive, in fact, past the inside edge, I make it there.
Yeah, that one came back in. We've seen most of the deliveries that Moriki has bowled when it pitches, just moves away, but on that occasion, he's shown that he has the ability to bring that one in, and lucky for Paris, that went right between his bat and the off stump.
Paris in game 2 that was interrupted by rain, not out 4. Just facing the 7 deliveries. Moreke to Paris. Paris drives nicely to the left of Ackerman, who gives it up very early, knowing that it was so well timed that it would have gotten to the boundary, and it certainly did so. So a boundary to Paris to get him off the mark. 16 for 2, a nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah, that is definitely the shot of the morning so far. Fantastic looking off drive there from Paris, who's a very elegant player when he gets going. Pretty much textbook stuff from Paris.
So punching it away nicely, really easing onto that. Not big aggressive stroke, which he has the ability to play, but just stroking the ball nicely. Moreke into him again. Pushing forward, and this time the ball going past the bat and into the gloves of Kwishele. So Moreke just pulling the length back slightly and going past the bat.
Yeah, a hint of movement away from Paris on that occasion. So far in the over, he's shown the ability to move them away and also bring them back in.
Moreke, 1 delivery left in his over, the 5th of the innings. To Paris. Paris back in defense. Delivery on about middle and off, and plays it away into the offside. The end of the over. We have had 5. West Indies A winning the toss and batting first at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the 3rd 50-50 game. 16 for 2.
Yeah, 5 runs off this Moriki over. The best that we've seen so far in terms for the West Indies. So definitely they're going to be hoping that this continues. And this pair, Paris, who hasn't had the best of series so far, and a lot is expected given what we've seen for him in the last first-class season. He batted really well. Not really getting amongst the runs so far, so it's important for the West Indies and for himself. Now in the last ODI here today, he gets some runs. And Anderson, like we mentioned earlier, so far has been the best of the West Indies batsmen, with 73 so far in his 2 innings so far, and only dismissed once. A lot would be expected of him.
Member of the ground staff coming out with the mallet to hit down an area, maybe in the approach to the bowlers as they come in. Yes, just on the popping crease. And just flattening that out so that Sele can slam the left foot. A wicket that we have seen being used for the 2 previous games. And Ken Crafton and the ground staff doing their usual stuff and doing it quite well. In fact, I had a chat with him before the toss, and he was saying that he's utilizing this one, almost reserving the rest of the square for the 4-day games, 2 of them that are coming. On Sunday we'll have the first one, and he's intending to use the one that's number 2, which is to the eastern side of the one that is currently being played on. From east to west, that would be strip number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Off the back foot goes Anderson. Oh, it eludes the initial fielder, but he had good cover from the man to his right. In the end, Anderson not able to take the single, as Sele was wide of off stump. Anderson had taken a few steps down the track for the run, but had to come back. So strips number 2 and 4 would be used for the 2 4-day games coming right here at this venue. Sele to Anderson, uses his feet down to mid-on, caught! Oh, another West Indies A player perishes with a stroke with a question mark on it. Anderson using his feet and looking to clear mid-on has had a miscue Good catch from the fielder, taking it two-handed over his head, jumping away to his right. And 57 is that taking the catch, number 57. I tell you what, it's a good catch. And Jason Smith, the man taking the catch. Another disappointing West Indies A dismissal. Dwight.
Yeah, as we see on the replay there, Claudius, that one was pretty similar to the shot that Anthony's placed. That one was well outside the off stump, and Anderson looking to drag that somewhere over mid-on. Again, he would have better been playing that ball a little for much straighter bat. And again, West Indies find themselves in some serious trouble at 16 for 3.
Serious trouble indeed. Jeet Cooley comes out. And, well, this does not look good for West Indies A in the 6th over. 16 for 3. This is a 50-over game. And at this rate, West Indies, well, they're appearing to even struggle to bat out those 50. Of course, big partnership required. Let's say more thoughts from Dwight, and then it's going to be, for the first time today, Joseph Redsborough.
Yeah, still a long way to go. It's a 50-over game, so it's just a matter of trying to get some sort of partnership. And Gooley and Paris themselves, I'm sure they would have ambitions of being able to put up some sort of partnership for the West Indies. But again, some of the shots that we've seen this afternoon, there's some questionable shots being played by the West Indies batsmen. Not one good delivery on that occasion from Sealy. Wide outside the off stump. Not forcing Gooley into a shot. Gooley on that occasion allowing that one to go by, to be taken by the wicket keeper. Yeah, just angling across, and Gooley, given the situation, 16 for 3, would really need to bat long and bat deep for West Indies. I welcome Reds.
Thank you. And South Africa starting well, 3 for 16 as you heard. Sort of looking shot as he comes onto the front foot, goalie. But I think that Coach Andrew Coley will be pretty disappointed with the choice of shots.
Yeah, the shot selection so far has not been great, Reds. All 3 dismissals were batsmen looking to take the ball from the offside and hit somewhere in the onside.
Don't know what was in the thinking. So CLA from the far end, right outside the off stump, good solid looking shot. Gets onto the front foot, not looking to play with any aggression, but West Indies really set back. Aline, Bowler, Maruiki 4, Atenez caught Peter for CLA, no score, and Anderson caught Smith at mid-on of Silly, and all 3 reckless shots. Operating with just a slip. They could be a little more attacking South Africa. That's outside the off stump, proving away that canal of danger, and it going through to the keeper. Well, let's look back at the dismissals, Dwight. First we had, of course, Aline, bowled by Mariki, playing a shot which is hard to describe.
Yeah, given that was the first over of the morning, Reds, the previous delivery played a very good looking shot over the offside for 4. And a ball not short enough, looking to maybe hit that somewhere into the Johnson Charleston. Again, he would have been better off looking to hit down through the offside.
And then we had our second loss. Atenes caught Peter off the bowling of Celia, and the shot selection there, big question mark.
Yeah, definitely questionable. Again, a delivery outside the off stump. Atenes looking to force it over wide mid-wicket, only able to give a catch to mid-wicket.
And the last to go, Anderson caught long at mid-on, looking to hit outside the off stump. Some more. Ricky. So major challenge now for Paris and Jait Guli to put together a partnership. And 16 for 3, one would think that the South African captain could be a bit more attacking.
Yeah, earlier he had two slips operating, especially for Moriki, but given the fact that they're free down, he's actually taken one of the slips out, which is a bit surprising, like you said.
Yes, you do that if the start was, great and going. You get slightly defensive. Ricky pulls once more, and that's pushed out in the offside. You heard the changes. The West Indies making 3 changes, as you heard. Ricky goes back to his mark and starts to run away from us. Overcast conditions, but no threat of rain right now. This has been fairly cloudy over the last 2 days. 3 for 16. That's right in target, just pushing him back, but he got solidly behind it. A chance for Paris and Gully, as they say in St. Lucia, to show slate.
Yeah, definitely. Gully had a very good breakout league. So he's coming into this series with some form. And Paris, who had a very good first-class season as well.
So Ricky, 1 for 13. And almost runs on the mark. Short steps and then eventually he takes off. And that's probing outside the line of the off-stump knot. A lot of movement of the feet. And kept a little low too. Keeper took it low. So South Africa certainly would like to win this. And so would the West Indies, but South Africa's got not just their nose in front, a lot more than a nose in front here. That's 16 for 3. As Mariki once more comes into Paris, leaving that alone comfortably. So Aline, Atenas, Anderson gone, Paris and Gooley there, Glenn and Savory, and then the all-rounding pair, Cyrus, Tyson and Lone, and Lane. Good to see Lane in the lineup.
Yeah, very pleased for him, Reds. He's been bowling really well over the last couple of seasons for the academy, so well-deserved call up into the A team.
Still the solitary slip, no gully. And that's played with the bat well away from the body. It went wide of the solitary slip. Again, we can ask the question, why no second slip? And it runs and beats third man to his left, and the total moves up for 3 for 20. We've had 7 overs gone. And news out of England that Atkinson will not be available to play against the West Indies. He's come down with injury, and Hartley has been recalled after being left in the wilderness. So that's upcoming in a couple of days. Here's hoping the weather will be kind to both England and the West Indies. It wasn't too bad in Ireland. I would think batting conditions were quite good in Ireland.
Yeah, the scores that we saw, definitely the batsmen enjoyed playing now.
Solitary slip still. That's an attempt to pull that through mid-wicket. It ended up off the inner edge onto the pad and running to the left of the slip fieldsman. Bawanga moving to his left. Genuine all-rounder. Big number 47 in his back. Players tend to choose their own numbers. When it first started, it used to be 1 to 15. That's gone through the others. Outside the off stump. And leaving it alone. Through to the keeper. So the early sparrings has gone a South African way. I can tell you that we have a gentleman in the brown shirt to our far right in the Johnson Charles stand that I met in the drugstore this morning. told me he was coming, and he's definitely here. I think we've got a couple of tourists also sitting at the bottom of the Johnson Charles stand. That's right in line. Good bowling. This is the difference we've seen so far. The difference between the South African attack, where they can bowl 3 or 4 balls right on target.
Yeah, this has been the difference, especially in the first 2 games, is the seam attack of the South Africans have pretty much outbowled the West Indies seam attack.
Yes. I think a couple of questions have been asked today to the seamers. Can they lift their game?
And given the way the batsmen are batting, they would need to, Reds.
That's in the air, not a good shot. It's going to drop straight over the head of the bowler, mid-off and mid-on, running back. Again, looking to pull. It seemed to rush on to him and didn't get it. The timing was not there at all. And maybe he thought that should have gone through mid-wicket or forward square leg. But a little bit of luck running the way of Gooley.
Yeah, that one was short, and again, that one was very wide outside the off stump. So he's looking to hit that one somewhere over mid-wicket as we see. So a bit too wide for that sort of shot.
Could have gone down to backward point. Nicely played off the toes, off the pads, but straight to mid-wicket. South Africa making just one change, and they'll be very keen to win this. Good evening to you in South Africa, where it's getting up to, I think, 9 o'clock. Just 10 past 3 here. And right over the ball, trying to settle in. Gooley is good size, got stretches well over 6 feet. Paris slimmer, more muscular, and they have an opportunity here to really put together a very important partnership for the West Indies. Roland Cox, our statistician scorer to our left. Three for 22. Very quiet. Reflecting the West Indies, a zone of peace, the Caribbean. Very peaceful here. Quiet. But the battle is raging in the middle. Ricky once more. Again, playing slightly away from the body, but kept it down well, steered it towards the gully. Strike turning over, 3 for 23.
Right arm round to you.
Difficult these days to watch the world news. Very little peace in the world. But it's very peaceful here, and a lush green outfield, overcast conditions. Can't say no crowd, there's a gathering. So the goalie down to face the bowling of Moriki. 1 for 18 of 4.1. Coming around the wicket, still no second slip, no gully, which is a bit surprising. Other captains could have well have had a forward short leg or a silly point. Moriki bowls, and that's almost edging that as he went across and played back. That wasn't too far past the outside edge.
Yeah, excellent delivery there from Moriki, as we see on the replay. That one came back in on the angle and just moved away slightly, and Gooley just following it with the hands. And just given what we've seen, Reds, I think I'm in agreement with your second slip would be very ideal at this point.
A good day to be bowling, South Africa. It's overcast. The ball should move around. But the West Indies have really helped the South Africans. It wasn't maybe spectacular bowling that got the 3 wickets. Sometimes that is a factor. There were 3 very bad shots.
Yeah, I think the 3 batsmen in the dressing room right now would be, if they're being honest with themselves, they would pretty much say they give it away, Reds, quite easily as well.
Yes. Anthony's again failing. I think Anderson, what, first failure, so to speak?
Yeah, Anderson so far in the first two games was the pick of the batsman with 73 in the first two games aggregate.
Goalie waits, key balls, and that's going down leg side. You can see that from here. But once it hit the pad, the hands will go up. So the SPL is finished. And we have to say congratulations, the Grizzly Knights?
Yeah, the Grizzly Knights won quite convincingly. But to be fair, they were the better team throughout the competition, so well deserved.
Conditions were good. It was overcast, but the weather held.
Yeah, the weather held. There was no rain, just a bit overcast. But you would not think that, Reds, based on some of the shots that we saw played at the SPL final.
So goalie is 2. There's 23 on the board. A lot of bottom hand to that shot. Kept it down. Not hitting it straight as he would like to. One of the best shots in the world. Where there's always a debate. Some people believe the extra cover drive is the best shot. A straight drive through mid-on. Gordon Greenwich has made square the wicket, highly thought of. What was your best shot?
Anything over the boundary, Reds? Or anything for 6?
You were a swiper? I don't believe that. Kelly Bowes, and he's head well over the ball. He pushes out to the offside. So over is called. So the West Indies, the next, as we turn June 1st to the 4th, we come to the first 4-day test match.
Yeah, the 4-day is going to be interesting because the West Indies have selected, I would say, a more senior team, more senior players for the 4-day. So we're expecting the 4-day to be even more competitive than what we've seen so far in the ODIs.
Well, that was indicated, right? They said that there would be some opportunity to looking to the first Australian Test match in Barbados. That the 4 days will probably reflect the possibility of certain players getting an opportunity.
Yeah, the two teams selected for the 2 4-day games that we're going to see right here, I think a vast majority of the test squad that's going to be selected would most likely come from the players representing those two teams.
So it's going to be Celia to continue. Excellent figures. Huh? Just pushed out. Where is he going? And just get back in. The striker, he was looking for the single, not goalie. And goalie hardly left the crease. But he probably thought that it was maybe more away from the man at forward square leg. But that would have been a further setback if Paris had gone via the run-out route. So, Seeley, a very straight run, comes in from the far end. Good solid Paris forward defensive shot. There's a development going on to our far right where the 50 meter swimming pool is being built. St. Lucia finally gets a very important facility. End of the year maybe that might be ready. That's down the leg side. And you don't have to even describe that. You can very well imagine the umpires will do what they have to do. 24 for 3. How was the crowd final for the SPL?
Definitely the best crowd that we've seen I personally have seen for any local cricket game at the Grizzly Mini Stadium. So it was pretty much a full house. So very good crowd.
CLA balls. Good solid, respected defensive shot. Realizing it wasn't there for the drive. He was onto the front foot, but played a good, solid defensive shot. When you say a large crowd, 2,000-3,000?
Yeah, I would expect it to be in the region of that, Reds. Given the sitting, I think at the Grizzly when it's 600, there was no sitting left, a lot of standing room, people on the field. So definitely, I would say about 2,000 to 3,000 persons.
I tried to do an interview with Hassan, who was the man behind it, and he said he was unavailable. He had to go back to work. He wasn't being paid for running this SPL. So congratulations to Grosley. Was there a prize presentation after the game?
Yeah, definitely. There was the winning trophy along with the check, a number of players. Kimani Melius, leading run scorer, fastest 50. I think Tyrell Chico, leading wicket taker. So individual performances were also rewarded.
Let's come back to this game. It's 3 for 24. Sele from the Kaimanje and very quickly coming in and beating him outside the off stump, looking to drive. And maybe luckily that didn't just take the outside edge. And now South Africa, surprisingly, at 3 for 24, are bowling with the keeper standing back only.
No slips. They've actually taken the one slip and now there's no slips. It come 24 for free.
What could be the thinking? Well, there's a slight aggression. The man down at fine leg has come into the circle at an orthodox position. Sela in and Paris driving nicely, bringing the mid off a run and getting a good looking single. You can see the talent in Paris. A lot of potential there. But only consistent runs are going to get you in. And sometimes you have 2 or 3 players playing and batting for one place. And that's the West Indies women coming up against South Africa. And after their performance against England, that's going to be tough. West Indies versus Australia, June 25th to July 28th in Barbados, where the 75 World Cup winners may be a very special guest. We haven't heard exactly who will be coming. And we certainly could use a press release on the fitness of Dottin, the fitness of Taylor, and the fitness of Henry. We know they're injured, but we really need to know.
Yeah, and these players are senior players and they were badly missed in the last series that we saw. It was pretty much the Hayley Matthews show. No one really supporting her.
Yes. Matthews quite rightly pointing out the inexperience of the side. I said previously that there were many players who were kept in the side whilst younger players were denied an opportunity. So the Swart brought in from the commentary box end. Just taking opening the face, I would say, and running it down towards the third man position. 3 for 26. So Muriki 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Sele 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6. Your thoughts on the opening effort?
Yeah, excellent opening spell by Moriki, who, like Claudius and I mentioned, has been one of the most impressive seamers that we've seen across the two teams, and Sele has bowled really well today as well.
Swartz around the wicket, and Cooley goes probing. Not a convincing looking shot. Didn't have a lot of height. It kept very low. And not bowling maybe with the same pace as his partner who started from this end. So we hope that we see better crowds for the 4-day test. Just trying to run it down through gully. Still no slip. You can't say there's a gully. It's more of a backward point moving in. 26-3. Reports from Jamaica said that the scoreboard is being put together at Sabina Park. I was told yesterday evening that the lights have not yet arrived. That's a little worrying. Changing the line, bringing him forward just on about leg stump. So Barbados, Grenada and Jamaica will be the test venues. Shortly after that, Pakistan will be arriving. And this Ward's 3 for 26. Makes his way in. Just turn away, pass backward square. They were thinking of a second, but the fieldsman attacked the ball very quickly. And talking about the local cricket, 24th of June, the T10 starts at the Meadowfield Park.
Yeah, the St. Lucia Dream 11 is around the corner, Reds. A time that every single local player looks forward to playing. So definitely exciting times ahead and lots of cricket ahead.
Well, the West Indies are looking forward to a good stand here. Strong right hand into the shot. Not looking to get the left shoulder really into the shot, but a man kept it along the ground. And over is completed. We have had 11 overs, and South Africa has dominated the 11 overs. The West Indies rock back with Aline, Atenez, and Anderson all going 4-0 and 4 respectively. Paris has moved to 12. Has looked quite comfortable. Gooley, who has just arrived, is still trying maybe to find his touch. West Indies Academy, I think on June the 7th, will start against South Africa, the Sri Lanka Academy in Antigua. The West Indies women heading, as we mentioned just a while ago, to South Africa. That's going to be a tough series. It will be important that Henry and company gets fit again. Mangwana moves in and badly lined, easily pushed away by Paris out towards a deep square leg. So, as they say on London Transport, all change. Field changing over for the left-handed goalie. So the football season in England, slowly, and in Europe, grinding to an end. One comes in, and that's pulled straight out to almost in line with the man at deep backward square on the boundary, in front of the Johnson Charles stand. Who is Johnson Charles playing for in the T10?
He's going to be playing for the Ayanola Heritage, which happens to be my team. So Johnson Charles is actually be captain in this team.
You're not vice captain to Johnson Charles, are you?
No, no.
Oh, okay. Just checking. Nice looking shot. Lovely shot. Beautiful. Even if you didn't pay to come in. And there's only about a dozen people who have managed to come in, but they've probably seen the best shot in the morning.
Yeah, this is definitely the best shot of the morning. On this occasion, Pongwana just over pitching, and Paris just eased into an extra cover drive, and he now moves on to 17, and he's looked quite confident.
Paris just waiting for the field to settle. No adjustments. Good evening to viewers in South Africa and all in the Caribbean, looking for the same kind of shot. That was a little more power, but didn't have the ball traveling just 2 or 3 meters away from the cover. I think one of our technical operators told us that we had over 4,000 viewers for one of the matches. 300,000, just to be corrected by him. Well, we're very happy with our viewers. A special welcome to you wherever you are in the Caribbean, wherever you are in the world. But England suffering a bad loss with the West Indies series coming up, and Atkinson, who has had a pretty good run in his career, out.
Yeah, he's got a really good start to his brief international career so far. I'm sure maybe not necessarily no one wants to see a player gets injured, but I'm sure West Indies batsmen are going to a bit happy that they're not going to be facing him.
Pangwara takes it on the pad frustratingly. It goes off the pad past the keeper, down below our broadcast position, and the West Indies has picked up a very important boundary, but they're limping along for 3 for 35.
Yeah, good way to the end over there for Gully. When now moves on to 4, and so far this pair doing a bit of a rebuilding job. So far they've put on 23 for the 4th wicket partnership. From a West Indies standpoint, long may this continue. They need a lot more than that if they are to post a competitive total.
So, 12 overs gone. 39 for 3. A lot of cricket in the region, a lot of cricket in the world. Zimbabwe have played their tests, didn't do as well as they were hoping to. That's undriven nicely. It will not go for any further than a single, but shot had nice technique in it.
Yeah, Paris is looking good. Very good batsman. He now moves on to 19 of the 30 deliveries and growing in confidence with every shot that he plays.
40 for 3. A little more respectability. But these two will have to take it well past the 100 for it to start to look a lot better.
Yeah, they have to take it deep given the conditions that we have here. West Indies would need to put up a big score.
The swat, and almost getting an inside edge into the stumps. And for sometimes you wonder what's going through the thinking. That was on the line of the off stump. He was trying to hit that through wide mid wicket. Why not hit it with the line?
Again, the shot selection so far we've seen this afternoon have really been questionable because again, that, like you said, that's wide outside the off stump and he's looking to hit that somewhere from mid wicket.
Gooley has an open stance. Players with a lot more thinking there. Pushed out in the onside, but mid wicket came in very quickly on the square. And talking about the square, you can see the pitch which is being selected for the 4-day. Got a lot of grass on right now.
Yeah, it's a 4-day game, right? Maybe he'll leave a little bit of grass on it so it could last the 4 days.
It's 3 for 43 in the early sparring of this third ODI. That's nicely run down by Gully. Good selection there. Nothing wild about it. Head over the ball, running it. Just like to say hello to all the birthday boys of the last couple of days. Derek Murray, I think a few more to follow. Undriving nicely. Good shape, good balance. Warrican also having a birthday. A big bunch of birthdays in the Caribbean. Brian Lara, Sir Gordon Greenidge. .42 in the board. Very quiet, still overcast. But not threatening. Let's keep our fingers crossed. The white balls. And where is Gully going? looking for an impossible signal. Maybe just the momentum of the shot took him forward. So the end of the over with the West Indies at 42 for 3. So the bowling now the Swartz from the commentary box end and Pongbana from the far end. And you look at the talent of the South African A, and the selectors must be pretty happy that they have a good 6 players who probably can play at the highest level.
Yeah, and that augurs well for the South African national senior team. We've seen some really good talent on show, and none more so than the wicketkeeper batsman in Kweshele, who's had an outstanding couple of games. So definitely there are a few players in this team I'm sure we will be seeing featuring for the South Africa senior team in the not too distant future.
Yes, he can certainly challenge as a wicketkeeper and a batsman. Equally good. Vanna bowls and hit hard in the ground by Paris, but cover moving very quickly and getting down on the knees, stopping it. Football is scheduled here in a couple of days. I think Barbados is playing St. Lucia on this ground. But the dates just seem to be clashing with the second ODI, the second Fortnite game. Pongbana bowls wide outside the off stump, and Paris looking at it with total disrespect. But surprisingly, no slip, no gully. When in normal circumstances, you can well have a team 3 for 42 and you got 2 slips to the gully.
Yeah, and Pongbana has been very impressive so far as a potentially very good all-rounder. So like you said, a bit surprising given the situation of the game. There's no slips.
Balls once more to Paris. Paris started to move towards chasing it and then just realized it was just too wide to invest any kind of a reaching shot. Just a couple of the ground staff looking as if they're heading towards the colours. Dwight, you having a look at an area that I cannot see. Does it look dangerous?
Yeah, there's a bit of a cloud cover coming our way, and by the movement of the ground staff, they may be a bit worried about that.
Very sharp single, but played with soft hands. Square out in the offside, and the running was quick between the wickets. 44 for 3. We could have a bit of a stoppage. In fact, we had a long stoppage for the second game. Everybody left here just after 11 o'clock, 11:15. Pongbana once more comes up and driven straight, but doesn't beat the bowler. Good intentions, looking to straight drive, but didn't have the length to really get hold of it. Just pull back the length a bit. Let's keep our fingers crossed that the wind will just blow it away down towards Moshi and down towards Castries. Castries named after the French. Pongbana. Good delivery. Played with respect. Couple of people in the players' pavilion. You can't see what's below us, but the rain, I think, is just about here. On comes the covers, so we have a stop in the. After 13.5 overs, the West Indies are 3 for 44 with Aline Bowl Maruki 4. Athanels caught Peter Bowl, Sele 9. Anderson caught Smith Bowl, Sele 4. Paris is not out 21. Gooley not out on 5. And we've had some 13.5 overs, and I think definitely the early play have gone very much South African way.
Yeah, the South African team they've been very good. They've put West Indies on the back foot by taking 3 wickets. And let's not forget, Alec Atherton won the toss and decided to bat first. So you'd have been hoping for a really good start. And the South Africans, they've restricted West Indies to 44 for free. But credit must be given to this pair in Gooley and Paris. They've put on 28 so far for the 4th wicket.
Well, the rain coming fairly heavily. The wind is also picked up, which is a pretty good sign. The square has been covered. We mustn't remember we've had an awful incident in England where Liverpool fans celebrating was struck by a vehicle. We await the results in terms of how many were injured, but that was a very sad way for a celebration to end. Well, there's no celebration here. South Africa definitely winning the early sparring, 3 for 44. I think we are in for a sizable rain break, but the ground was fairly hard. We had good sun yesterday and early morning, so here's hoping the rain wouldn't fall for too long.
Yeah, hopefully just a passing shower. Maybe hopefully I guess West Indies would be hoping to get back out there as quickly as possible to try and level the series. So hopefully it's just one of those things where it maybe lasts 30 minutes or so.
More covers are coming on to cover the run-ups, and I think we will just maybe take a break now and keep our fingers crossed. In fact, a little just bit of sun almost peeping through at the same time. The wind is giving the ground staff a lot of trouble in trying to control the covers coming on. So that's the position here. Here's hoping that we'll come back very shortly with more play. Until then, wherever you are, please continue to have a good day, a good evening, a good night, depending which part of the world you are. And it's goodbye from the Darren Savvy. And welcome back to the Darren and Sammy here in St. Lucia, where we had a short shower, thankfully. It did look fairly threatening, but didn't last very long. Roland Cox just tried to put the number of minutes we lost. 25 minutes lost. First delivery is turned away by Kohli, the left-hander. So 45 for 3 on the board. We've had 14 overs completed. We're very happy that it wasn't maybe as threatening as it first looked.
Yeah, definitely just a 25-minute break or so. We haven't lost any overs, so that's definitely a positive sign considering the rains that we had on Saturday evening.
There was some surface water outside of the playing area, just below the commentary box, but it didn't fall all that long. Heavy at first, then it got lighter, and we were very happy to see the umpires come out and play started straight away. So it's going to be Swartz, Kohli forward, running that down to backward point. So we're waiting for the West Indies to get back into this game, but they're finding runs hard to pick up.
Yeah, and they're definitely finding boundaries hard to pick up. Whereas I would love to see a bit more rotation of the strike. Kohli, for example, he's faced 29 deliveries, 23 of those have been dot balls. So as much as the boundary balls has not really presented itself, I want to see a lot more rotation of the strike.
Well, the dot balls over the years have been a major problem for West Indies batsmen. Good looking shot, just caressing it as he comes forward and playing it square out to the offside. He's picked up yet another important runs as he moves to 22. He's got 22 out of 3 for 47. In case you've maybe just joined the broadcast, Aline bowled Mareki 4. Atenas caught Peter, bowled Sele, no score. And Anderson caught Smith off the bowling of Sele. Swart to Goli. Goli pulls that. There's runs here. There is 4 runs there. Thought for a moment that the man from mid-wicket was going to get the left hand down. He got it down, but it then didn't really knock it back into play, so to speak. So important runs there for Goli, who's just been a little bit on the quiet side. Moves to 11. Total goes 50 is on the board. Is 3 for 51. And the Ward, surprisingly, without a slip, brings Cooley forward. He runs it down to backward point. Well, this is really an amazing situation. We probably can't keep repeating it, but 3 for 51, and there's no slip, no second slip, no gully.
Yeah, like we've mentioned before, very surprising. South Africa almost on the defensive.
Yes.
You would think West Indies maybe 151 or so for 3 runs.
Or 50 or 51 without loss, and that's almost a giveaway as goalie going over mid-on, and it just cleared mid-on. The Swart is holding his head. Again, a bad shot selection. Didn't seem to get to the pitch and decided early that he was going to try and go over the top. So second boundaries, he moves up to 15, and the total goes to 55 for the last 3 wickets by the West Indies.
Yeah, on that occasion, Swart just pitching over pitching, and Guli not as much power, but good timing to get it over mid-on for 4.
This was falling after delivery and getting up slowly. It seems to be okay. And the over is in fact completed. So 15 gone, and this partnership slowly building, but not a partnership that is going to be worrying the South Africans. I think we have a young team in, a school team.
Well, that's members of the High Performance Center, the HPC, the St. Lucia HPC team.
Yep. Okay, that's good to see them here. I'm sorry that we haven't seen more players from the various secondary schools. I don't know if exams are coming up and they could not be taken out to school. It would be nice to have seen the 15 from each secondary school. So the Sun just trying to break through here to Darren Savi. And it's going to be Peter to move in. Had a bit of a quiet series, Peter.
This is actually coming in for his first game.
Yeah.
The leg spinner. He doesn't have international experience, so a lot would be expected of him. So it's going to be exciting times to see how he goes about it.
I'm sure he is very happy he gets an opportunity. The leg spinner balls, and that's a hit away out towards cover. Backward point comes around. And Paris is back for a second run. The leg spinner got to the pitch and tried to overhit. 56 on the board, and Paris moves on to fairly well played 22. 35 deliveries he has faced. Gooley 15 of 33. And the West Indies trying to recover after losing 3 very early wickets. So Peter from the players' pavilion end. Good control so far. Where he's got into his armory, where he's got the googly. That's very important. People start showing the googly from maybe over number 2, number 3. That's it square. This will probably go into the boundary. It does. Hit square and played late. And nice looking shot. Paris now starting to really move on. Got to the pitch, hit that nicely.
Yeah, over pitch there from Peter, but very well played from Paris, who looks very good playing off the front foot. Number of the boundaries that he's scored so far has actually come off the front foot, so that's definitely a strong area of his.
He moves to 28. There's no slip for the leg spinner. A short third man, backward point, square cover. And that's driven up to the wide long off position. Easy single. The strike is rotated. That Dwight was pointing out as not being a major factor. The Paris moves at 29. Gooley 15. The West Indies are 3 for 61. Trying to really settle in and dig in this partnership, but they also need to score at a more rapid rate. That's outside the leg stump. Look to sweep it around. So one extra to the board. So the bad weather seems to have gone. The wind has not been all that strong over the last couple of days. Has turned away, playing with the tide out towards square leg. They think over the second, it's not on, as the return comes very quickly in to the keeper. The board suggesting that Glenn, Savory, pair in that order, Cyrus, Tyson, and Newman Lane. Peters picked up a little bit of moisture in the ball, applying the towel, spinning the ball from hand to hand as he moves in after walking. That's short and played away. Lovely shot off the back foot. Touch too short. And they're really asking to be put away, and well put away, but with the right hand playing a very good role. Slightly onto the back foot and quickly moves into the 30s. He's now moving on, Paris, to 34. Very pleasant shot.
Yeah, good shot, and Paris continues to look very good. He's hit the 5 boundaries so far, and with that boundary, the partnership, 52 partnership, so much needed partnership, very well played by this pair, exactly what was required when West Indies lost their 3rd wicket. From a West Indies point of view, long may it continue.
To Swart, to Gooley. Gooley plays head well over the ball as he comes forward. So Paris 33 of 40. Played 1 and 2 nice shots since the resumption. Gooley can be on an open stance with the right leg pulled back, driving in the air. It will beat the mid-off coming around. Mid-on can't get it. An important boundary for the West Indies, an important boundary for Gooley, who's been maybe a little slow getting off the mark, but now he's starting to make his contribution. Didn't hit it cleanly, but hit it hard enough to beat them off.
Yeah, ever since the rain interruption, there's been a lot more aggression being shown by both West Indies batsmen. So far, the first over after break went for 10, the last over 13. That one already has 4, so definitely some aggression being shown.
Gooley now 20. Looks for a single that Paris doesn't say yes to. And good decision by Paris, because that was virtually going just to the left of the mid-wicket. 3 for 67. So 4 bowlers being used by South Africa A so far. That's short and pull out towards mid-wicket, hitting it in a very comfortable manner. Didn't try to hit it too hard, kept it down. Strike rotated once more. Swartz has conceded 15 runs of his short spell. And he moves in once more to bowl to Paris. To this delivery. Paris steering it down. Body weight onto the right leg. And strike rotated a lot more since the resumption. Total goes to 74 for 3. This is the end of the 17th over coming up. Outside the off stump. No offer from the left-handed goalie. So that's the end of the 16th over. So it's 3 for 56 with goalie on 21, 34 to Paris. We'll have a change of presenter by Thomas.
Yeah, very good for West Indies ever since the rain interruption. They've looked a lot more positive and getting runs a lot more frequently. Quite a number of boundaries and much better rotation of the strike since the rain interval. And Paris has now moved on to 34 of 41 and Goody 21 of 39. So far they've put up a partnership of 58 much needed runs, and it's going to be Peter to continue. Again, that one is pretty full and well controlled by Paris, just pushes it too long off for another easy single. And Paris has really looked good so far for his 35 of 42 deliveries, which has included 5 lovely boundaries at a strike rate of just 83.3. But Ackerman has entrusted Peter to try and take this breakthrough. That one is short, and Goody maybe looking to hit that over the mid-wicket region. He's unable to find the man at mid-on for another single. Goody now moves on to 22 of the 40 deliveries. Peter, a leg spinner, coming in for his first game of the 3-match series so far. So far he's been given a generous flight. We've not necessarily seen the googly as yet. That one is short and Paris misses it. Goes down to the man at short fine leg for another single. Umpire signals leg by. So the score moves up by 1. Like we said earlier, Paris hasn't had the best of series so far. But definitely today he's gotten himself a start, and he will be looking to push on and carry on for the West Indies. Very talented batsman, looks very good, very pleasing, easy on the eye. And again, short. Cooley just works that down to deep backward square for an easy single. So far Peter has been a bit short, a bit too short in this over so far. We've mentioned that he does have international experience. And usually leg spinners are weak. I know it's a difficult skill, difficult art, but definitely leg spinners tend to be wicket takers. So the South Africans will be hoping that Peter will be able to break this partnership. Much better delivery, much better line, much better left. Asking the right questions on that occasion. Paris just coming forward and pushing that into the onside.
And Peter is, facing a problem with the moisture on the outfield. Have a leg spinner bowling with a ball which is picking up moisture isn't easy.
That one is short and signal wide by the umpire on that occasion. Paris just missing out on that one. Yeah, like you said, Reds, we had a shower not too long ago, so definitely gripping the ball will be a challenge for the leg spinner. And to be fair, he's only in his second over on his first match of the series, so maybe just haven't really got into rhythm as yet. That one is shortish, but not short enough to pull, and Paris just punches it to Captain Ackerman at a short mid-wicket. So we've come to the end of Peter's second over. So far, his bowled is 2 overs, 17, and West Indies, they've pushed on to 79 for free, a partnership of 63 between Paris and Gully.
And good news, the sun has come out. It's not all that strong sunshine, but after a fairly bleak period where we thought we might have had a fairly long wait for the play to resume, nice to see the shadows of the players are now back on, and we have a bowling change. Spin from this end.
Yeah, it's going to be 14, left arm orthodox. He's going to be bowling from the media center end. So far, his best figures of the series 2 for 45. But in terms of his economy rate, he's only going at 4.75, which tells you more often than not he puts the ball in the right areas. He's going to be bowling to Gully. Good start. Gully pushes that into the offside. Gone for a quick single, comfortable single in the end. So good rotation of the strike. 14 is going to be bowling to Paris. In terms of the field, there's the sweeper on the offside. There's a long off, long on, and a dip mid-wicket. These are the 4 fielders out of the 30-yard circle. And this time he pitches up, and Paris dispatches that through the vacant mid-wicket area for 4. So putting 14 under pressure instantly there, Paris.
It's more in line with leg stump and really getting the right shoulder. Strong bottom hand play there, but hit well. Hit well. The selection of these two players have been totally apart from what we saw earlier. There's a lot more discipline. They're trying to battle out this very heavy period. Partnership growing. It's moving now to 68.
Yeah, with that shot, there's a field change. That one is full and just pushes it into the offside for an easy single. Moriki, the sweeper, comes in, collects. So the previous shot, there was a field change. They took a man out of the offside for Paris and strengthened the leg side field given the shot that he's played. But we're going to have Jed Gully on strike. 14, there's 3 men deep on the onside. And that one is driven nicely straight back. 14 does most of the fielding, doesn't collect cleanly, definitely saves the boundary there. It's a good shot from Gully, who's growing in confidence all the while. Good delivery, pushes that one into the onside. Yeah, Jed Gully has now gone on to 24 of the 44 deliveries. So growing in confidence, took him a while to get going, but ever since the rain interruption, he's gone on to hit 3 boundaries so far. That one is shorter, faster. Jed Gully looking to find the gap between the wicket keeper and the short third man. He's only able to find the short third man, and we've come to the end. But another over at the end of the 19th, West Indies 85 for free.
And yet, although we have seen the left arm orthodox spinner come into the attack, still no slip being employed by South Africa, which has been almost a bit of a mystery today. Picked up 3 early wickets, and they just got more defensive.
Yeah, at the start they did start off with 2 slips, but ever since the 3rd wicket fell, I believe we've not even seen 1 slip. But definitely the West Indies, they've put some pressure back onto the South Africans right now, and we're gonna have the leg spinner of Peter to continue. That's short, given the width On that occasion, Paris finds the man at backward point. So dot delivery. Paris would feel like he missed out on that occasion, given the width, given the length to access the offside. Peter not happy with something maybe in his run-up, or maybe something just going into his eyes. But so far, Peter in his third over, 2.1, considered 17 so far. Yeah, something just did not feel right on that occasion. Yeah, Paris just pushes that one back to Peter, who does the fielding of his own bowling. So far Peter has been on the shorter side. A lot of the shots being played by Paris are off the back foot, not necessarily the front foot. So I'm sure the captain would be hoping that he would get Paris onto the front foot. Similar to this, much better delivery, but again, well played by Paris. Just pushes that one down too long off for an easy single. That single, he now goes up to 41, 9 away from what would be a well-deserved half century. He's batted really well, soaked up the pressure, and now he's getting into his own and putting some pressure back onto the South African bowlers. That's short, and Gooley pulls in the gap. It's gone for one. Good fielding. They're thinking of the second, and they're definitely coming back for the second. Good fielding from the man at the square leg, keeping them down just two. That's number 76, Jordan Herman, doing the fielding on that occasion. Bit too short there again from Peter, allowing Gooley the opportunity to get back and pull into the onside. Haven't seen any real variation as yet. So far he's opting for just the leg spinners. That one is short again, and Gooley looks to maybe hit that one over the Johnson Charles stand, but doesn't get the contact that is required and gets a single into the onside.
I don't know if the moisture is giving him the trouble. He's pulling it down short just too often. Again, he's got this little towel trying to take the moisture off. Difficult for the leg spinner, easier for the off spinner.
That one is short, and Paris just pushes to the backward point fielder. So a dot to end. Better over on this occasion from Peter. Was a bit on the shorter side, like we've said, but only going for the 5 runs of that over. So he's definitely pulled things back in the back end after his first over. So at the end of the 20th, West Indies 89 for 3. This pair they've put on 73 for the 4th wicket partnership. Reds, what do you think would be a really good total West Indies would be looking for right now?
I think too early to really say. We'll have to see how far this partnership will take it, because if in a couple of overs they lose another wicket, they just will be pushed back.
It's going to be 14 to continue. Good fielding by Ackerman at a shortish mid-wicket. Coming across to his right and doing the fielding. Keeping Gooley on strike. Gooley just pushes that one down too long on for an easy single. We've not seen much turn on offer here at the Darren Sammy, given the reputation of the square, the playing area. More often than not, we've seen the seamers enjoy the conditions. Not much turn on offer, but so far 14. Just putting the ball in the right areas. He hasn't really given a real long hop or what you would call a bad delivery so far into his second over, only going for the 7 so far. That one is a bit short, and Paris just pushes it nicely. So Paris now moves on to 42. That's 42 of only 52 deliveries. His 42 has included 6 boundaries of strike rate of 80.77. So going at a fair clip. When they came in, West Indies was in all sorts of trouble. But right now, they're putting some pressure back onto the South Africans, who prior to that had it all their own way. And that one, Gully drives nicely down the ground. It's only going to be a single. That is Jordan Herman coming across and doing the fielding at long on. That one given a bit of air there by 14. But Gully driving nicely down the ground for a single. And a good delivery. There's a loud appeal. Umpire says not out. And based on, by all indications, we're going to see it on the replay here. Ew, hitting the back leg there, maybe just going down the leg side, Reds?
Yes, that would have been a close decision to take by umpire Taylor. Bit of the arm ball, it didn't turn away at all. It came back in. But the West Indies are looking very comfortable against the present South Africa spin attack.
Yeah, what they've been able to do ever since the spin has been introduced, they've been able to rotate the strike. I know earlier I mentioned maybe they were soaking up too many dot deliveries, but ever since the spinners came on, they've been able to score at a wheel, I would say. So definitely the run rate keeps going up all the while. It has now been pushed to 4.4. So definitely a bit easy for the West Indians. So maybe the South Africa captain has some thinking to do as to who is he's going to call on to maybe get that wicket. And Peter Bolton Gully swings that down to the man at deep backward square. It's only going to be a single. But again, Gully showing signs of aggression against the leg spinner Peter. Gully has now moved on to 30 of the 51 deliveries, which has included 3 boundaries. He's batted really well. Took a while to get going, but since he got going, he's looked really good. A bit uppishly on that occasion, but well short of the short extra cover.
And one of the better balls he's bowled, actually.
Yeah, he actually got Paris on that occasion to come onto the front foot. I'm sure he's going to be looking for a lot more balls in that similar area. And again, short. Paris a bit disappointed with himself that he's not able to beat the backward point fielder. If that beats the backward point to his right or to his left, it could easily be a 2 minimum. So Paris a bit disappointed that he was not able to find the gap. Again, short. Paris just pushes it back to Peter, who's in the midst of a very good over. So far, 1 ... So building some pressure into his 4th over. None for 22 so far. The South African leg spinner. Again, good looking shot there by Paris. Just works that one down too long on for another easy single. Moves on to 43, 7 away from what would be a well-deserved half century by Shakir Paris.
And that's been a better over by Peter in comparison with the last one. It was just too short.
Yeah, he's
making an effort to push the ball up.
Yeah, been a lot fuller in that over, and so far he's only considered the 2. On that occasion, shot, and Gully pushes and runs. There's an opportunity for a run out. Someone is going to be run out. Yes. Poor communication. Unfortunately, Gully has to go. He hit that one straight down to the mid-off field and set out for a run. Paris had no interest in going for a single, and what an unfortunate way to break the 78-run partnership, Reds.
Well, I don't blame Paris at all, because that was not hit in a gentle manner where, you know, it was going straight away, but he kept going. He called for the single, kept going, and I think badly judged by Gully, because he played that fairly strongly to the man at the mid-off and started looking for the run.
Yeah, Pongwana doing the fielding as we see on the replay. Goalie punched that down to mid-off and just set out, and Paris never looked interested in that single, completely turned his back on his partner, and Goalie has to go disappointingly run out for 30 of 52 deliveries. And again, West Indies, this is one of the worst ways that you could actually lose a wicket.
Well, that would have had to be a very sharp single. I think bad judgment there by Gully. I mean, the man was not deep outside of the circle, and he hit it with a fair amount of power. The ball travelled very quickly to the fieldsman, although he didn't pick it up because Gully had committed himself so far down, he was able to recover and get it up to the keeper.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, Reds. It would have been a close single, a bit risky single. Had they gone, considering Ponguana misfielded, they would have probably gotten there comfortably. But Paris just turned his back on his partner. But it's an unfortunate way to go. But the South Africans, the much-needed breakthrough, and West Indies 94 for 4. The new batsman is Jovel Glenn. And it's going to be Paris in strike to 14. Good delivery. That one coming back on with the yam. We've not seen much turn, but what 14 has been able to do is getting the ball to just come back in. There's a slight breeze from off to leg, so that's assisting him with the drifter. Good delivery, good length. Paris looking to maybe turn that into the onside. A bit of a leading edge, but safe.
An attacking move here by the South African captain. There's now a short mid-on.
Yeah, catching money in the catching position, Ponguana. That one is shot and is clipped to mid-wicket for an easy single. That brings Jovel Glenn, one of the free changes that were made today by the West Indies A team. He comes in at the expense of Kevin Wickham. Did play the first game, didn't get that many.
Yep.
Jovel Glenn, so he's going to be hoping to get few today. Good delivery again. Jovel Glenn looking for a single. Paris on that occasion not responding. Yeah, Jovel Glenn just pushes that into the outside, looking for a single. Paris on that occasion send him back. On that occasion, I'm with Jovel Glenn. I think that an opportunity missed there. Could have been a single, and they're going to have a bit of a conversation.
Paris obviously not willing to go for those singles. You're playing the ball down to a backward point. Again, it would have been a very, very tight run.
Glenn back pushes it to 14. Jovel Glenn, speaking of Jovel Glenn, in the just concluded West Indies 4-day championship, scored 478 runs, which included 3 half-centuries and 1 century. That one is wide and he's looking to cut through the point region, not able to make contact. So good over from 14. So he's finished his third over, only going for the 10 runs so far. So good tight stuff from the left arm orthodox spinner.
Yes, he's kept the pressure on. He hasn't been loose at all. But just to come back to Glenn, the figures that you just read out there is really a reflection of why he was picked. He was fairly consistent.
Yeah, definitely. And credit must be given to Glenn. I think when he first came around the scene, he was more of a leg spinner. But he's definitely improved his batting, and now he's playing in this team as a batsman. And Peter again short. Paris hits that to the deep backward point for another single. Paris now moves on to 45. West Indies 96 for 4. Jovel Glenn has only been in for the 3 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. And Peter in his 5th over. Yet to see variation. Maybe it's as a result of the moisture, because we did have a rain delay not too long ago. Maybe this is the reason that we've not necessarily seen a googly bowlers yet. He's been content with bowling a lot of the leg spinners. That one is short, and Glenn just pushes into the onside to get off the mark. A bit quicker on that occasion from Peter. West Indies 97 for 4. Going at 4, just about 4.2 runs and over. We're in the 24th over. And much better line, much better length on that occasion, giving some air and forces Paris to come forward and defend into the offside. Peter will be hoping to get a lot more deliveries in that sort of area. Force the batsman to play off the front foot. Again, that one short and Paris works it into the onside. Moriki does the fielding at the backward square. Another easy single.
Nice stylish shot. Just picking up the leg very quickly. Good footwork and just playing it away to the left of the forward square. Square leg now on right back onto the rope almost.
Yeah, very good rotation of the strike so far in that over. 1-1.1. That one short forces Glenn off the back foot into the offside. Again, a dot by Peter.
And bowling sometimes a little too quick to really get any purchase and turn.
Yeah, he has to slow it up a bit more. Again, there's a huge appeal for LBW, but again, from our vantage point, looks like that was heading down the leg side, and the umpire agrees with us. It's a good delivery for Peter to end his fifth over, as we see on the replay here. Yeah, that pitch may be on about middle and off, but turning down the leg side, and we could see by the wicket keeper heading down the leg side, that one was going down. But tidy over from Peter, who's completed his fifth over, none for 26, and at the end of the 24th over, West Indies 98 for 4.
And with three left-handers coming one after the other, Gooley was gone, and then Glenn has come, Savory another left-hander, and there's no off-spinner yet into the attack.
There's going to be 14 to continue. Good delivery. And just to add the left-handers in the mix, Kyrie Pierre is also a left-hander, Reds. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 left-handers for the West Indies in a row. A good delivery from 14. Forces Paris onto the front foot. Just drops it into the offside. And another dot delivery. So 14, despite the fact there is not much turn on offer, not much assistance for the spinners, he continues to bowl very tight. So far in his fourth over, 3.2. He's only gone for the 10 so far. So good discipline bowling by 14. And this time Paris goes for the slog sweep and hits that high into the Johnson Charles stand. And it just stays in play, but very good shot there by Paris. And with that 6, he brings up his half century, 52 coming off only 67 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6.
Well, his best innings of the series, and a slow delivery, pitched up, and maybe just too full of length, and Paris launched into it, hit it wide away to a wide long on, clear defence by a country mile. And the West Indies now seeing 104 on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. A good hand by the young Barbadian.
Yeah, excellent batting for Paris. When he came in, West Indies were under some serious pressure. And he took his time to get going, and now that he's gotten going, he's played some really, really good shots. But from a West Indies standpoint, I'm sure they'll be hoping that he kicks on, whereas the South Africans would be hoping to see the back of Paris. And that one a bit uppishly, but away from the diving Ackerman at cover. The man at long off comes around to his left, fields. A bit uppishly, spent a lot of time in the air, but just wide of the shot cover.
Yes, pushing too hard. I don't know if he was deceived by the quicker delivery. And it got onto him very quickly, but well away from the short cover.
This brings Javel Glenn, who's 1 of 6 so far. Drives nicely. That's a fantastic looking cover drive by Javel Glenn. Finds the gap between the extra cover and the mid-off, and that's gone for 4. His first boundary, but elegant looking shot, Reds.
Very attractive looking shot through the covers. Hit it, timed it well, beat the fieldsman easily, and the ball sped away very, very quickly. But a long way to go for the West Indies to get out of jail, so to speak.
15 balls, and on that occasion, Glenn looking to give himself some room to access, and there's an overthrow. A bit of poor fielding there by the South Africans. What should have been a dot ball, just gifting Javel Glenn and the West Indies another single. And at the end of the 25th over, so we're halfway through the West Indies innings, they were 110 for 4 after being 16 for 3. That would represent a bit of a recovery rate.
And Glenn trying to get onside there. I think the bowler saw the footwork, pushed it through, and he eventually had to come onto the front foot and push out to the offside. So a good tactical battle between the left arm spinner Fortune and Glenn. Glenn starting to settle quite nicely.
And Peter will continue. That one is down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. Glenn looking for a sweep shot. Not able to make contact.
He might have missed out there.
Yeah, an opportunity for him to just free his arms, but beaten by pace by the looks of it. A bit faster on that occasion from Peter. That one is shorter and faster as well. Glenn looking to force it off the back foot, only able to hit it to Ackerman, the captain. A short extra cover. Peter in his 6th over. Fuller length, and Glenn hits that into the players' pavilion for 6. So on that occasion, Peter given some air, and Glenn capitalizes and hits that one for 6.
And going straight, not trying to go to mid-wicket or corner, just going high over the unguarded mid-on area, and a man who was very wide, almost a rung to a straight mid-wicket, had no chance at all. It fell well beyond the rope.
A good rotation of the strike on that occasion. That one was shorter, flat outside the off stump, and Glenn just played that one down to short third man for an easy single. So he now moves on to 13 of only the 11 deliveries. As we see the 6 on the replay there. Very good shot. That one hit it straight. Good power shown by Javel Glenn. Good delivery on that occasion.
Was that the googly? I'm not too sure.
May have been the googly by his reaction, Reds, as we see on the replay. Yeah, definitely the googly, Reds. You picked that one.
Well, so did Paris.
So we've finally seen the variation. Good delivery, good googly from Peter. That one is full, and Paris pushes to the sweeper for another single.
I don't think we are very far away from a bowling change.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that he's not reintroduced one of the seamers, given how easily the West Indians are scoring off the spinners. And Peter will bowl to Javel Glenn, who's on 13. 3 deliveries ago, dispatched him for 6. And that one given generous flight, and Javel Glenn just drives it over mid-off for another boundary. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So good over for West Indies and Javel Glenn.
So the total reaches up now to 123 for 4. Glenn, short stay, but putting runs together has moved to 17. We've had an excellent display from Paris, who's moved to 54. And the West Indies, yet not total a recovery. They have certainly improved their stocks from being 17 for 3. It will be more from you, and then it will be, in fact, our fellow commentator.
Yeah, after being 17 for 3, the West Indies now 123 for 4. A bit of a recovery, I would say. Again, that's short outside the stump. Paris pushes it to the sweeper. They've gone for one. Coming back for the second. Quite comfortably in the end. But Paris continues to look very good. And he's now moved on to 56. 56 of only the 71 deliveries. West Indies would be hoping that he pushes on. He's shown his ability to rotate the strike, and also he does have a power game like we've seen in the CPL. This partnership so far, they've put on 31. And that seems to have gotten an outside edge and dropped by Quishley. And by the reaction of the South Africans, they seem to have been an outside edge on that one. See on the replay, yes, just coming out of the gloves of Quishley. So Paris gets a life, and 14, who's bowled really well, not being rewarded. I welcome Claudius to join us.
Thank you, Dwight. Just a bit of a bottom edge there, it looks like, from Paris. 14 to Paris, flighted forward goes the right-hander. And plays it away, 125 for 4. Partnership already 31, complements the positivity of Glenn. He's 17, but it's Paris and strike who drives hard into the ground. Bit of hesitation, but as Ackerman comes in, they get the single. So one more to Paris, 57. 126 for 4. Paris has faced 74 deliveries. Striking at 77. Glenn, much more in a hurry, striking at 141. He's 17, has come from 12 deliveries, 2 sixes, 1 4. 14 will change his approach and go over the wicket to the left-hander. Short extra cover on the edge of the circle. On the edge of the square, I should say. The other 3 fielders on the edge of the circle. Back he goes, turns it through. Square leg to get his 18th run. West Indies a 127 for 4. So this has been a goodish recovery, because Aline 4, Athanaze not, Anderson 4, they went quite quickly. Third wicket falling at 16, so the rest of the batters have done a good job. Back goes Paris. Will get another single to the left of the square leg fielder. Single that takes him to 58, 128 for 4. Jeet Gully being run out with a mixed up between himself and Paris. They both ended up in the same crease. In fact, just going back to that dismissal, I think Paris turned his back and actually held up the right hand to indicate I'm not going. But for some reason, Gully just kept on coming and there was no breaks involved.
Yeah, Gully was actually committed to that run. Like you said, Claudius, Paris literally turned his back. And given what we've learned over the years, it was Jet Gully's call. So maybe Paris could have maybe come for that single.
Yeah, but I think the fact that his back was turned meant that he had committed himself that there was no run. And as you pointed out, the ball was traveling quite quickly. It's the sort of case where, yes, it's your call, but I think you need to assess as you take the run whether your partner is going. Coming in is a new bowler as he bowls to Paris, clipping that to the onside. Is that Sele that has come back? Yes. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7. Comes back for his 6th. 129 for 4. Paris, maybe you can give him some responsibility for the mix-up. But overall, this has been a good knock from him. 59. He's faced 76 deliveries. Glenn in strike. Plays loosely outside off stump as Quishley takes it low down. Interesting approach from Glenn, who has come out and very positive. And really a good sort of combination between himself and Paris, who was looked more solid.
Yeah, Glenn did take advantage of the leg spin, and if you're talking about matchups in cricket these days, I think that was his matchup coming into him, and he's actually put the leg spinner out of the attack.
Sele to Glenn. Glenn almost inside edge. Onto the stumps. The ball jumping over the stumps. Oh, I should say bouncing over the stumps. Not sure the ball has legs to jump, although at times we do say whether it has the legs to get to the boundary. But really, as a way of speaking, 129 for 4. Glenn in strike, still looking busy, wanting to push the scoring along.
Yeah, he's a very busy player, and one thing that Glenn will do is his ability to rotate the strike. You could see even in defense, he's merely looking to get a single.
Sele changes the approach, will now go round the wicket, pushing the fielder at long leg to his right. Long leg, square leg, deep third, deep extra cover. The boundary riders, Sele to Glenn, turns it into the mid-wicket region. The ball is angled into the left-hander. And one more to the Jamaican. He goes to 19, 130 for 4. So Marquez Ackerman, the South Africa A captain, ringing in the changes. So he has brought back the seam of Sele and Moreke starting. And Sele, after 5 overs, being brought back. Now to Paris. Paris pulls it down for the single to the long leg fielder. 14 is there. And he gets his 60th run. 131 for 4. Field changing over to the left-handed Glenn. So Moreke has had 5 overs, 1 for 18. Pomguana just the 2 overs for 10. Sele to Glenn. Glenn gets one that comes into him, goes back. As the ball is back of a length and plays it up into the path of Sele in the follow through. He picks up, the over is completed, the 28th of the innings. West Indies A, they're scoring at 4.68.
Yeah, not too long ago, Reds and I was speaking about maybe things got too easy for West Indies in terms of rotation of the strike, and Ackerman brought back Sele, who's been the pick of the bowlers so far in his 6 overs, 2 for 9. He's been bowling in some really good areas, and I think he's been brought back to maybe get that wicket of Paris, who was dropped in the previous over. But again, I must commend Paris for the way that he's batted. When he came in, West Indies were under some serious pressure, and he's batted really well. He's gone on to 60, and not only 60, but 60 of 77 represents that he's been able to get the boundaries, 6 fours, and been able to rotate the strike. And he's put West Indies in a position right now, I think, where they will be able to get something competitive.
Indeed, back 6 fours and 1 6. So the young Barbadian doing quite well. He's going to continue. 14, round the wicket to him. Goes back, well, forward, and drives it out into the offside. The sweeper comes off the boundary. Naba Peter, who has been brought into this game. I've seen him twirl his leg breaks. 6 overs, no maidens, not for 39. 14 to Glenn, the left-hander, who's forward, almost reaching for that. Almost looking to tease the left-hander into a big drive. Glenn not falling for the bait. In fact, he has that man, 14, on the edge of the square at short extra cover. Looking to bring him to action. Faster delivery. Clipped away, turned away to the backwards square leg fielder. Looks like Sele, who comes off the boundary. One more to the total, one more to Glenn. He's 20, 133 for 4. Right-handed Paris coming in to strike. Long on posted, long off is also there. Deep point. Flighted delivery driven. And again, 14, throwing that in there, looking to tempt the West Indies A batters.
Yeah, that one was a lot slower. Did get a bit of an outside edge, but fell well short of the man at shot. Third man, but good variation from 14.
14 again to Paris. Paris back. It's shorter, but can't beat a diving Ackerman at the extra cover position. No run. One delivery left in the 29th. 14 to Paris. Paris forward. Flighted delivery on the off stump. Guiding it to Sele to complete the over at short backward point. 29 completed. West Indies A winning the toss and deciding to bat. They are 4 for 133.
A good over from 14 on that occasion, considering just the two. And what was impressive in that over is his ability to change the pace. A couple of them were very slow, almost tempting Paris into maybe playing that slog sweep, which he played very well a few overs ago. But good areas, good disciplined over, good areas from 14, who's now bowled his 6 overs. Wicketless so far, did create that one opportunity, but only going for the 29 runs so far of his spell.
Sele to start his 7th, the 30th of the innings. To Glenn, turns it away. It's back of a length through square leg. The man on the boundary is posted. That's Jordan Herman. And they take one more. Glenn going to 21, 134 for 4. So the rate of scoring 4.59. Paris waits. Sele to him. Back of a length, a play and a miss. Good offer there from Paris, but maybe just playing a little outside of that, the ball going past his inside edge.
Yeah, that one was short and wide, and maybe Paris may be looking to hit that a bit too hard. That was definitely there for the taking, but not able to make contact. He's going to be disappointing. There's only one player out on the offs. Well, there's a third man at the dips point. Had he gotten back on that and evaded the shot backward point, that could have easily been 4.
Sele to Paris. Paris punches it off the back foot and brings the sweeper off the point boundary. He's happy to just play for the single on this occasion. 135 for 4. He goes to 62. Sele midway in his 7th over. Moreke, who started with him, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Rwanda Short, 4 overs, no maidens, not for 22. Mishlali Pomguana, 2 overs, no maidens, not for 10. Naba Peter, 6 overs, no maidens, not for 39. 14, 6 overs, no maidens, not for 29. Struck on the pad, ball coming back, maybe inside edge, or maybe even doing too much going towards leg side. Maybe case of pace off as well. Yes, looks like pace off, struck on the pad, heading down.
Well, definitely pace off. Right? Claudius, I think that was a lot closer than maybe the appeal suggested seen on the replay.
Yeah, not much support from Kushele. Short ducking is Glenn. Not taking up the challenge to go with a cross bat towards the onside and into the gloves of Kushele. Moreke as usual. In fact, Sele running in, always looking to cause something to happen. 1 delivery left in this over. Comes in to Glenn. Glenn turns it. Once the single has to go back, it's straight to Munsami, who's at mid-wicket. The over is completed. The 30th of the innings, 135 for 4.
Yeah, the last 2 overs, the 14 over went for 2. This over from Sele going for 2 as well. So they're building some pressure on the West Indies batsmen. Prior to that, Glenn had gotten off to a really good start. He was going at better than a runner ball. When you came on, his strike was 140. Now he's 21 of 23. So definitely the South Africans are pulling things back. But very good partnership nonetheless between these two so far. They've put on 41 for the 5th wicket, Paris and Glenn. So West Indies, exactly what was required at that time when Gooley got out. The previous partnership, 70 odd, this one 43. 9 away from another half century. So the West Indies batsmen are fighting.
Yes, in fact, 78 between Gooley and Paris. Doing quite a repair job because Anderson was dismissed with the score on 16. 14 starts the 31st, bowls to Paris, who clips it away to the backwards square leg fielder in the circle. But Glenn is quickly through. No miscommunication between the two here. Single comfortably taken, 136 for 4. Paris goes to 63. Glenn on 21 will come into strike. 14 bowls to him, goes back and plays it back to 14. The projected score on our screen suggesting 224. Faster delivery, looking to turn it, struck on the pad and maybe hit outside off stump. And the ball being picked up by fielder coming on the edge of the circle. Well, maybe height there, Dwight.
Yeah, definitely too high on that occasion.
14 to Glenn. Glenn forward, turns it, gets the single. Away to the backward square leg fielder who comes off the boundary, Sele. One more to Glenn, 22, 137 for 4. Our graphic there projecting 224. That looks a little low, Dwight.
Yeah, I think having won the toss and batting first, West Indies would be disappointed if that sort of score.
Off the back foot, Paris slaps it out towards the sweeper of the point boundary. Now, but Peter, one more to him. He goes to 64, 138 for 4. But again, as we always say, the current partnership is critical. Paris is well set on 64, so he would need to bat through as Glenn comes across his stump and plays it back on the onside. 14 picking up to end the over, the 31st of the innings, 138 for 4. And important from the West Indies A point of view that the set man, Shakir Paris on 64, he bats towards the end with the other batters really contributing around him. Savory, Carey Pierce, Cyrus, Tyson and Lane.
Yeah, that would be, a lot would be dependent on Paris. Because if he goes on to get 100 plus, that would mean the West Indies would put themselves in a position where they could maybe get 240, 250. Whereas if he gets out now, it will put some pressure on the remaining batsmen. And in terms of what West Indies have left, Savory is the last recognized batsman. I know Pierre has batting ability. Cyrus showed some ability in the first game, but a lot would be dependent on Paris.
Sele starts to Paris, the 32nd over, and he plays up to the short mid-on position. And there's no run. So 18 overs after this one. And Paris will need to pace it in an appropriate way in terms of how he bats with the rest of the batting. Of course, he has a current partner in Glenn, so these two need to push it deep into 40 plus overs. Outside the off stump, beaten and taken by Quishele. Well, that almost brushed the outside edge. A very good delivery. Touched down on about the off stump. Had to play. And just straightening. A lovely delivery indeed.
Yeah, that one straightened on pitching. So excellent areas. He just continues where he left off in his first spell.
Sele again to Paris. Paris pulls out towards mid-wicket. Will go all the way. One bounce into the boundary for 4. A shot of authority there from the young Barbadian, standing up nice and tall and putting that bad delivery away. Good control. 142 for 4 the total goes to, as he goes to 68.
Yeah, good response on that occasion from Paris. That one was short, and he stood up and just pulled that well in front of square as well. Shows the amount of time that he had to play that shot.
He waits. Sele once again to Paris. Paris edge past the keeper, 4 runs. Oh, that was well in control. I think he played that late. maybe Sele would suggest that it was a genuine edge, but I think as we look at it again, I think that's deliberately played into the vacant slip region, well away from Kwishele. Successive boundaries to Shakir Paris. He goes to 72, 144 for 6. Sele continuing to Paris. Paris edge past the keeper again for 4. This time not as high, but oh, good hand-to-eye coordination, good dexterity from the Barbadian. And 3 boundaries in a row, taking him to 76 and the 150 coming up for West Indies A. 199 deliveries, 136 minutes, 16 fours, 15 fours correction, and 2 sixes.
Yeah, maybe not as fine as he would have wanted, but definitely a controlled shot.
Sele to Paris. Paris off the back foot finds the short backward point. Going straight to him. And the over coming to an end. A productive one for Paris, a productive one for West Indies A. 150 coming up.
Yeah, very good over from for West Indies A, getting 3 boundaries. Paris now is pushed on his total to 76. And with the flurry of boundaries we had in the last over, this partnership has now gone on to 56. So again, that represents 2 very good partnerships. The previous one, 78 between Gooley and Paris, and now Glenn and Paris, they've now put on 56. So West Indies showing some fight after being 17 for 3.
Absolutely. The rate of scoring picking up to 4.69. And over number 33, starting 14 into the pads of Glenn, clipped away to the forward square position. The captain is there. No run. He has been reluctant to use the slip. Forward goes Glenn and played up onto the offside. Looks like the South Africa A captain has taken a policy decision not to utilize the slip. 14 to Glenn. Glenn turns it out to his left. Ackerman stops it with a bit of boot work, and 151 for 4. Glenn going to 23, and the right-handed Paris will come into strike. 14 goes round the wicket to the Barbadian. Flighted delivery forward. He wants a single. Initial hesitation, but ball traveling slowly enough to Sele so they can complete it comfortably. 152 for 4. He goes to 77.
Just an observation, Javel Glenn is looking to work a lot of those deliveries of 14 into the onside. He has to be careful because he's working a lot of those balls off the stump.
14 is over the wicket to him. He this time goes back and just punches it with a relatively straight bat to the long on fielder. And he gets the single. So on this occasion, maybe a lot safer, not looking to turn the risk, just punching it with the straight bat. The approved fashion, getting the single. He goes to 24, 153 for 4. Paris on 77. Off the back foot, cuts it, but hard into the ground, so it would be just a single to the sweeper. As the low return comes in, he goes to 79. Paris 154, or is he on 78? 78 end of the over, 154 for 4. We have had 33 overs.
Yeah, 14 only the 4 ends of that over, 4 singles. So good rotation of the strike by this pair. But 14 continues to bowl very tight so far. 8 overs, none for 36. Again, did create that opportunity, but so far wicketless. But he continues to put the ball in the right areas. But credit must be given to this pair for the rotation of strike that they've shown. And like you said, the current run rate is going up all the while.
Bowling change from the southern end. Looks like Moreke, number 24, is coming back. Yes, Shepo Moreke. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Coming back. He's going to be bowling to Shakir Paris. So over number 34. 15 after this one, 16 after this one. As goes back, punches it out to the sweeper, comes off the boundary, and they walk the single. 155 for 4. Paris going to 79. So Kadim Alin and Alec Atanaz opening the batting for West Indies A. And Alin being the first to go. He was bowled by Morike for a duck. Correction, he was bowled for 4. The man failing to score was Alec Atanaz. Though facing some 9 deliveries. Round the wicket, Morike will come in to Glenn. Down the leg side, hooked away. And airborne for a while, maybe for about 30 yards to the edge of the circle, and then dropping for the fielding to be completed by Herman. One more to Glenn, 25. 156 for 4. Atanase was Scott Peter bowl Saley not. Kevlin Anderson, Cott Smith bowl Saley 4. And Jid Gully run out for 30. Morike to Paris. Goes back and plays into the offside square. And there's no run. So Paris has come out at a difficult time for his side. Came in at the loss of Atanase and has really responded well in the circumstances. Has been very assured at the crease, playing the ball generally on its merit, and is in the process of very good innings. Morike to him, down the leg side, looking to flick at it, pace off, dropping short of the keeper, and they take the single. By Banwari says it's a wide, so that missed everything. 159 should be 158 for 4. So 2 runs with the batters going for a run and a wide. Morike will now go round the wicket to Glenn. Ball angled into the pad and turned to the mid-wicket fielder. And so it remains at 158 under very cloudy conditions at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. Light breeze blowing. The St. Lucia South Africa and West Indies, Cricket West Indies flag fluttering away. And very cool. Still good bowling conditions. Morike to Glenn. Glenn backs away and hits it out towards the mid-wicket region. The fielder can't get across from square leg and into the boundary for 4. In fact, that went a lot squarer. That went about square leg. The fielder was in the backward square region, not able to come around. A boundary to Glenn, taking him to 29, 162 for 4.
Yeah, that one short on that occasion, and Glenn almost backing away slightly, going over to the leg side and just pulling that one through the vacant deep square leg area for a very good shot and much needed boundary.
Morike from the south to Glenn. Glenn drives over the head of the mid-wicket fielder and out into the boundary for 4. Oh, a little risky there as he clipped it away. The man Munsami at mid-wicket jumping, but the ball just eluding the outstretched right hand and into the boundary for 4 to complete the 34th over. 166 for 4. The umpires call for a drinks break. Glenn with the boundary going to 33 and taking the partnership between these two these two to 72, and a good repair job to follow the previous one of 78.
Yeah, when Gooley went run out, the South Africans who maybe had ambitions of bowling West Indies out cheaply, but so far this pair they've put on 72. A very good partnership. And credit must be given to Javel Glenn as well. I know we've spoken about how well Paris has batted throughout, but Javel Glenn has come out, and what he's been able to do is take some of the pressure off Paris, because he's 33, has only come off the 35 deliveries, and he's putting some pressure back onto the South African bowlers.
Indeed. So West Indies A. Okay, as the players take a drinks break, we also take a break of our vocal cords. Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we continue in this limited over game. 50 overs, West Indies A versus South Africa A. West Indies A, they won the toss and they are batting 166 for 4, so we have 16 overs left in the innings. Javel Glenn 33, Shakir Paris 79, and it looks like Naba Peter is going to continue. He has had 6 overs, no maidens, not for 39, so 16 overs left, and Paris and Glenn would want to push on with this 5th wicket partnership that is worth 72 already. We continue with the leg spin of Peter. to Paris. Paris pulls it out towards cow corner all the way 6. Short and put away by Paris. And getting full value for it, going well over the boundary. There's a man posted on the boundary, Rohan de Schwart, but that didn't come close to him. Paris going to 85, 172 for 4.
Yeah, the change in ends hasn't really changed the fortunes of Peter, who continues to bowl on the shorter side, and Paris taking full advantage.
Peter to Paris, he goes back, plays into the offside, and there's no run. So Paris getting closer to that 100. He's 15 away. Peter. Angular run to Paris. Flighted delivery driven in a portion of the bat. Squellig comes off the boundary. And Paris gets the single. Maybe the most inelegant run we have seen from Paris, as he was looking to go powerfully, getting the inner portion of the bat. He gets the single. He goes to 86. 173 for 4. Glenn on 33 comes in to strike. Peter stays over the wicket. Short, hit off the back foot to the sweeper at extra cover. 1. And Paris coming in to strike. Glenn going to 34. 174 for 4. This is the third game of the series. We are yet to get 100. Paris is 14 away. It's Peter bowls to him. He goes back. Glenn wants the single. It's not on. So the total remains 174 for 4. In fact, we had Kweshele, of course, from the South Africa A side, getting 126 in game 2, but among the West Indians. This is the best effort. Peter to Paris. Paris back and playing it onto the onside. Peter fielding and taking the 35th over to its end. 174 for 4.
Yeah, 8 runs off the first over after the drinks break, and Peter continues to be on the expensive side. It might be a clear plan from the West Indians to put him under pressure. Like we said earlier, he's coming in for his first game, and the art of leg spin is not necessarily the easiest in terms of being able to control lines and lengths, and so far he's operated very short, and the West Indies batsmen, they've been able to capitalize. So I'm sure the South Africans would be hoping that he maybe gets his line and length, because he does have international experience as a senior pro-tier player. They will be expecting a lot more of him.
7 overs costing 47. Economy 6.7. Moriki starts another over to Glenn. Glenn goes back, lays it down to the deep third fielder. So one more to him. Sele doing the fielding. The members of the South Africa Ace staff on the boundary. 5 of them taking a different view of the action. They're tired of just sitting around the dressing room and taking in the ambience of the ground. Nice cool conditions, and of course taking the opportunity to pass on messages to players on the boundary. Morike to Paris down the leg side. Paris gets inside of it and allows it to go wide call by umpire Banwari. One more to the total, 176 for 4. So Ackerman bringing from the southern end. He brought back Sele, and Sele maybe not quite doing the job in terms of getting him the wicket. He has gone to Morike in his 7th over. Will bowl to Paris. Paris on 86. Paris gets a good delivery, goes back, plays it away from the dive-in short point fielder. Can't stop the single. It's the fielder at deep third who picks up. And one more to Paris. He goes to 87, 177 for 4.
Yeah, both Moriki and Sealy bowled really well with the new ball, but now it's a different challenger, older ball, and two set batsmen. So definitely a different challenge for them, but so far the West Indies batsmen are handling them quite well.
Glenn on 35. In strike partnership 83 between these two. Good job. It needs to continue from the West Indies A point of view. Moreke round the wicket to Glenn. Again gets a good delivery angled into him. Perhaps maybe a change of pace as well. And played back to the bowler. So Glenn here in combination with Paris. Interesting to see how they go about this. Paris being 13 away perhaps will be a bit careful in terms of getting to free figures, but you'd expect him, if it does do so, to accelerate thereafter. This is the 46th over. Glenn goes back, gets a good delivery, another one, and plays back to Moreke. 2 deliveries left in the 36. Are you adjusting your projection? Have you formulated what you think they're going to get at, Dwight?
Not yet, Claudius. Still waiting to see how deep this partnership could go on, because this partnership is very dependent on the sort of total that the West Indies A do end up with.
Okay, so you'll make your prediction in the 40th over? Is that a good juncture to do it?
Yes.
Moreke to Glenn. Glenn drives out towards sweeper, posted straight to him, just to his left actually. And the single, when it left the bat, it looked it had the potential to get to the boundary, but it was towards the fielder. 178 for 4. He goes to 36 with 1 delivery left in the 36 over. Paris 13 away from 100 is in strike. Moreke getting ready to come in again to Paris. Short wide, and Paris attempts to flash at it, but amazingly the umpire doesn't call wide. That was in line with the return crease. The over, well, not quite, between the wide marker and the return crease. But umpire Banwari saying it's okay. 178 for 4. We have had 36 overs.
Yeah, Moriki, I feel just getting away for one. That looked really wide. But West Indies 178 for 4, batting really well with 14 overs left. And both these batsmen approaching a milestone. Paris 13 away from what would be the first century recorded by any West Indies batsman on tour. And Javel Glenn 14 away from a half century. Prior to today, no West Indian had actually registered a half century prior to Paris doing so right now.
Now, but Peter starts and bowls to Glenn. Glenn pulls that big and long over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Oh, a drag down from the leg spinner, put away out of the playing area by the Jamaican as he goes into the 40s. It's 42, 184 for 4.
Yeah, again, very short on that occasion from Peter. Glenn had all the time in the world to go back and pull that against the breeze. That's a big shot from Javel Glenn. There is a strong breeze blowing across the Darren Sammy, but had no effect on that shot played by Javel Glenn. And one of the members of the South Africa coaching staff had to go get that ball.
Yes, that went quite a distance out of the playing area, in an area that is right around the ticket area, an area close to the party stand. Well, there's no party. It's not that type of atmosphere in this game. Driving through the legs of Peter, and he has backup from the man at long on correction. So they come back for 2. Jason Smith mopping up there for Peter, 186 for 4. Glenn goes to 44. Pushing along nicely, accelerating well. See, comes in looking to paddle that. Does so. Maybe coming off the pad as well, but he finds the fielder. And he can't score. The total remains 186 for 4. So, in game number 3 of the series, this is just the second West Indian to get to a 50. In fact, he'll do it as he clears the boundary at mid-wicket. Short and hit away over the head of the fielder. Second 6 of the over for Glenn, taking him to his 50. And West Indies 8 to 192 for 4. So Glenn's 50 coming from 44 balls, 3 sixes and 4 fours. And a very good knock indeed, because he has come in and has played freely. He's really enjoyed himself. Has putting some pressure on South Africa. He goes back and beaten outside the off stump. The appeal going up by Kweshele, the keeper mostly, and no response from umpire Taylor. Naba, Peter, expensive here. He is considered 61. One delivery left in his 8th over. West Indies inching towards the 200. Shot turned away straight to the fielder at backward square leg, but can't stop the single. Glenn getting one more, going to 51, 193 for 4 at the end of the 37th over.
Yeah, 15 runs off that Peter over, and he continues to be very expensive, even if the change of ends. He's generally been way too short and given the batsman a lot of time to play him off the back foot, and Javel Glenn has actually taken a liking into the leg spinner from both ends. And Javel Glenn, 51 of 46, represents a really, really good inning. He was dropped for the second one, 50 over game, came back and showing his worth. And 51 of 46, 4 fours, 3 sixes, and a partnership of now 99, one shy of 100. Excellent from this pair.
Excellent indeed. And credit to Javel Glenn, because seemed to have been out of sorts in the first game, being dropped for the second, coming back and doing well for the third. Coming back is Moreke, who bowls to him, and he plays it into the offside. Straight to the point fielder. There's no run. So the cloudy conditions continuing here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. But except for the interruption we had earlier, I think it's likely that we will continue to enjoy decent playing conditions. I've got an app on my phone that indicates that we'll be okay. Moreke to Glenn. Glenn in a little bit of discomfort there as he plays away into the mid-wicket region. On the edge of the circle, it's fielded, so he gets one more. Going to 52, 194 for 4.
Yeah, and the West Indies, the projected score has actually gone up to 260 not too long ago. The projected score was just over 200. So definitely good job being done by this pair. They've pushed on the run rate to 5.2. And Paris is 13 away from his century. If he gets there, I'm sure he's going to push on.
Partnership 100 with the single between these two. Does come from 92 deliveries. Glenn's contribution, of course, 52. Paris clips it away for his 88th run. Now contributing 45 to the partnership. And it is 195 for 4. So I mentioned the app on my phone. It's from weather.com, and it is saying that for the next few hours the chance of rain is about between 10 and 15%. Rain likely at about 1 a.m. local time. So I think we clear. Delivery that's driven high out towards mid-off, who's going back and takes it. The end of Glenn looking to go area, looking to clear the long-off boundary and hitting it high in the air. The fielder inside the circle going back to take a comfortable catch. So the end of Glenn caught off the bowling of Morike for 52. And in the 38th over, West Indies A, 195 for 5.
Yeah, maybe one shot too many on that occasion from Javel Glenn. But good bowling from Morike nonetheless. Glenn looking to hit that somewhere over mid-off. Was only able to get a fickish edge, but good catch nonetheless. But very good innings. He has to go for 52. He's put West Indies at 195 for 4. West Indies find themselves in a very good position. For 5, sorry. They find themselves in a very good position considering they were 17 for 3 not too long ago.
Indeed, as we look at it again, it had the elevation, but was short in terms of distance and came down into the hands of Marquez Ackerman, the South Africa A captain. But overall, a good effort from Javal Glenn, contributing 52. And the partnership crossing the 100 mark, an indication of the contribution that he's made to his team's fortunes. The new batter, number 73, Kemal Savory, coming in to join Paris. Savory, another left-hander, will take his first delivery from Morocco with 2 balls left in the over. Savory goes back and immediately gets off the mark, playing it down to the backward point region. 14 can't stop the single. 196 for 5. Paris on 88 will come in to strike. Paris needing support from Savory and company if West Indies A are to present a total that will challenge South Africa A, who of course are already leading the 3-match series. They won the first game by 42 runs, the second one no decision because of rain. Morike to Paris. Paris forward, and they can't get the single as 14 is there at short backward point. So the end of the 38th, a successful one for South Africa A and Morike in particular. 196 for 5, 12 overs are left in the innings.
Yeah, Captain Ackerman, I'm sure when he brought Morike back, he was hoping to get a wicket, and that is what Morike did. So far, he's 8 overs, 2 for 37. We have spoken about his consistency in terms of line and length and how well he's bowled throughout the 350 over games that we've seen. And so far, I think across the two teams, he's been the best seamer on show, and he's been rewarded. But Kemal Savory, the new batsman, so far had the 1 innings of 26, so did get a start in the first ODI without carrying on. And I'm sure the West Indies would be hoping that both he and Paris could put some sort of partnership maybe till the 45th over and have a real go in the last 5 or so.
Morike finishing his 8th, 2 for 37. And it will be 14 to continue. He is at 8 also, not for 36, so he's got 2 more. With some 6 bowlers being used so far by Ackerman. Savory, the new batter, on 1 will take strike. 14 balls to him. He's playing and missing. The appeal going up. But umpire Taylor is not responding. So Kushele and 14, they were very interested in that. We look at it on the replay. Outside the house stump, pushing forward past the outside edge. In the end, I think that's what Mr. Taylor is saying. No touch, guys. But 14 and Kushele wanted that.
Yeah, the South Africans were convinced, but even watching on the replay, I think his bat did make contact with the ground, so maybe that could have been the sound that they heard.
14 again to Savory. Savory back, short and wide. Cut away, out to the sweeper. Comes to his right. And just one. Second run for Savory. 197 for 5. Shakir Paris, 88. So he's 12 away. The current rate complements the aggression of Glenn, now above 5. 5.14. He's been dismissed. So Paris and Savory will have to continue to push things along. But you'd expect Paris to be a little careful over the next few deliveries because he's 12 away from 100. 14 to him. Back, driving, beats the man in the ring. A run for the sweeper. He'll pull it back side the boundary. Paris has enough time to take a couple. Just ambling the last few meters of the second run. So he's 10 away from his 100. 199 for 5. Long off. Mid on. Deep mid wicket. Goes back and turns it. Brings the deep wicket off the boundary. They think of the second, but it's fraught with danger, so they don't go. 200 coming up with the single. 200 for 5 in the 39th over. Paris to 91.
Yeah, Paris, a very elegant batsman, I must say. I've been impressed with the way that he's gone about it. He's very easy on the eye, very classical, especially playing those cover drives. And he's 9 away from what would be a well-deserved century.
14 over the wicket to Savory, flighted, driven back to 14. Couple of bounces to him. 5.17 the scoring rate. 14 to Savory. Savory back, turns it, will get the single out to the long on fielder. They think of the second, but he's quickly onto it. And that's Jason Smith. Just a 1 to Savory. He goes to 3 to a 1 for 5. The over coming to an end. The 39th of the innings. On strike will be Shakir Paris on 91.
With 5 wickets left in hand, with 11 overs left, I'm sure the West Indies would have ambitions of maybe getting 280 or so. But again, a lot would be dependent on what Paris is able to do. He's 9 away from that century. For him, it's trying to get that 9 as quickly as possible. And from then on, I'm sure you're going to see him expanding to being a lot more aggressive and see more of what we've seen in the CPL in terms of his stroke play.
Yes, in fact, I was just about to say that, both in the CPL and the breakout, you saw his ability to be aggressive. And I think just crossing that 3-figure mark will give him the license to do so. I think he would want to get those 9 runs quickly. And then I think we will see the full range of the stroke play, the aggressive part of his stroke play. We have seen just glimpses of it so far. And Savory in strike. Start of a new over. Savory looking for a single that is not on. Start of the 40th over. Deshwat coming back for his 5th over. Coming for a new spell, I should say. 4 overs, no middens, not for 22. He's come out. Coming out also is the artificial lights, at least one pylon that we can see being put on. Savory a little squared up there as the swat was on target. So a dot ball. In fact, I can see lights from, well, in front of me I can see 4 pylons. Lights from 3 of them. I think there are 3 more that I can't see from with my naked eyes. Short edged, yes, caught. Savory looking to push out the delivery that was just about chest height outside the off stump, and being undone there by the bounce touching that to keeper Kwishele. So the returning Ruhan the Swat has brought success for Ackerman and South Africa A. Kemal Savory going cut at the wicket of the Swat for 3. It's 201 for 6.
Yeah, good delivery from the Swat. Maybe a bit of extra bounce on getting Savory there. The SWAT getting his first wicket, as we see on replay. Yeah, just maybe a bit of extra bounce, and again using the angle, he was very wide of the crease and just pushed that one, maybe just straightened slightly as well on pitching. West Indies could not have afforded to lose a wicket because Savory was the last recognized batsman. Kyrie Pierre does have batting ability, but he's not picked for his batting. So again, a lot would be dependent on Paris, who's still not out on 91.
Yes, and that ball to Savory, I was indicating chest height. Well, it wasn't that high. It was a lot lower than that. Played outside the off stump, the edge taken. Catch taken by Kwishele. So successful South Africa A. Kyrie Pierre comes out to join Paris. 201 for 6. This is the 40th over. We are midway through it. And the left-handed Pierre would have to support Paris and add as many as possible to the West Indies A effort. They need to be able to challenge the South Africa A in their response. The SWAT to Pierre. Pierre coming forward and blocking the ball up to mid-off. There's no run. So Pierre in the second game did not get an opportunity to bat. West Indies facing just the 13th overs. He didn't play in the first game. So he would want to contribute with the bat here. Of course, his major suit is with the ball, but he's driving up to mid-off, calls through for the single. The return to the striker's end misses. And they complete the single, but that was a tight one. Pierre getting off the mark, 202 for 6.
Yeah, tight single. Had that hit, would have been interesting to see. Let's see how close it was. Maybe just home. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, I think. So good single in the end, good rotation of the strike, and that's going to be important. As of right now, Paris would need to face as many deliveries as possible. So right now, Pierre's main role would be just try to get Paris back on strike.
Yes, Pierre just getting in there, I reckon, as well. Paris in strike. 91 he is. Guides it down to backward point. The fielder keeps him scoreless, diving away to his right, 14, and completing the over. So 40 completed now, 202 for 6. Paris 91 from 107. Glenn getting 52 from 49, and Cooley 30 from 52. 2 for 37, Morike. 2 for 23, Sele. And 1 for 23, the SWAT, the successful bowlers.
Yeah, and 14 will continue his bowled. He's bowled very tidy without picking up a wicket. But I'm just observing Pongwana has only bowled 2 overs and he's still on the field. Not sure whether he's carrying an injury, but that is a surprise in itself.
Yes, and he bowled a long time ago. And maybe he's a deaf overs specialist. We will have to wait and see. We have 10 overs to test that theory. As a start of the 41st, back goes Pierre. And well, we have been calling for it for a long time. It's in place, the slip. 14 to Pierre. Pierre back. And the ball is just outside the off stump. He defends. So solitary slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Long on, mid-wicket inside the circle, mid-wicket on the boundary. And backward square leg. Also sweep on the offside. Down goes Pierre and goes lustily over long off for 6. Using his feet and showing, well, he's got the ability to do the right things. Using his feet at the spinner and hitting that nicely high and long over long off for 6. He goes to 7, 208 for 6. Not bad from Gary.
Yeah, very good shot, great execution. What was pleasing about that shot is that he went over the offside, and with that 6, the slip is a bit short-lived, Claudius.
Indeed. And also good choice of stroke as well. The mid-off was in the circle, so very safe. And credit to Pierre, but as we speak, the fielder is going to the boundary at long off. Slip pulled away. 14 to Pierre. Pierre back, turns it, wants the single. It's not on, it's going to Pomguana, who comes in from short mid-wicket. So what do we have now? Long off, long on, deep extra cover. Deep square leg and backward square leg. He goes back looking to turn it, struck on the pad. 14 wants the single. They'll come back for 2 in fact. In fact 14 with the appeal coming off the pad, leg by signal by umpire Taylor. 210 for 6. 1 delivery left in the 41st.
Yeah, there was a bit of an appeal, but by the looks of it, that was heading way down the leg side.
14 to Pierre. Pierre flighted delivery, cuts it away, but backward point fielder is in its way and stopping it and keeping Pierre scoreless. So 210 for 6. We have had 41. So 9 left. West Indies scoring at 5.12.
Yeah, and 14 has completed his quota of 10, none for 47. And that is pretty much in keeping with what he's done so far in the first 2 games, going at just about 4.75 prior to today and 4.7 today. So he's not been amongst the wickets today, but definitely kept things really tight. Not much assistance for the spinners, but more often than not, he's put the ball in the right areas. And with 10 overs, just about 9 overs left, it's going to be interesting to see how Ackerman uses the options that he has, because he has plenty of options. Sele still has 2 left, Peter has 2, Moreke still has 2, Swat, who's continuing to bowl, still has 5, and Pongwana, who's only bowled 2, has 8 overs. So plenty of options for the South Africa captain.
Indeed. Well, we have come to the 41st, Dwight, and we had asked you for your prediction. You'll tell me after this delivery from the Swat. Our graphic is showing 256. The Swat to Paris. Paris turns it away out to the mid-wicket fielder who comes off the boundary. And Paris almost ambling the single. 92, 211 for 6. Your projection?
211 for 6 with just 1 delivery shy of 9 overs.
You have to do all that big calculation, man.
I would say 293, Claudius.
293. I'll put that somewhere. 293, Dwight says. The Swat to Pierre. Pierre back, beats the man at short backward point and gets the single to the deep third fielder. 212 for 6. Paris on 92 will come into strike. So the rate just above 5, so it hasn't really gone much above that. I don't think it has ever gotten to 6 as yet in the innings. So they would need some acceleration. Driven into the offside, a long run for the sweeper. Can he get around to his right? No, he can't. 4 runs. Nicely driven away by Shakir Paris, taking him to within 4 of his 100. 216 for 6. Again, full of flair, full of ease, and nicely getting value for a pleasant stroke into the offside.
Yeah, and that one was almost played on the up by Paris. Fantastic looking shot, and he's very strong in that area.
The Swat to Paris. Paris inside edge, and my word, into the pad. And lucky for him, the Swat ruined his misfortune there. That could well have crashed into the stumps.
Yeah, looking to repeat the shot, but on that occasion, that one was a bit wider. Maybe looking to hit that one a bit too hard as well. Got the inside edge, but lucky for him, doesn't go on to the stumps.
So he's one boundary away. 2 deliveries are left in the over, the 42nd of the innings. Field change. Deep third posted. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Sweeper as well at deep extra cover. The swat to Paris. Paris pulls it out to backward square. Possibility of a catch. Oh, taken low down. Oh, the end of Paris. Diving forward. That looks like Sele, or is it Peter taking the catch. And Shakir Paris falls for 96. Oh my word, what misfortune. It was short. He went for the hook and got it, fairly good purchase on it, but just didn't have enough to clear the fielder and diving forward, taking the catch. So the end of Shakir Paris, caught Peter, bowled the swat for 96. West Indies 8, 216 for 7.
Yeah, Paris hit that one quite well, but he picked out the fielder deep backward square, unfortunately. And good catch from Peter, who's not had the best of days with the ball, but coming up with a big catch for South Africa. And with that wicket, that could really put South Africa in a position where they could restrict West Indies to a total that they would feel comfortable chasing. But well played to Paris, 4 away from a well-deserved century. But he's definitely put West Indies in a respectable position. Well played, Paris.
Yeah, maybe a case here, Dwight, of the languid ease of Paris, almost proving his own doing. Maybe a little bit of power would have cleared the boundary.
Yeah, as we see on the replay, not much power or venom in that shot. It's more of a trying to work it, flick it across across through the backward square region. So unfortunate way to go, but well played nonetheless.
Yes, unfortunate way to go, but overall, a very good innings. I'm sure he would have loved to be there towards the latter part of the innings to really push on, but unfortunately that's how the game goes. So 216 for 7. Cyrus comes out, and he will take strike from the swat. Was come back and has taken the 2 men that were really pushing the scoring along, Glenn and now Paris. Comes to Cyrus outside the off stump, and a good decision to pull the bat away, as that was endangering the outside edge. To Krishele, the over is completed. Another successful one from the swat. The 42nd of the innings, 216 for 7 West Indies.
Yeah, the swat was very expensive in his first spell, but he's come back really well in the second spell, and what he's been able to do is take the 2 big wickets, got Glenn not too long ago, and now he's got in Paris. So excellent stuff from him in his second spell for West Indies. I know I predicted 293 with 8 overs left.
You need to revise that downwards.
Yes, Claudius, with the wicket of Paris, yeah, it's going to be tough for West Indies to get to 293 with Cyrus, who did show batting ability in the first 50 over game, and Pierre, who has shown in the 9 deliveries that we've seen so far that he has batting ability, but it will take some really good batting in order for West Indies to get anywhere close to 293.
So 8 overs left, and it's going to be Peter who's been brought back, and he is going to come in to Pierre, who paddles away nicely down to backward square leg. The fielder comes off the boundary, and they take just the 1. Cyrus say no to the second. 217 for 7. So 77 more would take us to 293, and that would require them to score at 9, just over 9.5 for the next 8 overs. That's what it would take. I'm just trying to see if you're gonna still stay with your 96, or if it is still possible. Short and swung away. They take the single, 218 for 7. I think you did say you're going to reduce it. You don't think that they can score at about 9 with Cyrus and company.
No, the 293 was very dependent on Paris. And
Paris.
unfortunately, he went.
Okay. No Paris, and so therefore a much lower total. Down the leg side, Pierre looking to turn it. Missing. Umpire Taylor calling wide. 219 for 7.
Yeah, Peter continues to struggle. White continues to struggle with his areas.
As he will come in again to Pierre. Back, Pierre turns it, wants a single, but it's not on. The throw fired in. The appeal going up by Ackerman. Pierre looking a little lackadaisical in coming back. And the throw coming in. You see him turning it, exploring the run, being sent back. Well, I don't think that was cleanly taken. I think the keeper's gloves maybe breaking the stump, so maybe that's why umpire Banwari. Yes, I think Kweshele's glove there disturbing the stumps, and so even though there was a direct hit, I think that would not have counted, even if Pierre was out of his crease.
Yeah, had that been a direct hit, it would have been interesting because Pierre was a bit lazy in coming back, and on that opportunity, Kweshele just dislodging the build even before collecting the ball. So Pierre got a bit lucky, I would say.
Indeed. Discussion between Peter and Ackerman. 219 for 7. 7.5 overs remaining. How many can West Indies A get? They only have 3 wickets in hand. The leg spin of Peter will move in to carry Pierre. Sweeping. A no ball out towards backward square leg. Pomguana is there. And Peter guilty of overstepping. And will now have to face the free hit. Cardinal error there by the leg spinner. Going across, in fact, over the front line and being spotted by umpire Taylor. So Cyrus has a free hit, 221 for 7. Peter taking his time about it. How he's going to hide that from Cyrus. Swung away, big, out towards mid-wicket. It has enough to clear the boundary. So the foot fault proving quite costly for Peter, with Cyrus smashing the free hit, a short delivery over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. He goes to 7-2-21 for 7.
Yeah, the West Indian batsmen continue to take a liking into Peter, who's in his 9th over and has gone for 73 so far, so proving to be very expensive.
2 deliveries left in the over. As he will move in again to Cyrus. Shot turned away, out towards mid-wicket. The fielder comes off the boundary, but just a single. Herman doing the fielding, one more to Cyrus. He's 8-28 for 7. 1 delivery left in the 43rd. So Peter, well, he has not had it his way at all. He has been hit around the park. He has been hit over the boundary on 5 occasions. Comes in now to Pierre. Pierre turns it out through backward square leg. They've taken 1, but it will just be 1. Cyrus losing his footing somewhat as he was looking to turn the end of the over. 229 for 7. Pierre goes to 11. We have had 43 overs in the innings.
Yeah, 12 runs off that Peter over, so a really good over for the West Indies. And this pair so far they've put on 13. So definitely they would be hoping for a lot more, and not only in terms of runs but in quick time as well.
This what? To continue. 6 overs, 2 for 29. Round the wicket to Pierre. Pierre, dabs it into the offside and gets the single. Senukwan sliding in, but not able to prevent the single. Pierre goes to 12, 234 7. Right-handed Cyrus will come into strike. South Africa A with a long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. The onside boundary riders short, looking to dab it away. Change of pace, reduce space, dropping almost before it got to the keeper. And Cyrus not having momentum to play a big stroke at that.
Yeah, and not a bit too close as well. He's just looking to run that one down to Footman for a single, but a bit too close to play that sort of shot.
The swat to Cyrus. Turns it and not able to get the single. This swat is quickly across in front of Pierre, the non-striker. 234 7. So 52 Glenn and 96 Paris, the two that would have had visions of really pushing West Indies past 250 and maybe close to 300. Well, the Schwartz has come back and accounted for both of them. Comes into Cyrus. Cyrus, a swing and a miss. Another pace-off delivery into the gloves of Quishili.
Yeah, good variation being shown there. Variation of pace by the SWAT. He's come back and bowl numerous slower balls on that occasion. Darrell Cyrus beating him, looking to heave that somewhere over the leg side boundary, not able to make contact.
Fielder at backward square leg sent to the boundary and deep third coming into the circle. The swat to Cyrus and guided down to the fielder, was just coming in the circle. Another dot ball. So the swat has done extremely well in this over. 1 run from the first ball and then 4 dots.
Yeah, his second spell has been very impressive, doing exactly what is required. And like you said, he did take the 2 big wickets.
Looking to complete the over. Comes in to Cyrus. Cyrus again looking to swing and having nothing on it in terms of pace for him to work with. Another dot ball, a very good over from the swat. Just a 1 run coming. 234 7. We have had 44 overs.
As we saw in the first 50 over game with Cyrus, it's pretty much all or nothing. He's played quite a few shots so far, and he's only on 8 of the 9 deliveries. But so far this pair, they've put on 14, and West Indies with 6 overs left would need to push on right now.
Carripier on 12. He has faced 14 deliveries and would need to push along. 6 overs, that's 36 balls. So they can push it maybe to 260, 250, 260, but they need to keep wickets in hand. Final over from Naba Peter. Not for 75. Back goes Pierre, punching it out to the sweeper and almost belatedly looking for the second. It's not on. It was going straight to the fielder. 231 now for 7. Gary Pierre, who can bat, he's got a first-class 100 against the Windward Islands some time ago, about 6 years ago, to 2018, 2019, 7 years ago. And will want to show that he can bat. Cyrus in strike to Peter, edge, past the keeper, out towards third man and into the boundary for 4. So short and maybe cutting that deliberately, possibly an edge as well, but it doesn't really matter for Cyrus. Suggesting that maybe he played that late, deliberately, away from the backward point fielder to his left and into the boundary for 4. He's into double figures, 12 to 35 for 7.
Yeah, 4 runs to the West Indies total. I think at this point the West Indies will take them any way they come.
Peter to Cyrus. Cyrus back. Once a short single, we'll get it as Peter is not able to come across into the very short mid-on position, just on the edge of the pitch, and they take the single. Both batters on 13, 236 for 7. Gary Pierre comes into strike. Midway in the 45th over. Long off and long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Sweeper on the offside. Peter to Pierre. Pierre back and finds Senukwan, I should say, into the offside short extra cover. No run, field change. Deep square leg comes into the circle. And mid-wicket goes to the boundary. Peter, 2 deliveries left in his spell. 45th over in progress. Comes into Pierre. Turning out towards mid-wicket, who comes off the boundary. They think of the second, but don't go. One more to Pierre. 14, 237 for 7. So the occasional boundary coming in, but West Indies not looking to go helter-skelter just yet, just looking maybe to bat with a certain amount of care for now. 1 delivery left in the 45th. Peter to Cyrus. Cyrus bowled! Right up into the leg stump in York there. And Peter finally getting a wicket with his final delivery. 237 for 8. The lone success for the leg spinner as Cyrus bowled for 13. West Indies A at the end of the 45th, 237 for 8.
Yeah, very full delivery, almost a Yorker length delivery, completely deceiving Daryl Cyrus. And something to smile about for Peter, who's had a really tough day. So he's concluded his spell 10 overs, 1 for 82. Very expensive, but at least he did get a wicket and did reward the South Africans. So West Indies now 237 for 8 with 5 overs left. So it's a matter of seeing as how many more they could get in the 5 overs remaining.
Indeed. The new batter, Johan Lane.
In 91.
No, in fact, it's Tyson who has come out. Has come out ahead of Johan Lane. 237 for 8. So still 5 overs left. And the question is, how many can the next 3 batters put together? Pierre, Tyson now, and then Lane to come. Pierre will be in strike. This one. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 30. We'll start over number 46. Pierre down the ground, lofts that out towards extra cover. The sweeper comes across. They'll come back for the second. And they are successful. Couple to Pierre, taking him to 16, 239 for 8. So Pierre, well, he's the man who has been there for a while, so most of the responsibility would be on his shoulders. This one, round the wicket to Pierre. Pierre swings it out towards backward square leg. This man comes off the boundary. They go for the second, but good running. They are able to make it. The fielder at backwards square leg having to come to his right. Good running between Tyson and Pierre. Both quite athletic, so they can move nicely between the stumps. 241 for 8. Decent start to the over for West Indies A. Down the ground, one bounce to mid-off. They take the single with Pierre backing away and hitting down the ground. So the single taken. 242 for 8. Pierre goes to 19 and brings Tyson into strike. Good approach by Pierre.
Yeah, so far in the over, he's taken the aggressive route, showing that I think he's taken the responsibility that he has to be the one who pushes the score along. And so far, 5 of the 3 deliveries. Good start to the over for West Indies.
Tyson in strike. This what to him. Goes back, that one keeping a little low, and Tyson almost digging it out and playing it into the offside. This one, would you say misbehaved, Dwight?
Yeah,
Or was it the batting skill of Tyson?
I think a bit of both. Maybe that one kept a little lower than what was expected, but remember, it's the 3rd game that we're playing on this strip.
This what to Tyson. Ooh, that is, he hit him on the helmet. In fact, helmet coming off the head of the player, and the concussion assessment being called as well. Tyson just holding just rubbing the temple area, and bit of concern there as we look at it. Short delivery and the ball coming off the helmet falling to the ground. But importantly, Tyson remains on his feet and being taken through the concussion test. And as we know, that's the mandatory protocol for when a player is hit on the helmet, and a close call there for Tyson. The ball hitting him on the side of the helmet.
Yeah, he looks to be in a bit of pain, and by the looks of it, he may be walking off because he keeps rubbing the side of his head, Claudius. Yeah, so that one hit him, did hit him.
Yeah, he's coming off. The medical staff coming, the medical personnel coming out with him, and it looks like he's going to retire. Hurt? I think that would be the apt description for that. An unfortunate incident there with the ball striking Gillan Tyson, and a pretty nasty blow, because with the impact of the hit, the helmet actually coming off, perhaps busting the strap. So, and looks like maybe the visor portion of the helmet also being dislodged. Did he have a grill on that helmet? Looks like it's the one that maybe didn't have a grill, just the side panels by the ears.
He did have a grill. I think the impact just took the helmet off, and he walked straight to the medical staff, didn't even go in the dressing room. So hopefully it's nothing serious, and hopefully we will be able to see him at least bowl.
Yes, in fact, the helmet does have a visor, but some parts of it being dislodged as it came down. So unfortunate incident, having Gillan Tyson to retire hurt. So the final pair at the crease. Lane has come in. This swat to him. And edge, is that? No. And the over completed. So the end of the 46 over, 242 for 8.
Yeah, 4 overs left with Tyson retiring hurt. That could effectively mean West Indies are 242 for 9. Not sure we're going to see Tyson returning, at least with the bat. Hopefully, like we said, hopefully he's fit enough to bowl because it's going to be important for West Indies that they have all the options available. But Yuan Lin, the new batsman, has shown batting ability. I could remember with the academy, he's definitely scored runs for them. But Pierre would be the one responsible for carrying the team to a big total.
So 46 overs gone. Let's have a change. Reds will come in. Dwight, after a few more words from you.
Yeah, so 4 overs left. West Indies 242 for 8. They'll be looking to get as many as possible. And there's going to be a change of bowling from the media center end. It's going to be number 24. That's the opening bowler, Moriki. So far, he's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 37. Welcome, Reds.
Thank you. And South Africa trying to clean up the tail. Moriki will move into ball pitched up, and that's quickly turned away. An interesting situation. The concussion rule could be applied because he looked quite hurt. He looked quite stung. Basically, I don't believe that Tyson capable of handling that kind of short delivery. Maybe he should have just ducked and let it go. But you could have a situation where they might bring in someone else. So Pierre in strike, he's shown the South Africans that he's got batting skills. He reminds me in a small way of Vittori, the New Zealand left-arm spinner who developed as a low-order batsman.
Yeah, towards the end of Daniel Vittori's test career, I think you could almost call him on all-rounder.
Yes, definitely. And Pierre has come on leaps and bounds. You know, in the old days, if you were going away on a five test series away, I mean, a man like Kari Pierre would be a solid pick.
Yeah, and definitely. I think even right now, I think he's just Moti and Akil Hussein really keeping him out because he's definitely bowled really well in recent times and could easily find himself in the West Indies team if not for these two.
Lane picked for his bowling. Goes for a mighty heave and looks for a very quick signal, the ball going out on the onside. But I think his job is to try and make sure that he stays with Pierre and they bat the overs out.
Yeah, first and foremost for West Indies is just being able to bat out the remaining 3.3 overs. If they get a runner ball, that gives them an additional 21, which would make this competitive.
As we talk about Pierre, Roland Cox just writes me a note just to remind us that he's got a first-class 100.
Yep.
So, Pierre back in strike, 20 off 22. He's looked very good, very capable. I think the South Africans really, as soon as he came in, realized that he wasn't anything like a rabbit. He is now almost like a ballet dancer as he pivots on the foot and pulls it through the onside out towards mid-wicket. Willing to give Lane the strike. Lane must really understand his role here now. We are in the 49th over. So he doesn't need it to be too ambitious. Turn the strike over, give it to Pierre. So we'll have to see what will happen with the injury to Tyson. Mariki comes in and that's it high in the air. This will be, two men almost colliding and the ball dropping between the mid-wicket coming in and the mid-on running back. And for just a moment I thought there might have been a collision, but it just dropped between the two players. So Lane gives the strike back to Pierre, and the total goes up to 247 for 8. Chelsea has, Manchester United has just bought a Wolves player for something like $62 million. Whoa. Well, it's the end of the season. People are looking towards the future. West Indies selectors looking towards the future here in this series, especially when the 2 4-day test matches start. Mukili to Jonathan Lane. Lane a right-hander. Looking to drive. That wasn't very far away from the off stump. And that completes the 42nd over. So there's still some batting to be done, but I must give the South African captain a lot of credit. He didn't have to bowl the leg spinner the way he was bowling, but they had made inroads into the West Indies A batting. And I mean, this tour is all about development. And, you know, by continuing to give him spells, getting that wicket meant a hell of a lot to Peter.
Yeah, he backed his leg spinner. He struggled in pretty much every spell. And I think what was important, as soon as Paris and Glenn went, he gave the leg spinner another opportunity. And that worked out for him.
Well done to the South African captain, because if you're just thinking of win, but you're here to develop, and Peter's having his first game, and he kept him going. He was expensive, but the toll wasn't really climbing quickly. That's a very wide delivery. There's a bit of a conversation between the umpire and the bowler. Maybe he disagreed with the call. Pair is 21. And Chile to move in from the far end once more. 2 for 24 off 8. That's slapped away out towards a wide extra cover, goes over the boundary. It was fairly straight extra cover. And mid-off coming around. I think was a little surprised that the ball was going that quickly over the rope. So some important runs for the West Indies A. Now Dwight 252 for 8.
Yeah, and Pierre continues to impress with the bat. Again, we've spoken about the fact that he's primarily a bowler in this squad, but he's showing good batting ability. He's now moved on to 25 of 24, and that last shot pretty much shows that he has ability. That one was wide outside the off stump, and he hit that over the extra cover for four good-looking runs.
Still some overs to come, 47.1. Gary Pierre, 25 of 24. Still no, well, you can say there's almost a short third man now. No slip, no gully. He's playing it directly to the man we just described. Just pushing at it, opening the face maybe a bit, getting the outer part of the bat. The strike is rotated once more. It brings the batting skill of Lane into question. A little bit of a conference coming up between Pierre and Lane. The South African overall bowling has been fairly tight, except for Peter, who is expensive, and it's a development effort to keep him in the game, so to speak. But Chile, 8.2 overs, 2 for 29. Moriki, 9 overs, 2 for 41. Fortune, well bowled, 10 overs, none for 47. Surprisingly, Pongbana only 2 overs for 10 runs, never came back. Don't think that he looked injured, and the Swart really worked hard, 8 overs, 2 for 35. He had 3 or 4 spells. Bowled them. Big, huge hit. Didn't seem contented to play the role he should be playing, and Carrie Pear raising his hands to see if Tyson is going to come back. I think he gets the word that the innings ended at 253 for 9. Tyson will not come back. Will he, in fact, be replaced? That's the question. But from the very poor start, I suppose you can say that the West Indies, thanks mainly to outstanding innings of 96 from Paris, they were able to get contributions of Goli, 30, and then you have, of course, Glenn playing a very nice, attractive 52.
Yeah, given the fact that they were 17 for free, I think we all sat here in the commentary box thinking maybe West Indies would not even have gotten 200. But again, like you said, credit must be given to Paris, Goli, and Glenn. That middle order got the bulk of the runs for West Indies. And I think now they've put West Indies in a position where they would feel that's a total that could be competitive.
Well, they have to really lift the level of the bowling all round. Carrie Pear is going to be tight.
Yeah, so far in the series, they haven't bowled as well, especially the seamers up front. So that's going to be important to get wickets with the new ball. And now they have Daryl Cyrus, so now they do have options in terms of spin bowling ability, spin bowling options. So I'm sure Alec looks forward to bringing his team out, hopefully defend this total and give the West Indians something to cheer about this evening.
So South Africa's got to score just over 5.33. And we wait to see if, in fact, there will be a concussion substitute. The young Barbadian left-hander could come back in.
Hey, Jedediah Blades, who was rested today, so they do have options. But hopefully, like we've said, hopefully Tyson is fit and available to come out and bowl for the West Indies.
Well, let's do details of the West Indies 253. He didn't start very well, as you've been hearing. Aline was bowled by Mariki for 4. Athenes caught Smith, bowled Seeley for 4. Anderson, he was caught Smith bowled for 4. Paris caught Peter, bowled the Swartz for 96. Gooley run out for 30. Savory, caught keeper, bowled the Swartz for 3. Carrie Pear, a well-played innings of 26 off 25, hit 1-4 and 1-6. Cyrus bowled Peter 13, and Lane bowled by Steeler for 3. We had a situation where Mariki, 2 for 42 off 8. Sailor, 8.3 overs, 3 for 29. The Swartz, 8 overs, 2 for 35. Peter, 10 overs, 1 for 82. And Fortune, 10 overs, no middens, none for 47. So that's just about the details we could give you now. The big question is, Dwight, what will be the situation with the injury to Tyson? Will he be replaced, or will he be fit enough to still join the attack?
Yeah, well, I guess that's the only positive from that situation is since he got hit in the head, West Indies do have the option of making a substitution like for like. So they're not going to be a bowler down if Tyson is not able to bowl. So it's going to be interesting whether he is able to come out. But like we said, hopefully he is able to. I know he didn't have the best of games the last game, but he has an opportunity today, if he's given to the ball, to improve on what he did last game.
And there's a question being put to the lawmakers whether if a player on the opening day breaks down within the hour, or whether in fact there should be in fact a substitute rule amended.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they go about this, Reds, because what you could find is maybe some teams taking advantage of that and saying certain players are injured where they're not necessarily injured. So you have to be mindful and careful as to how you go about implementing those laws.
Yes, in this case it was maybe the leading Zimbabwe fast bowlers. So I don't believe there'll be any kind of trickery there. Well, that's just about where we will think. Enjoy your dinner, enjoy your evening. If you're some part of the world where you're having lunch, well, please do that too. So can the West Indies A keep South Africa A under 254? That is all in the future. We hope that the weather will hold. It looks quite promising, and we'll be back as soon as play resume. It's goodbye from the Darren Sammy. And welcome back as game about to resume at the Darren Sammy. And of course, South Africa A needing 254. I just want to check with my colleagues whether I missed the substitution. O.J. Seals is on the field. So, outside the line of the off stump, as Lane starts from the top end. So the West Indies A is still with a full bowling lineup, and this substitution rule all of a sudden can bring somebody who feels that, well, I'll watch this game today very much into the action.
Yep, in the thick of things.
Yes, there'll be an leg stop, very short single. Direct hit, is there an appeal? Yes, there's an appeal. But umpire Banwari in position said not out. So Harmon and Jason Smith starting. So
Munsami.
Harmon and Musami starting, correction. Have they basically stuck to the opening pair, or they've just made an adjustment?
This is the same pair from the second game. In the first game, we had Senokwan opening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Musami in strike. He's impressed us. Very solid looking player. Not a fancy player, but productive. Off the back foot, and will pick up 4 easy runs here. It didn't look like that when he got onto the back foot and carved it away nicely. But there was no backward point, and the third man running wrong like a 200 meter couldn't get there. So a good start by South Africa as they move to 5. The West Indies 253. They highlight the batting of Paris, who fell short at 96. A very casual shot, I felt. And this is pitched up, and Mulsami moving into the shot, but not timing it all that well. What you thought of the shot that Paris played? Kind of casual. I mean, he knew the man was down there.
Yeah, Claudius and I did speak about it. It's almost like he was looking for more timing, not necessarily power. The shot was on. Maybe a bit more power would have gotten it over that man at the backward square.
The shot was surely on, with a very short delivery. Maybe he should have pulled it towards mid-wicket. That was an appeal missing leg stump. As Lane throwing his hands in the air. Six without loss. We have lost 25 minutes early in the day, but we haven't lost any others. So, Herman 12, Musami 4. Good, solid looking front foot shot. Brings them a single because Medon had to attack the ball. Was playing forward, and just with the momentum of coming forward, they were able to pick up a very important single. It'll be interesting to see who will start from this end.
It's going to be the substitute in O.J. Shields.
O.J. Shields, wow. Thrown into action straight away.
Yep, like you said, maybe half an hour ago he would have been sitting, not expecting to play. But he's actually coming in for the injured Tyson.
I think you're looking at the figures of the young man who's about to start.
But it's his first game that he's playing in this series.
Yep. He starts with a keeper standing back and 2 slips. There's no gully. Oh, now a wayward delivery. Not the best start, but one can well understand. So psychologically, he didn't expect to play.
Yeah, it may take him an over or two, because like you said, 30 minutes ago he was just sitting there not expecting to be bowling. But we did take a look at what he achieved in the recently concluded West Indies 4-day championship. OJ Shields, representing Jamaica and CCC, had 12 wickets with a best of 4-4-86 in the just concluded 4-day championship.
It's interesting, in a first-class competition, you can play for 2 teams.
Yep, he represented 2 teams.
Still wider the mark, and there was an appeal for caught behind. But it looked like maybe only the bowler felt that there needed to be a shout. He didn't get any support from keeper. First slip. The weather seems to be holding. Not that I can see many stars. I can see the lights around the high ground, around the Darren Sammy. That probably is the best delivery in bowl. Had good carry, moved away, beat the left-hander. Munsami just jogging to keep going. So Munsami 4, Herman 2. Another wayward delivery. Maybe just trying a little too much.
Yeah, maybe searching for a bit too much pace. From what I saw of him in the 4-day championship, he's quite sharp, quite quick. So maybe it's a bit early on, just looking for a bit too much pace. So he's pushed 2 of them very wide outside the off stump.
Well, as you said, he might have taken over or 2 to settle down. Just remarking his run. So 8 without loss, second over. He's going around the wicket now. Batsman just leaving that alone, looking at it with some disdain. Truth to savory. But basically, the West Indies A, they benefited from 3 main knocks.
Yeah, the middle order, Paris, Gooley, and Glenn, they batted really well, and what I put up a competitive total, I would say.
Yes, I like the footwork of Glenn. That's driven, and will get a single. Was mid off moving to his right, knocking it down. Field changing over. Sami 4, Herman 3. Which down the leg side, no ball called. And the board still posting Tyson.
Yeah, that hasn't been corrected as yet, but it's actually OJ Shields guilty
sure.
of overpitching on that, overstepping on that occasion. Reds. Now it's a free hit for Munsami.
So what we got? We got a third man and a wide fine leg. Mid off, mid on, quite wide. Cover back foot point, 2 slips. And that's hiked away, and this will be yet another boundary for South Africa. Just too short. Not having the best of his opening over. But one must bear in mind that all of a sudden, he probably didn't expect to play at all. 10 without loss. And going back to his mark. One would have thought by now that Athens could have come and have a word.
Yeah, he's been a bit all over the place in terms of his length, full, short, wide.
That's turned down towards fine leg. That will be forward to the total. So it ended up being a fairly expensive over. Already South Africa 20 without loss. 10 without loss. Sami has gone to 14. Herman is on 3. And we've had only 2 overs bowled.
Yeah, South Africa off to an actual flyer. And OJ Shields on that occasion, a bit too short on a couple of occasions, a bit too wide, a bit too full. So a bit of a mixed bag in his first over. Alec Athens will be hoping that he comes back in his second over to bowl a much better over. And Johan Lane will continue from the media center end. And Johan Lane was one of the leading fast bowlers in the just concluded 4-day championship.
So Lane to the left-hander with 2 slips, no gully. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump, just back of a leg. The left-hander goes across and pushes out to the offside. Now, in the original announcement of the team, was Lane part of it?
Not in the 50 over part of the tour, just the 240 games. He's been part of that squad.
So he probably came in early and they decided, well, let's have a look. Lane pulling out of the approach. He wasn't happy with his rhythm. He probably felt he might have produced a no ball. Stopped well short of the crease area. So 20 without loss. I think the South African captain would be looking for a long innings. He hasn't had one. Good delivery. Right in target and not giving the batsman a lot of room, the left-hander, to work that through the onside. Hit it off the back foot. You stood in the crease and played defensively. But no pressure on the South Africans. They don't have to really go to the blocks very fast.
Yeah, none whatsoever. It's not a big total that they're chasing. As long as they bat the 50 overs, they should overhaul the score.
Good to see that Athens employing 2 slip. This will run away down to third man. And Gooley comes off the boundary. He seems to be a specialist in that area. Of course, he's already produced maybe the most brilliant run out in this A series.
Yeah, remember the second game running across to his left and pegging down the stump from long off. So excellent,
Yes.
excellent.
A good 50, 60 meters away. And maybe seeing 1.5 stump. Into the right-hander. And that's umpire in 2 minds, but didn't signal. A few more people have come into the ground. There's a little posse to the right there. Then goes back to his mark. Well, we'll have to bowl that again. So Lane himself might be just short of any real practice in the middle.
Yeah, since the breakout league, he's not really played any cricket. Maybe shot on a bit of cricket as well.
Very athletic as he moves in, and Munsami squared up on that occasion as he got behind it.
Yeah, good delivery, much better from Johan Lane. Squaring up Munsami, but Munsami well played in the end. And I think earlier you mentioned Munsami has looked good so far in a couple of games that we've seen. So definitely a lot of potential in this South Africa A batting lineup.
Lassad Leiberg and Fazir Mohammed producing a beautiful bit of writing on the late Tony Kozia, which is probably all over Facebook. So if you haven't read it, you might like to read it. He was equated to be the Sobers, Kozia, the Sobers of commentary. Great description. So, 3 of us gone, none for 22. You've read any of their work?
No, Reds, no. Not yet.
Well, I will send you whatever I have to one of the emails I have for you. I have 2. One is working, one is not. Both are Dwight Thomas. Dwight Dot Thomas, is that right?
Yep.
That's
correct.
right. So, OJC is looking to produce a better over than the first. Comes around the wicket, the right-hander. Still wide of the mark and called wide by umpire Taylor. Umpire Taylor, good all-round sporting personalities umpiring here. He also does a lot of radio football commentary, both radio and television in Jamaica. I think he's a bit of a track and tennis coach. And right in St. Lucia, he's been actually going to the tennis center and having a couple of matches. But that's far away from his mind as he waits for Seals to arrive past him. Looking to drive. The drive is well, but it doesn't beat the cover. But he's done a pretty good contribution to Jamaica's sport, both on the field of play and in the commentary box. He is one of the go-to men when the football season is on by Sports Max. They have the finals of the league outside the line of the off-stop, no ball called. So OJ Steele rushed into this, and it just might have been better if maybe Athens had brought him on for the first change.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling. So maybe in hindsight, what you said is correct, Reds. Maybe just give him an opportunity to run about the field for a bit.
Yes, yeah. And see what other men are getting out of the pitch.
Yeah, and even during the innings break, I didn't see much of him warming up, so that was a surprise as well.
Well, he probably had very little notice because it might be in touch and go whether Tyson will be ready. He is ready, Seals, and bowls a snorter, and he got it all correct there. He was right on target.
Yeah, very good delivery, very good bouncer. Herman just got out of the way of that one. So good aggression by O.J. Shields.
Herman, the left-hander, had to really duck for cover. So the 4-day, let's remind our audience, and we do hope that locally that there will be, in fact, an improvement in the crowd. It's June 1 to 4. Starts at 10 a.m. That's top edge, and that is going to hurt Seals because it goes nowhere near the first or second slip. So the runs continue to flow. Very short. He went into the hook shot. It came very quickly onto him and dropping well beyond the boundary. A little discussion between Herman and Musami. Herman has gone at 10, Musami is 14. Ackerman to come next. Totally different. West Indies employing 2 slips. South Africa hardly did, other than maybe the first couple of overs. Some surprising captaincy. I wouldn't say strange. Another short one. No pressure on the batsman. And it just might be a good idea to pull him out of the firing line and bring him back later.
Yeah, he continues to persist with the short length deliveries. On that occasion, very good bouncer in the end, but well left by Herman.
And no doubt from the figures you read, he obviously had a very good 4-day.
He had a good 4-day championship.
Number 13 on his back. Would it be lucky 13? And almost, because he went driving there, didn't peel off the outside edge and go to Savory. Took it very low near the boot. But there was no suggestion, no appeal, none for 31. This is the last ball of the fourth over. Seals back to his mark. This could be his first wicket. Who knows? Gooley is trying to get under it and takes the catch. Oh, how fortunes could change for a bowler. Having a torrid time. He was looking to work that through the onside. He seemed to take a leading edge and went, the way you see a kite at Easter, high in the air. Gooley had to do some running, but got nicely under it.
Yeah, good catch from Jed Gould. It's never easy under lights, especially when it goes so high. So good, comfortable catch and good reward for OJ Shields. It's been expensive prior to that 22 runs so far, coming off the 1.5. But a much-needed breakthrough for the West Indies.
And that will do Shields' confidence a great deal of good. Will he continue? Will Atenas pull him out and bring him back? Just allow him to benefit from the success. So South Africa at 31 for 1. 31 for 1. And according to the board, Ackerman, he must be talented enough not only to be selected, but to be made captain. Yet he has not really put together big scores.
Yeah, definitely. He captained South Africa under 19 as well. So definitely they see him as a very good leader. But in terms of his personal performance so far on tour, he hasn't been amongst the runs. In his 2 innings so far, he's only got in the 34 runs. So I'm sure he will be looking to kick on this evening.
Small man in stature, if you can imagine an Allen Border. And talking about left-handers, Alvin Kadicharan is back in Guyana to work on his foundation. And he is on a talk show this evening with Sean Devers and Derek Murray. And of course, I'll just continue. Well, one of the reasons why Derek is on, because himself and Alvin Kadicharan, Lance Gibbs and Rohan Kanai played for Warwickshire during that period. Murray also played with Kadicharan for the West Indies. And the delivery that takes him in the midriff, I don't believe it's where it really hurts. It's a little high.
No, a bit higher than that area, Reds. But Munsami definitely felt that one.
Well, he's on bended knees and propping on the bat as he gets a little bit of support for his captain. You ever had a serious injury when you played?
No, never suffered any serious injury. Never had any injury that kept me out of playing cricket.
But you got hit while batting?
Yes, on a few occasions, yes. I've gotten hit similar to what happened to Tyson. But lucky for me, the helmet did its job on that occasion.
You got hit in the helmet?
Yes.
Oh, wow. It must have been quite an experience. Well, he's recovered well enough to shuffle in behind that and push out in the offside. So, good evening to everyone in the Caribbean. And, well, we're getting well past midnight in South Africa. Goedenavan, Goedenacht. I don't know which one is Afrikaans, but I think I'm just in between. I had the pleasure of going to South Africa on 2 occasions. Stuck in the pad, the ball goes bouncing away to square leg. And the umpire now confirms my call. Dwight, if you ever get a chance, please make a trip to South Africa.
Hopefully, Red, sometime in the future, I'll get that opportunity. Looks a beautiful country out there.
It's a sporting country. I mean, cricket is a huge game. Football is a big game. Football is the people's game, and they play brilliant rugby.
Yeah.
And they have good athletes too. I would think just in every sport they can put together a very top-class squad. 32 for 1. As the captain faces up, forces it away, wide of Medan, who comes around towards mid-wicket. So the strike is rotated. As Ackerman gets off the mark, I'm sure he's happy about that. The dreaded knot. So Mosami gone for 14. Herman is 10. Captain is 1. That is short and pulled away. That's not the length that the West Indies need. Short down the leg side and simply getting into his wicket and hitting that very nicely as Mosami goes to 18. Herman has gone for 10. Ackerman 1. In the last game, the outstanding bowler was in fact Harry Peer.
Yeah, he was the best bowler in terms of economy rate. And what we've seen so far from this opening pair is similar to what we saw in the first 250 over games, Reds.
That's again down the wrong line. And quickly Bunsami getting into position and just squirting it around towards the backward point area. So the runs are flowing for South Africa. They don't have a big total to chase. 41 on the board already. And we've had, 6 overs completed?
5?
Five overs completed, I beg your pardon. So the weather is held, but don't let me speak too soon because it is very difficult in this dark night to judge.
Yeah.
Cox, good says to you, I'm whispering something to you.
Yeah, he's just reminding us it's O.J. Shields and not Tyson. So O.J. Shields will continue.
Oh, we already said that Tyson shouldn't be there. But the technology hasn't allowed them to change it. So Sears continues. Just flashing and almost caught at cover. Dropping just short. The board is all over the place. They have Tyson, none for 17 off 3.
Yeah.
He would like to be on.
But it's Lynn who has 3 overs, none for 17, and O.J. Shields in his 3rd over, 1 for 22.
Yep. And he continues around the wicket. And that's a bit of a loose shot outside the off stump. Well taken by Sabrins. Seri had to go down low just in front of the first slip. A little conference between the two. Both men prodding away. Doesn't really impact on the actual surface, but it's all about settling yourselves to face the next delivery.
Yeah, for some batsmen, it's just a matter of routine,
Yeah.
just getting into the groove of things.
First slip has gone wider. There's now a gully instead of a second slip that's clipped away. There's runs here for South Africa. Did that go over the... I think umpire Taylor waiting for... Well, no ball call first of all. And 6 now signal. So it did travel very far. But that's a double whammy hit.
Yeah, very good shot there from Ackerman. That one short, and he stood tall and hit that over a point for 6. Fantastic shot. And O.J. Shields, his third no ball in as many overs, so he's really struggling with line, length, and even his front foot as well.
And he's done 1 for 29. Ackerman, a short man, put that away nicely, bangs us down towards mid-off. Mighty swing of the bat as he launched into the drive, but didn't hit it as straight as he would like. 1 for 49. 1 for 49. Partnership now of 18. Ackerman 6, Bunsami 22. The slip a little closer together, not as wide as when bowling to the left-hander. Bunsami with this low crouch. Plays it with soft hands, turning it away. But don't get it to the right of the square leg umpire. Forward square comes in to pick it up. 149, 5.4 overs. The innings of the day by Paris. Contributions by Gooley. And then came Glenn. West Indies recovering from 17 for 3. That's a lovely shot. Oh, glorious. Square drive. Beautiful. Lovely timing. Ball pitched up outside the off stump. And it was more timing than power. Beautiful shot. As he sends the total over the 50 mark. It's 1 for 53. Musami goes up to 26.
Yeah, 2 full on that occasion from O.J. Shields, and Munsami just leaning into that square drive there. But Paris, a bit of a misfield, should have done a lot better on that occasion, gifting South Africa 4. And with that boundary, they've gone past 53 reds, and we're only in the 6th over, scoring at 9.09 runs and over.
And just back to that article on the late Tony Kozio. When you get home, you can check your email. I will send it to you. Read it before you go to bed. You will go to bed a happy man. Seals, reaching out and well stop at the backward point.
At the over.
Just want to see who did the work. He's lying down, difficult to
Paris
see.
redeeming himself.
Yep. Had to make an effort. In fact, he's still lying down as if he might have just jarred himself a bit. Taking his time to get up. It's like a boxer who's been knocked down. Seems to be just holding the right hand. So 1 more to the total, 53 for 1. I'll try to send you other articles by Lassal Leiberg and Fazir Mohammed. It's all on the 1975 World Cup squad. Nice bit on Andy Roberts. Yep.
So a piece on every individual player?
Every individual player. And they've thrown in other things, like they've done something on Larry Constantine, you know. Oh, yes. And some of the lesser names, if you want to say, they included everyone.
That's good.
Now,
Kadim Alin.
Aline. Yep. A man of many skills. open the batting, can open the bowling.
Yeah, an all-rounder.
So Ali in the distance, big man, very easy to pick up. 1 for 53, Ali comes in. That's driven by Ackerman as he moves up to 9. The total moves up to 53 for 1. Lights really impressive. The lights, I think, in all of the venues that held the World Cup, modern lights and much higher. The pylons are in fact a good couple of feet higher. The shadows almost equal. Ali once more. That's chugged. A little right hand into that shot. Going quickly down towards it on. Be interesting to see when Atades will introduce Curry Pair.
Yeah, and so far the way Siemens has struggled throughout the 350 over games that we've seen so far. It's only a matter of time before Pierre comes on, I think.
Yes, he can bowl a very tight defensive role. Alain forcing Sami to go onto the back foot, but he doesn't really time it. So players are already arriving for the 4-day test, and maybe a few more will arrive tomorrow, and I expect that those who have just arrived will be in the nets tomorrow.
Yeah, they should be training over the next couple of days in anticipation for the Sunday start.
Alain cracking up that big frame of his, comes in. Tumun Sami, a solid defensive shot, show him the maker's name. What sort of bat do you bat with?
I'm not sponsored, Red, so it's a plain bat.
Oh. A razor blade job?
Yep.
So you're hoping that somebody will see that you don't have a sponsor and sponsor?
That would be nice, Reds, but I don't play that much cricket.
So your name don't have commercial value. That's flicked away nicely, but doesn't beat the mid on to his right. The first bat I got was a Wisden bat. Played some third division cricketing guy in a white cup. You had Case Cup, Intermediate, and you had a white cup, Raja Cup, Frank Cup. Oh, there were many cups. Off the back foot on this occasion. Played for the West Indies Student Centre. Those green pitches in England. And want to guess my highest score?
Were you a batsman first of all, Reds?
A bit of an all-rounder. I bowled off spin and batted in the middle.
Okay, Reds. So I'm going to say 115, Reds.
How much?
115?
Are you trying to kid me? Try 42. I really want to get Claudia's highest score. He has been kind of cagey about it. He talks about 100, but Coxie cannot confirm the 100. He said he's been going through all the back papers of The Voice. He has to tell us who he made it, which ground, what date. I'll accept bowling figures. I'll accept bowling figures. Well, he'll tell his old story when he comes on about who he made the 100 against, on which day, whether he was playing against the St. Lucia Blind School. Now looking to try and flick that through the onside. Well, he will be on in the next over. 7.1. We say again, good evening to all in the Caribbean. We have had some very good responses in terms of the numbers who have been. That's a reverse sweep, which some coaches would like to ban. But in that case, the coach is not unhappy because he timed it very well.
Yeah, great execution of the shot there by Ackerman on this occasion. Pierre going straight on with no sweeper out on the offside. That's pretty much a safe shot as long as you get enough bat on it.
I was watching the West Indies play England. I wouldn't call the name of the person. Reverse sweep, out. It's something you really got. I was reading how the English captain practices the reverse sweep for hours using different lengths and things like that, you know.
For certain batsmen, Reg, it's almost like a cover drive now.
Gary Pear, we will tell you, is now back in to action. He's bowling from the commentary box end. And that was pulled away. So Pear has got a job to try and tie down this end. He's got 10 overs in which he can try and produce this for the West Indies. He's a good competitor, a good cricketer, Gary Pear. Brilliant in the field. He's demonstrated with the bat and ball he's quite capable in this series. First class 100 behind him. That's pitched up, driven down towards mid-off. So again we repeat that the first 4-day test starts on the 1st of June. June, when the World Cup was played in 1975. Pair working force. Very watchful, as if he's getting a little bit of turn. Pushes it down towards the long on. 60 for 1. Very much in the driving seat. They're not chasing 290. Chasing much less than that. Pair just going down leg side too much and flicked away by the South Africa captain. Allowed appeal for a run out. Is he? Well, umpire Banwari didn't put the dragon figure up, but he was in a good position. But we don't have a side-on view, but it must have been very close.
Yeah, it must have been very close, but really good feeling by Johan Lin coming from the deep mid-wicket boundary and firing a very good return right over the stump as we see on replay. Can't really tell from here because we don't have a side-on view, but good running and good cricket all around. Good running and excellent fielding by Johan Lin.
So 8 overs gone. It's 62 for 1. More from you, Dwight, and it will be Claudius.
So, yeah, 62 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. Not out batsman Munsami, who's 27 of 24. And Marquez Ackerman, 16 in quick time of only the 10 deliveries, which has included 1-4 and 1-6. It's going to be Kadim Alin to continue from the Players' Pavilion end. His first over went for 1. So bowled really nicely. And again, just continuing where he left off. Full delivery and Munsami just pushes it back. So Kadim Alin prior to today. This game had 4 wickets coming into this game. Has bowled really well for the West Indies. And he's continuing by 1.1 so far. Only considered the 1 run. And pulling things back nicely for West Indies. Claudius.
Thank you, Dwight. 62 for 1. And Aline to Munsami, clipped away, beats the mid-on out towards the boundary and into it now for 4. Nicely clipped away, full delivery into the pad and worked away nicely by Munsami, taking him to 31, 66 for 1. Nicely put away.
Yeah, a bit too full on that occasion by Aline and well played by Munsami. What was important is that he found the gap between the square leg and the mid-on.
Aline to Munsami, hooks it away out towards backward, square one bounce to Guli. Comes off the boundary, maybe going more towards long leg. 61. He goes to 32. And South Africa A scoring at 7.88. So they have this well within their reach. A further 187. We are midway in the 9th over. The left-handed Ackerman in strike, a lean to him. Yorker digs it out. Squeezes it into the offside. And there's no run. West Indies A 253 for 9 from 47.3. Gillan Tyson not able to bat, struck on the side of the helmet and having to retire hurt. Ali into Ackerman, top edge pulled. The fielder coming around will not be able to get it in terms of a catch, but will complete the fielding. Shields moving away to his right. So one taken by Ackerman. He goes to 16. 68 for 1. So Ackerman not in control. And getting the single. Aline will now bowl to the right-handed Munsami. Solitary slip in Anderson. Backward point extra cover, skirmish cover mid-off. In fact, Anderson being pulled away out of the slip position and will go at 45 on the onside. Forward square, mid-on. Deep backward square and deep third. Ali into Munsami, good delivery on the off stump, turned up to mid-wicket, and the over is completed. The 9th of the innings, South Africa A 68 for 1, Munsami 32, Ackerman 17. They need a further 186 to take the series 2-0.
Yeah, the South Africans continue to score almost at will. 6 runs off the last Aline over. And right now, like you said, 68 for 1 has only come off the 9 overs so far. They're going at 7.56. So West Indies just continue to struggle with the new ball in the first 2 games. They struggled with the new ball, and that is just a continuation of that today. What's going to be important is Kyrie Pierre. I'm sure he's going to be given the task to pull the run rate back and maybe grab a wicket or 2 for the West Indies.
Pierre starts over number 10 to Ackerman, who clips it out to long on for a single. So in the West Indies A innings, 253 for 9, 96 Paris, 52 Glenn, 26 Pierre and 32 Gooley, 3 for 29 Saley, and 2 wickets each for Morike and Dishwat, 1 for Peter. Pierre moving into Munsami. Goes back but doesn't have the room to pierce the offside field. It's a quite packed offside field. In fact, 5 men in the circle, 2 within the circle on the onside and 2 out on the boundary. Flighted delivery, turned to backward square leg. Aline is there and they take 1. So Rivaldo Munsami getting his 33rd run, taking the total to 70 for 1, 184 runs away is South Africa A. Gary Pierre will now go over the wicket to the left-handed Ackerman, who goes back and pulls it out towards mid-wicket all the way, or is that just inside? In fact, the fielder is saying to the umpire it has just cleared the rope. So going the full distance and just doing so, but it doesn't matter. As long as it clears the ropes, you get full value. So Ackerman pushing on. He goes to 24, 76 for 1. A short one pulled away over the ropes by the South Africa A captain, and quite safely so. because the fielders on the boundary at square leg and long legs, long on correction. Very safe stroke. Pierre again to Ackerman. Ackerman gets a fuller delivery and just clips it along the ground to Gooley, the long on fielder. One more to him. 25, 77 for one.
Yeah, Ackerman continues to look good. Reds, and I did mention earlier, he's not gotten a big score so far on tour. But today, really looking the part. So far, he's 25 of only the 15 deliveries. So very good start for him.
Indeed, he's been very busy in this knock. Pierre to Munsami, goes back, turns it. Sweeper comes off the mid-wicket boundary. They'll think of two, but not go for it. As the over is completed. Power play also completed. 78 for 1. South Africa A, they're scoring at 7.8. And they have gotten themselves in a good position to get to this target of 254.
Yeah, as of right now, so the South Africans, you could say, are very much in the driver's seat. In order for West Indies to get back into this game, they would need to break this partnership. So far, this pair, they've put on 47, so 3 away from what would be a well-deserved half-century partnership. So West Indies need wickets, and they need wickets quickly to get back into this game.
Kadeem Aline will continue, and he will be bowling to Munsami. Who in the first ODI got 49. Caught Mindley bowled Anderson. And in the second one, caught Atenes bowled Blades 4. As gets a full delivery, clipping it out towards the onside. The man from short mid-on. Underarm into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but missing. So this is a good platform for South Africa A. They've lost Jordan Herman. Caught Gooley bowled Shields for 10. Aline to Munsami, who's across and then going back and playing out to the sweeper at the deep point boundary. One more to the total. Number 56, Marquez Ackerman, who has an average of, or who had an average, we should say, of 26.6 before the series started. At this level, he gets a delivery that's on the off stump, coming forward and pushing it up into the extra cover position. And it's picked up there, and there's no run. Cyrus doing the fielding. We haven't seen him come into the attack as well, so that's an option that Atenes has up his sleeves so far. He's used the seam and just the spin of Pierre. Aline not happy with the approach, so has to go back. So the three seamers lane, 3 overs, no maidens, not for 17. Shields 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34. Aline in his third, not for 8. Comes into Ackerman, play and a miss outside the off stump. Angled across him. Drive, but not getting any touch. Savory taking that. So we look at the replay. Yes. Delivery that he thought they could have punched through the covers, but the angle taking it past the bat. So good delivery there by Aline. Would want to plug away on about that area. Comes in again to Ackerman. Ackerman lays bat on ball on this occasion. Plays it to the point fielder, Gary Pierre. And there's no run. 79 for 1. One delivery is left in the 11th over. And this game, as we told you, we've been telling you, will bring the end to the limited overs portion of the tour. Of course, all matches happening here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Full delivery on the off stump, punched away to the mid-off fielder to bring the over to an end. The 11th of the innings, 79 for 1. Ackerman remains 25, Sammy 35. That should be Moon Sammy. And 79 for 1. South Africa A scoring at 7.18.
Yeah, another really good over from Kadeem Alin so far. His 3 overs, he's only gone for 8 when the South Africans are scoring well over 7. So what he's been able to do for Captain Alec Athanaze is really tighten things up from one end. So Alec could be hoping that Carey Pierre, who so far has been a bit on the expensive side, 2 overs for 18, he'll be hoping that Carey Pierre takes a page from the book of Alin and keeps things tight. And hopefully with the build-up of pressure, force the South Africans into playing a poor shot and maybe getting a wicket or 2.
Pierre will continue. He will come for his 3rd over. So Athanaze has a number of bowling options that he can look at. So we have seen Shields, Lane, Tyson, not Tyson. Shields has replaced Tyson. Aline. Of course, we saw Anderson, Cyrus still to come. As first delivery of the 12th over, punched up to Athanaze himself at mid-on. No run. For Munsami, long off, long on, deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket. Down the track, lofting out towards the mid-wicket fielder. Couple of bounces to him. Fielding completed. They take the single. So Glenn, the man posted on the boundary in front of the Johnson Charles stand. Very empty stand. Perhaps in all of its expanse, maybe about 20 people. A few more in the Castries stand to our right. And a few more upstairs, the Players Pavilion. The left-handed Ackerman will come into strike. Pierre staying over the wicket, round the wicket in fact, outside the off stump, and plays up onto the onside. And there's no run. So to come, Quishele, Smith, De Swart, Pomguana, 14, Moriki. Back goes Ackerman, will get the single to Gooley, who comes off the long on boundary. And the total going to 81 after Morike, Peter, and then Sele. So South Africa A in a good position here. You would recall that they won the first game by 42 runs. The second one, no decision because of rain. Forward goes Munsami, clipping the ball past a diving Pierre down to long on. Shields is there. And he picks up on the edge of the circle. One more to Munsami. He goes to 37. 82 for 1. Ackerman comes in to strike. Pierre again to South Africa A captain, who paddles that fine, but good work by the fielder coming across from backward square leg. They over completed the 12th of the innings. A single to Ackerman. It goes to 27. 83 for 1.
Yeah, good tidy over there from Carey Pierre, only conceding the 4 runs from that over. And in the previous over, Munsami and Ackerman bringing up the 50 partnership. The 50 came off just the 47 deliveries. So good partnership by the captain. And Munsami, like we said, like Reds and I said earlier, who's looked really good on tour so far. He did miss out on the half century in the first game by 1. So I'm sure he's going to be looking to end this leg of the tour on a really good note.
Aline coming up for his 4th over, the 13th of the innings. South Africa A scoring at 6.92. They need a further 171 from 228 balls. Aline to Ackerman off the back foot, chopped away. Lane is patrolling the point boundary and gets the single in. One to the total, 84 for one. Lane in a part of the ground that makes him look very lonely. There's nobody close to him. No player, no spectator. Feeling a little bit lonely out there, but no doubt concentrating. He's now at square leg as the right-hander waits for Aline. Shot pulled away and work there for Lane. Can he come across? Ooh, it was a close thing. And it just dropped short of him and rolls to the boundary. Well, lonely or not, he is pressed into action. Had to come off the blocks and he needed a sprint and a dive, but just falling short of him. Valiant effort. Not able to save the boundary. 88 for one as Munsami goes to 41. Aline to Munsami. Full toss it over the top of mid-on. And into the long on boundary for 4. So successive boundaries to Munsami, taking him to 45. And the total 92 for 1. The South Africa A pushing along.
Yeah, Munsami on that occasion just stepping away to the offside and hitting a full toss. A poor delivery, you must say, by Kadeem Allen, just hitting that one over mid-on for 4. And the runs continue to flow for the South Africans.
Allen again to Munsami. Shot hooked away. Can Gully get around? No, he can't. And into the boundary for 4. Got the hand to it. And not able to hold on while going into the boundary. And all of a sudden, Munsami has gone 4-4-4. Goes to 49, 96 for 1.
Yeah, I guess he's just pressed on the accelerator there. Free boundaries and free deliveries. And by the looks of it, Kadeem Allen is struggling.
Yes, he's bent over. Saw him actually holding the left side. Bit of a strain to the left side there. And calling for assistance from the dressing room.
But the West Indies have substitute fielders left? Because from what I could see, Kevin Wickham and Keon Gassner are already on the field.
Yes, as he delivered that last delivery, just holding the left side. And now looks like he's going off. So problems here for West Indies A. As the team doctor comes out. And just checking on Kadeem as he walks off. And they will get assistance in the dressing room. Well, we're not seeing any player coming to replace Kadeem. And does that mean that the West Indies A are short of resources? No, a player is coming out. And yes, a player is coming out. Not quite sure who that is, but we have seen Gillan Tyson go off because of the hit to the helmet. Paris has also gone off, and we've just had Aline go off the field as well. So we've got a player. Have you identified who's come on, Dwight? Okay, Ocean was already on.
Wait, Ocean came on.
Is it Ocean that came on?
Yeah.
Well, he's on. He's there now at backwards square leg. So, couple of deliveries left in the over and will be completed by Jid Gooley. Comes in round the wicket to Munsami, who plays back to Gooley. So there's still substitute resources for West Indies. They turned away by Munsami. And will that be pulled back? Yes. Fielder coming across Cyrus, completing the work. Backwards square leg. 50 coming up for Munsami with the couple, as he just turned that nicely down to long leg. So he's 51, 98 for 1 at the end of the 13th over, completed by 2 bowlers.
Yeah, very good innings by Munsami, bringing up his 50 of only the 40 deliveries. So very good batting, good strike rate as well, over 120, and he's put his team in a really good position at 98 for 1, and they require a further 156 of 222 deliveries. So plenty of time left in order to get those runs. So West Indies really need a wicket.
Current scoring rate 7.54, required rate 4.22. So South Africa A pushing themselves along. West Indies A 253 for 9, Paris 96, Glenn 52, Gooley 30, Sele 3 for 29, and 2 wickets for Sele and the Swat. PS starts to Ackerman. Ackerman has paddled that down to fine leg. Will it be pulled back? Yes, by the man coming from backward point. 2 more completed. Or is that 3 completed? 3?
3, yeah.
Taking Ackerman to 31 and 100 coming up. 101 for 1 in the 14th over. South Africa A continuing to score at that healthy rate of above 7. Munsami just completing his 50, coming in to strike. 50 coming in quick time. Striking at over 120. Pierre to Munsami, back, and hits it back to the bowler. Pierre in his 4th over, not for 25. He will move in once again to Munsami. Flighted delivery, pushed away. Can Midon come across? Yes, Athanaze. And keeps Munsami in his crease. 153 needed for victory. Delivery that Munsami was looking to clip away on the onside, not able to do so, playing it back to Pierre. Pierre again to Munsami, played away out towards long on. Fielder will come off the boundary, that's Shields, and the right-hander will take one that takes him to 52, 102 for 1. Ackerman, the left-hander, will come in to strike. Pierre will bowl to the South Africa A captain. Reverse fine away from Thomas and into the boundary at third man for 4. Delivery outside the off stump. And, well, Ackerman showing that he's got all the fancy modern strokes, and we saw 2 examples of it in the over, ending it with a reverse sweep down to deep third for 4. He goes to 35 at the end of the 14th. 106 for 1. More from you, Dwight. And then it will be Reds. We'll do 1 more over before the veteran comes in.
Yeah, Ackerman looks like a very good player of spin. What we saw in the previous over so far, the reverse sweep was executed nicely, and even the paddle sweep. So he does favor the sweep shots, and he's moved on to 28 of 23 deliveries, and he's been able to rotate the strike nicely. So excellent batting from the captain, and so far this pair they've put on 75 for the 2nd wicket.
Kevlon Anderson, number 63, is going to be brought into the attack. Well, we say attack, but I'm not sure how much attack
Keep going, Andy. Keep going, Andy.
is being employed by the West Indies. Let's say into the bowling. Shot pulled away straight to Lane, who's coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. One more to Munsami. He goes to 52, 106, 107, 53 he is, 107 for one. As Anderson will come in to Ackerman. Anderson will come round the wicket. Back he goes. Anderson looking to stop it with his boot, not successful. It is Thomas at the long on position that completes the fielding. One more to Ackerman. He goes to 36, 108 for one. So Anderson being brought on. We saw him pick up a couple of wickets in the first game. So he comes in, goes to Munsami, who turns it straight to Cyrus. There's no run.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
So Anderson 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 44 in the first game. Donga leg side.
Hey!
Bales being whipped off. Question being asked by Savory. But umpire Taylor is not responding. Umpire Banwari at signal wide, 109 for one. Anderson again to Munsami forward on the off stump.
Boys,
Keeping Munsami watchful. Can't score. He runs it down to backward point. Dot ball recorded. Anderson again to Munsami. Clipping it out towards long on. Easy single.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
54 to Munsami. 110 for one. One delivery left in the 15th over. And it's going to be Ackerman to come in to strike. Anderson not for 25 from 4 in the second game. So being used by Atenay. Short delivery, hoiked away out towards mid-wicket. It's going to fall safely, and beat the fielder coming across to his right from square leg. So a boundary to Ackerman to end the 15th over, taking him to 40. And the South Africa A, 114 for one. They are 140 runs away from their target as the umpires call for a drinks break. An opportunity for Dwight Thomas to reflect on the first 15 overs of the innings. South Africa A losing 1 wicket and scoring at 7.6.
Yeah, the first 15 overs, you could definitely, the South Africans have their noses ahead right now. 114 for one of only 15 overs. And so far, not out batsman Rivaldo Munsami, 54 of 49 deliveries. We have Marquez Ackerman, 40 of only 27, which has included 3 fours and 2 sixes. So far, this pair, they've put on 83 for the second wicket. In terms of what we've seen from the West Indies bowlers, we have Johan Lane, 3 overs, none for 17. We have O.J. Shields, 3 overs, 1 for 34. Did get the only wicket to fall, but very expensive. We have Kadeem Alin, who bowled 3.4 overs, suffered an injury, so was not able to complete his 4th over. He's got none for 21. Kyrie Pierre, 4 overs, none for 30. Jed Gooley, who completed the Alin over, only the 2 deliveries, considered 2 runs. And Kevlon Anderson, the latest bowler we've seen, 1 over, went for 8, wicketless. So West Indies searching for a wicket so far. Alec Athanaze has used 6 options so far, and only O.J. Shields picking up that lone wicket, Reds.
Yes, and long break for South Africa, very much in the commanding position of 114 for one. Ackerman getting his best knock for the series because he was a little below what you expect the captain at number 3 to be producing.
Yeah, we spoke about the fact that he's been short on runs in the first 2 games, but he's come out today with some real positive intent, and he's put his team and himself in a very good position, 14 not out.
Well, news has come into our box that the president of the West Indies board, Dr. Shalom, is across in the enclosure above the players. And also here tonight is the CEO of the West Indies board, who is back, Chris Daring. Whether they have come in for this only or they're going to stay on for the 4-day test, I will think that Mile Bascom will probably be coming in and one or two others.
Yeah, it's nice to see them here, Reds. Definitely that will inspire the players. The president is here with us, maybe for the award ceremony later this evening. Because today we have today's the last game of the 50 over leg. Maybe there is some sort of presentation later this evening. Who knows, Red? But it's nice to have them here.
Yes. Good if the media can get an opportunity to do a couple of interviews. I would think that ideally the West Indies board should put on a press conference with the two coaches and the two captains to try and beef up the interest and the attendance for the first 4-day test.
Yeah, definitely. Some more marketing that would be used as an opportunity to market the players so that the public could know exactly, especially with the 2 4-day games. We have a lot more, I would say, experienced players that will feature in those games.
Yes. Well, I did make an attempt to get a couple of drummers. I reached out to an organization that I would not name, but didn't quite get a response. So the drinks are off and the action comes back, and South Africa 114 for 1. Who we got joining with the attack? Cyrus with a short approach and a leg break just too short. That goes over. For a moment I thought that went over the rope, but it was just inside the circle. It started looking much too towards the boundary. So Cyrus batted for the Windies here, but ready picked for his bowling. Leg spin with a long off, long on, deep mid wicket. Orthodox mid wicket, fine leg. Third man, slip, cover in the boundary. Reverse sweep down to Thomas, who makes a dancing save. One more to the total as Ackerman goes up to 41. Munsami 55. Leg spinner now with a slip. Went up for an appeal, didn't get support from slip nor Savory. But maybe a missed opportunity for Musami. 116. Good delivery. Had to play with respect and almost could lose his wicket if he didn't hustle back, because captain didn't respond for the expected signal that he wanted.
Yeah, Munsami was convinced that there was a single, but Ackerman sent him back. I think quite rightly so as well.
Cyrus, short, miscued, didn't hit it with the middle of the bat at all. It seemed to come off the inner part of the bat and went down towards Thomas at square leg. So the strike is rotated. 117 for 1. The end of the 16th over coming. Umpire Taylor just holding up Cyrus. There's some adjustments in the field. You can't be bowling and the field is not really set And that's short, and that pulls us towards the backward area down by the scoreboard. Just too short by Cyrus. And as we said, Ackerman enjoying his best innings of the series, moves up to 45. So Munsami on 54, Ackerman on 45, 121 for one. Growing up, there was a Sonny Munsami who was, before independence, he was British Guyanese, lovely attacking batsman, nice footwork. Unfortunately, lost his life in a car accident. Yes, such is life. So Anderson, with his off spin, just back of a length, and Munsami looking to cut. And as that Munsami who passed away in Guyana had talent, this one has demonstrated he's got talent too. That's whipped away. Umpire Taylor taking evasive action, getting right down as it passed over his right shoulder. Anderson, who picked up 2 wickets in the first game, now going around the wicket. No slip. I think this has gone quite defensive. One can understand that. Anderson bowler blobbed up off the pad. I would think they'll come back for what I expect to be 2 leg byes, but let's wait for the umpire. Nope, not the right call. It obviously had some bat there.
Yeah, definitely. Pat just almost scoop paddle, I would say, over the wicket keeper. And so far, Ackerman has played those shots, and he's played those shots quite nicely.
The way how it bubbled up, I thought it was the pad. But it adds 2 more runs to 124. And that's Anderson swept down towards backward square. I think this can't stop the run flow. One way, of course, of stopping the run flow, Dwight, is to pick up some wickets, break the partnership. You get 1, you get 2.
Yeah, and that's exactly what West Indies need at this point, a wicket or 2.
Anderson bowls. It's off the back foot, hit hard into the ground. And the backward square comes in. Well bowled. With control there, he just pushed towards the right of the bowler, who comes across, picks up the ball, and of course the ball these days are handed to the umpire. So the West Indies hit by some injury.
Yeah, Tyson, unfortunately, he had to be subbed off, concussion sub. Paris also is off the field. Misfielded 1 and went off the field immediately, so did suffer an injury. And Kadeem Allen just pulled up.
Yes. Well, this is the last game. Some will stay, some will go, others will arrive. They'll be just outside the leg stump, not called. So it must have brushed the pad.
That was close to the leg stump.
Yes. Hit on the drive towards mid-wicket. I need to double check when Barbados and St. Lucia will play international football game here. That's a little scoop shot. It bounces away down towards the long leg. They come back for the second run. He certainly has worked in that shot in practice, and he does it very well.
Yeah, and he's executing them nicely. And with that little paddle down to the fine leg area, he's moved on to 50 of only 34 deliveries, which has included 4 fours and 2 maximums. Good knock.
He'll have a big smile on his face when he goes back to the Bay Gardens Hotel tonight. When you're a captain, you really want to make a contribution with the bat.
Yeah, definitely. And with that 50, he's actually brought up the fastest 50 that we've seen in the 350 over game so far.
Well done. It's come to form at the right time. 127 for 1, 17.3 overs. And Cyrus to continue. Worked off the pass to mid-wicket. Ball going straight to carry pair. The West Indies women off to South Africa. The West Indies men in England now. They have left the Irish shores. I grew up with a song being very popular in the review fusions, When Irish Eyes Are Smiling. Well, that was a drawn series, but they would have a benefit from hosting the West Indies. Cyrus, that quick step in. Mosami turns it away, down towards backward point.
That's the over.
The over is called. So this game just drifting away towards a South African victory. And the one thing now the West Indies can do is pick up a hat-trick.
Yeah, but for Alec Anthony, who's going to pick up the hat-trick? So far, he's used 7 options, and only O.J. Shields has taken a wicket.
Well, Anderson waiting for the 2 batsmen to finish their mid-wicket little discussion, whether in English or in Afrikaans, we do not know.
Yeah.
Maseri standing up as his fellow Guyanese comes in his off
Yes,
spin,
Andy.
plays it back, and Savory very chirpy like most keepers. 129 for 1. This is the 19th over. That's cut away, nicely stopped.
Swallow.
Good athletic movement to the left. At a backward point. Johnson ball hit hard, and that was a very good attempt. That was goalkeeper-like. The kind of things that you see Lincoln Phillips of Trinidad and Tobago, Gordon Banks, the great goalkeepers, Yashim of Russia, Zoff of Italy. Excellent effort.
Yeah, what an effort by Alec Anthony. Had he taken that catch, it would definitely been the best catch that we've seen in the 3 games.
It was hit fairly hard too, to his right.
Oh, yes, I love it.
Yes, Anderson. And Musami going across and trying to work the ball through the onside.
Pressure. Pressure start building here, man. Pressure start building here, boys.
Savory looking to G up Anderson.
Yes, pressure start
The
building
ball's
here, boys.
another dot ball
Going on.
that Roland Cox records. Not a bad over.
Building here, fella.
Yeah,
Pressure
5
building
dots
here,
so
boys. Keep
far,
working,
1
fella.
away from maiden.
Anderson tossing the ball from hand to hand.
He got bowling.
That's
Andy.
push pass. Anderson, who stepped his right, but he couldn't stop the signal. Ball going down towards long on. So the 19th over is completed. The 19th over is completed. In case you have just joined us, Herman caught Gooley, good catch, off the bowling of Seals. The 10. Munsami not on 59. Ackerman not on 51. So it's been a very productive partnership. So these two may go on to try and get us close, but maybe we might see a wicket or 2 falling, and others will come in from the middle order.
Yeah, a wicket or 2 changes the game slightly. West Indies really do need a wicket. So far this pair they've put on 99 runs, so it's been a very good partnership, and they're still scoring well over 6.84 runs and over.
Cyrus wants the cover to move closer towards the square leg umpire. He's just forward of square. Cyrus bowls off the back foot. Doesn't time it very well. Munsami is one of 3 or 4 players from South Africa here that have impressed us.
Yeah, definitely in terms of the batting, you would say Kweshele, Ackerman, and Herman.
That's well, that leaks through. Is that Anderson?
Yes, Anderson.
It was short and cut away, and for whatever reason it went right through his hands, and they were able to take a single. 131 for 1. 100 has come off of 93. You didn't quite get from Claudius where he got the 100. I thought you might have followed up.
No, Reds, he's maybe keeping that one a secret.
A big secret. Because no one knows. So 1 for 131. Cyrus bowls to the left-handed, and that pushed down towards mid-off. Seals comes across. Can't stop the single. So they're really taking their time, finding the boundaries, rotating the strike. A lot of batting to come. That's swept away, and again there's a stumping effort. Savory is pretty quick to stump.
Yeah, good glove work there from Savory. But Munsami, pretty safe.
Yes, the back leg really well behind the crease, but you gotta simply go through the action if you're a keeper. Back leg in the air, you're in business. Cyrus to Munsami. That's turned away, and a diving effort again by Anderson, who's having a difficult time down there, but that was well away from him. He was goalkeeper style as he dived across. So more runs for South Africa, 136 for 1. Again, we say good evening to all in the Caribbean. And it's good morning in South Africa. Good Medoc, well, not really. Good Medoc is good midday. Cyrus beating Munsami outside the line, like some well bowled.
Yeah, it looked like the googly from up here. And yes, it was right between the button pad, almost taking the off some. So good delivery from Cyrus. Good variation.
And again, quick stumping, but that back leg is well anchored. So the over comes to a conclusion, and Anderson is going to continue from the far end. Cyrus has had 3 overs for 17. Anderson has had 3 overs for 13. The innings of the day has really come from the West Indies. Their point of view has come from Paris, 96. That's swept in the air and be safe, well away from the backward square. So Anderson outside the leg stump, allowing the sweep shot easily.
Yeah, and Ackerman has played the sweeps really well. He's played the reverse sweep, he's played the paddle, he's played the slog sweep, the conventional sweep, so, and he's executed them really well. Seems to be likes to sweep and a very good sweeper of the ball as well.
So Anderson once more trying to keep the South African defensively, but he does not. Bowls a full toss, and that's hit out the mid-wicket for yet another boundary. And the West Indies body language seems to have gone very flat.
Yeah, West Indies really need a wicket, and Alec Athens just can't seem to find a bowler that would provide that wicket, and they've now put in 113 for the second wicket. And so far they've hit 16 fours, Reds, and 4 sixes, and they're going at well 7.08 runs and over.
It's 20 to 9. At this rate, we'll have a very early night.
Lee work on, Lee work on, Lee.
By the looks of it, Reds, yeah?
So Anderson still around the wicket. Adjustments being made to the field. A reverse shot down to over the rope. Really and truly, the shots are really being played. And all of a sudden, the South African captain is showing his skills.
Yeah, and he's toying with the field. There was a sweeper prior to that delivery, but after he swept it over the square leg region, he brought the sweeper into the circle on the offside. He then went reverse sweep over the offside. So excellent batted, and he's actually just toying with the field at this point.
He's 64, 148 for one. Gets a single, which Savory goes after, just down to a short fine leg. But in vain, can't stop the single. They are racing on. Scoring at 7.2. Wickets in hand. Really in the driving seat. Not far away from taking the series. That's lofted away to the right. There is good stop on the boundary. Come back for the second run. Out with mid-on. Long on really, running to the right.
Yeah.
Well, this might well be Anderson's last over. But don't know who he can turn to. That's driven straight and driven powerfully. Oh, a lot of bottom hand to that shot. It was pitched up to him and he hit it bullet-like. And long on having no chance of stopping it. 155 for one, 155 for one. And Ackerman closing on Musami moves to 66. Musami is 78. And it's going to be Cyrus to continue.
Yeah, very expensive over by Anderson, conceding 19 runs off the 21st over. And South Africa, with that last boundary, they now need just 99 of 174 deliveries at a required rate of 3.4.
You know, when you see a young man like Anderson brought into the attack, you ask yourself a question: how often does he really work on his bowling?
I remember when he came into the attack in the first 50 over game, we were a bit surprised. So haven't seen him really bowl that much for Guyana. But he's bowled a lot more for the West Indies in these 3 matches than I've seen for Guyana in recent times.
Yes, and that begs the question whether he in fact does work on his off spin. He's come from a country that's had one of the best off spinners the world have seen, Lancelot Richard Gibbs, who I'm told will be coming to Barbados with his wife Joy. I'm told that good 10 or 11 players from the World Cup squad will be in Barbados for the special 50 over celebration. Number 39, that's hit high over cover, more runs into the boundary now, pitches now outside the leg stump, and the left-hander really having a field day, the captain. He's going to have a big smile on his face, and he's going to make telephone call initially back to South Africa, chats with his wife or his father or his mother or his coach. He'll be calling someone. It'll be kind of early in the morning to make that kind of call. Ackerman on driving, good effort there by Cyrus, diving to try and parry it with the left hand, and they come through for the single. 160 for one, 21.2. So because of the series, both sides really showing an awful lot of the young talent that's swept away from outside the line of the off stump. Such as the size of the ball that Musami is seeing. Cyrus now to the left-handed Ackerman. There's no slip. Short, and it seems to just go past the keeper. Let's see what is the signal. He got a little bit of bat to it. It bounced a bit, but outside leg stump.
Yeah, definitely. There was a bit of an appeal from Cyrus, but definitely missing the leg stump quite comfortably, as we see on replay.
So Cyrus just waiting for the field to settle. He pulling the square leg or out to mid-wicket. That's in place now. The straight mid-wicket has gone squarer. That's clipped away. There's more runs coming from South Africa. That's going to beat Anderson. Not his fault, but into the boundary because it came off the outer part of the bat. It wasn't meant to go there. But South Africa are such in command. Everything is going their way. 1 for 166.
Yeah, a bit too short and too wide there from Cyrus. And Munsami just hit that past the backward point for 4.
Well, both with an opportunity of getting 100, and that's picked up and clipped away nicely. Woo! You're seeing an array of shots, and Athens just doesn't have an answer to try and slow the rate of scoring. So 170 on the board. More from you, Dwight, and Claudius will come calling.
Yeah, this pair, they pretty much putting on what I would say is a batting masterclass, hitting the ball through all parts of the outfield, whether it be the offside, the onside. A real batting masterclass by this pair. So far, they've put on 139, and Munsami is 79 of 74 deliveries, and he's captain Ackerman on 71 of only 44 deliveries, which has included 8 fours and 2 sixes. And West Indies, they've turned to Johan Lynn to try and get them a breakthrough.
Indeed, South Africa, well, they are in the box seat and they are running away with this. Ackerman has really pushed on. Back a few deliveries ago, he was level with Munsami. Lane bowls short and over the head of Ackerman. Umpire Banwari says that's too high, so he calls wide. 171 for 1. Partnership of 140. Herman was caught goalie ball Shields a long time ago. That was when the score was, he was out for 10. The last Coxie told me, when was that? What was the over number? And the score, that was a long time ago. Bit of attention being given to the grip on the bat there by Pierre for Munsami. It was the 4th over and the score was 141. That's top edge. Possibility of a catch. Mid-off. And catch taken. So Ackerman finally going. Looking to go again. Or aerial. Top edge. And the ball going to, who's that? Anderson. At mid-off. So finally a breakthrough for the West Indies A. Ackerman caught Anderson bowl lane 71. 23rd over, 171 for 2.
Yeah, Johan Lynn coming back to get the breakthrough, and he delivers for his captain, getting that big wicket of Ackerman, gone for 71. Ackerman looking to hit that somewhere over long on. Gets a leading edge and good catch from Anderson. And the West Indies finally get a breakthrough.
It's taken a long time. Partnership of 140 between these two. As I was saying, Herman was caught goalie ball Tyson for 10 at 31. So I'll take credit for this wicket. Dwight?
Yes, Claudius.
Finally, a wicket coming for the West Indies A. And as you said, the two really put on a good exhibition of batsmanship. They rotated the strike. They were aggressive when they had to be. In fact, Ackerman was interesting to me, the way he went about his innings. Went at more than a run a ball. In fact, his strike rate was 157. And he was the man that really stepped on the accelerator.
Yeah, and if you look at the way he batted, he faced 45 deliveries and only 13 of them were dot balls. Even when he was not finding the boundary, he was able to rotate the strike. He played a number of reverse sweeps of the spinners, paddle sweeps, slog sweeps. So he seems to be a very good player of spin. Normally, for South Africans, normally they're better players of the fast bowling because they're more used to that. But Ackerman showed his ability against the spinners and has been, in my opinion, one of the best innings that I've seen so far in terms of those free games.
Yes, absolutely. Very positive. But a man who has been in good form is Senatemba Kweshele, getting 126 in the previous game. So he's in good form. He is coming at number 4. Lane to him. Ball them! Oh, but it's a no ball! Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh, it was bang on target and crashed into the stumps. But umpire Banwari's right hand was extended. Oh, disappointment for Johan Lane. As we look at it, that hit the off stump, but the outstretched arm of umpire Banwari was very much there. And disappointment for Lane. Good delivery, but it doesn't count.
Yeah, what a delivery to get first up. Completely castling Kweshele, as we see on replay. That one just straightened after pitching, and Johan Lane off in celebration, not realizing it was a no ball. Now Kweshele now has a free hit.
Yes, and in fact Lane, it took him a long time to realize it was a no ball because he had gotten almost parallel to the batting crease celebrating, and then the teammates told him, no sir, it's a no ball. Oh. He has to now contend with the free hit. Kweshele waits. Hits down the ground long and massive over long off for 6. Well, he planted his right foot outside the off stump, spread the left one, and really opened up. And found that in his hitting zone and gave it the full treatment all the way over long off for 6. How expensive it is to bowl a no ball.
Yeah, and especially to the most informed batsman that we've seen so far in the free match series.
Kweshele 6, 178 for 2. Lane to Kweshele. Right on the money. Plays back to the bowler. So Johan Lane ruined his misfortune there, but he's got himself to blame, not getting some part of that front foot behind the line. So being penalized. Well, Kweshele could hardly believe his luck after he heard the rattle of stumps behind him. Lane to Kweshele short, bouncing over the batsman's head. It drops short of Savory. Umpire Banwari says 1 for the over above the shoulder. 178 for 2. And these rules in the game can seem to be a little harsh at times, but it just shows the value of doing the basics, practicing the right things, and doing it in the game. Lane to Kweshele, good delivery. He'll get the single to extra cover. Atenes can't stop the quick single. Sami responding well. Kweshele goes to 7, 179 for 2. 1 delivery left in the 23rd.
Yeah, Johan Lane almost got the 1 wicket, but in all honesty, should have had 2. Exactly what the West Indies would have wanted, but unfortunately bowled a no ball. So he now has to do it all over again, and West Indies still need wickets in order to get back into this game.
Lane to Munsami. short wide outside the off stump. Let go by the batter, just asking umpire Taylor for the call, but clearly that was not above the shoulder, so that's okay. The end of the over, 179 for 279 to Munsami. Kwishele is on 7.
Yeah, I did mention. Yeah, I did mention Kwishele and the form that he's been in, and so far in the 2 innings on this tour, he scored 181 runs. So definitely the leading run scorer we've seen so far. And Yohan Lane getting him in our first delivery to a no ball. West Indies will be hoping that they don't pay for that.
South Africa A, 71 runs away, scoring at 7.96, needing a mere 2.63. Easy pickings, you would have to say. Cyrus up for his 5th over, not for 32. Will bowl to Unsami, 79 from 75. Flighted delivery, push back to Cyrus. 179 for 2. 75 to win. Cyrus to Munsami back, cuts it away out to the sweeper. Straight to man coming off the boundary. One more to Rivaldo Munsami, as brings Kwishele into strike. Munsami before the series averaging 29.81 in List A matches, playing into the offside. Good delivery from Cyrus. Plugging away. He's got the slip in support as he comes in, plays back, beats the slip, beats the backward point, out towards the boundary, and will go all the way, in fact, with Anderson not able to pull it in. And not for the first time we have seen that stroke. In fact, we saw it in the previous over from Cyrus, going back and finding the gap between the slip and the backward point, threading it nicely. Nice deft touch from the right-hander. He goes into the 80s, 83, 184 for 2. Savory, maybe suggesting a field change. Yes, there's a swap of fielders. Pierre goes from extra cover to backward point. Anderson comes to extra cover. Cyrus to Munsami. Munsami looking to slog sweep and missing to one that is wider of off stump. Looking to tug it away towards mid-wicket cow corner. Maybe it was too full for the stroke. Inside edge and between his legs almost. Keeper picking up at short backward square leg. The over comes to an end. Munsami remains on 83. Kwishele 884 for 2. Runs required for victory 70.
And Cyrus coming to the end of his 5th over. None for 37 so far. Going at 7.4 runs on over, so a bit expensive. And the South Africans, they only require further 71 at only 2.7. So if you look at the stats, should be easy. West Indies in desperate need of a wicket or 2. An important wicket, they would need the wicket of the Munsami, who's on 83 of 79 deliveries, who's been in from the very start.
Lane starts a new over to Kwishele, driving nicely to mid-off. Thomas is there, and there is no run. 184 for 2. This is the 13th over. Correction, this is the 25th over. Lane will now bowl to Kwishele, drives outer portion of the bat. The sweeper comes off the boundary looking for the second, but they decide against it. As is coming through. Wickham, one of many substitutes on the field, picking that up. Of course, West Indies A, number of injury concerns to players. Lane to Kwishele. Kwishele back, will get a single down to Shields, another of the substitutes. In fact, he's the concussion substitute. On for Gillen Tyson, hit on the helmet by a ball from Deswat. In fact, he was taken away from the ground for medical attention. We don't quite have a report on his status. Lane to Kwishele. Kwishele looking to uppercut. Savory going up with the appeal. No response to the appeal from the umpire. And total stays on 184 for 2. Correction, 186 for 2. Lane coming in again. Bowls wayward delivery down the leg side. And wide call. One more to the total. 100 and well, it's a bit difficult to know the correct score at this stage. 191, 187. Shot, ducking under it is Kwishele, and the umpire signaling 1 above the shoulder. So this is the 25th over, and Lane going to the top of his mark. The South Africa A team getting closer to that victory target. If they do, they'll win the series 2-0, winning the first, the second being washed away by rain. 4 runs, as you're not going to see O'Shane Thomas rush towards that. As long as it's in the gap next to him, you're almost guaranteed of getting a boundary. It's a big man, and you'll not see him sprinting, neither diving. End of the over, a boundary to Kwishele. The total pushing along. We've had 25 overs at the halfway stage. The South Africa A side, they're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, a very good shot to end that Johan Lane over. Just providing a bit too much width to Kwishele, and hit that one on the up through the gap for 4. So 4 good looking runs, and he's now moved on to 13 of only the 12 deliveries. And so far this pair, they've put on 24, I believe, 25 for the third wicket partnership.
195 is the correct score. So 195 for 2 from 25. So Carrie Pierre has been brought back for his 5th over, not for 30. As he bowls down the leg side through the legs of Savory, they'll get 1. Umpire Taylor will not signal. So a bit of edge on that, we'll have to say. Yes. 1 more to Munsami. He goes to 84, so he's 16 away. Kwishele with that low crouch, low stance. Goes back and plays back to Pierre. So Kwishele back and pulls out towards the mid-wicket boundary. The substitute fielder, Wickham, is there, completes the fielding. As the batters take 1, it goes to Munsami. 85, 197 for 2. Pierre to Munsami forward. He plays it back to the bowler. So 57 more required from 147 balls. Gary Pierre round the wicket, down the track, hits that. The possibility of a catch to the long off fielder. No, it's gonna fall safely. Gooley not able to come quickly off the long off boundary. The ball falling just on the edge of the circle, and a bit frustrating there for Gary Pierre. Munsami looking to play a sort of a helicopter type stroke, looking to whip that away, leading edge. Quishele is forward and plays it back to Pierre. The end of the 26 over, 198 for 2. Of course, that's in reply to West Indies A's 253 for 9 from 47.3 overs.
Yeah, good tidy over from Gary Pierre coming back for his second spell, only going for the free runs of that over. But what the West Indies need right now are wickets. In order for the West Indies to win this game, they would need to bowl South Africa out. If South Africa bat another maybe 10 overs or so, I'm pretty sure at the rate that they're going, they would have overhauled the West Indies first inning total. So definitely West Indies need wickets. Johan Lane did provide the breakthrough.
Well, required rate is just 2.33, so I think they'll take less than 10 overs to get the additional 56. Munsami is solid as ever, keeping out another delivery from Johan Lane, who starts his 6th over. So he's 86 from 84. The South Africans scoring at over 7 per over. So they're well on course. Lane to Munsami, gets a difficult delivery, a demanding one as well, but he's able to cover up and push into the offside. And there's no run. He was hurriedly in defense to this one, jumping on him somewhat, but being at the crease for 85 balls means that you can handle these type of deliveries.
Yeah, Johan Lin just seems to be getting a bit of extra bounce on this wicket, but well handled by Munsami.
Knows that he has the 3 figures inside, clips it away, out towards backward, square leg for 4. Away from Gooley, who's at that long leg position, and bisecting the 2 boundary riders nicely, getting himself into the 90s. Or is he on 89? Just clipping the ball away from the pad, and getting himself into the 90s indeed, exactly 90. He clips in that 88 on his back. Bit of flurry in the stroke, particularly in the follow through, making almost a 360-degree arc. Play and a miss outside the off stump on this occasion. And Lane going past the bat. South Africa A, they need 52. And Munsami really enjoying that last stroke. Not this one, the previous one. This one outside the off stump. A play and a miss. A tall figure of Lane. Going through much frustration, going past the bat. No touch. He comes in again to Munsami off the back foot, cut away. And Wickham is there on the boundary at point, so just a single. That takes Munsami to 91, 200, having come up with the boundary earlier in the over. South Africa A scoring at 7.57. 203 for 2, 1 delivery left in the 27th over. Lane bowls uppercut down to third man, a catch for Shields. Oh, he misjudges it, a bit of hesitation, and finds it falling short of him. Well, he seemed to be moving nicely to catch the ball, and he somehow hesitated, and then when he picked up the flight of the ball, realized that he was short of it. Another catching opportunity going a begging. A misjudgment there by Shields. And was that Quishele who was benefited from that chance? The over coming to an end. 204 for 2 after 27.
Yeah, second life for Quishele. Disappointment for Johan Lane, who created another catching opportunity there. OJ Shields a bit slow off the mark. What should have been a comfortable catch. Needed to put a dive in the end. But at this level, you expect those sort of catches to be taken.
Pierre starts the 28th balls to Quishele, who has slog swept that down to the Squeleg region. Wickham is there and moving to his right as we look at that potential dismissal. Quishele uppercutting, and this time it's Munsami who's cutting out towards backward point. The fielder comes across to his left but can't stop. 2 to Munsami, getting him closer and closer to the 100 mark. He goes to 93. South Africa A, 48 runs away. In fact, 92 is the total for Munsami. Pierre again to him. He goes back, chops it away, straight to the point sweeper on this occasion. So 1 to the right-hander. Munsami, he's 93, 207 for 2. Quishele in strike. Pierre to him. He's forward. And plays back to Pierre on the onside of the wicket. Just blocking that away. South Africa A moving along nicely. Pierre to flighted delivery, looking to sweep. Struck on the path and given. Yes, that looked pretty adjacent. A straight delivery. And Munsami looking to sweep. Maybe missing that completely and perhaps being hit on the full toss. We'll get the confirmation from the replay as we look at it once again. Yes, that has hit him full on the front pad, and looks like that was in front of middle stump. So the end of September. Quishele going for 16, 208 for 3.
Yeah, Quishele came out playing a few shots, not in as control as we've seen so far in the first couple of games. Was out bold first delivery of a no ball of Johan Lane. Also in the previous over presented a catching opportunity to OJ Shields, who let it drop. But nonetheless, South Africa still in a very good position at 207 for 3. 47 runs required for victory. And the new batsman, Jason Smith, who we've seen batted really well so far on this tour. So South Africa is still very much in control. But Carey Perry rewarded for his good bowling.
Success for Pierre is first. So Senetemba, not the assured and solid innings that we saw in the second game, seemed to be riding his luck in this short innings. He's finally been dismissed. Smith, the new batter, coming out. So Jason Smith,
That's it.
and he will
Left arm round.
face the bowling of Carey Pierre. Smith, we saw him in the second game. He got a good knock. Caught Wickham bowl Aline 63. First delivery from Pierre. He drives
At the over.
up to extra cover, straight to the fielder, and the dot ball is recorded. The 28th over is completed. 208 for 3. Smith is yet to score, and Munsami on 94.
Yeah, despite losing a couple of wickets, the South Africans, they've been able to maintain a very healthy run rate. still scoring at well over 7 at 7.4 free runs and over. And the new batsman Jason Smith, so far he has 118 runs in the 2 innings that we've seen so far, with a highest of 63. So in the previous 2 50-over games, he got 2 half centuries. So he's coming into this innings in really good form.
Indeed. Just ask viewers to just bear with us there, the graphic. Yes, just correction having to be made there. Munsami very much not out. He's a few runs away from his 100. It's on 94, 208 for 3. 46 runs away from victory. Munsami in strike. Bowling change. Shields has come back. 3 overs, 1 for 34. He comes in. Well, doesn't come in. Running right through the crease. Of course, Shields been brought in as the concussion substitute, replacing Gillan Tyson, who didn't get an opportunity to bowl, of course, as he batted, got hit on the helmet and had to retire hurt. O.J. Shields, we saw a bit of pace from him when he started, but the control was a bit wanted. Comes back for a second spell, bowls and struck on the pad and given. Yes, that looks pretty adjacent from here. So Rivaldo Munsami has to go off, and finding himself trapped in front. A delivery that was right on the money. Shields coming back, and oh my word, that has hit the back pad in front of middle. That's it in middle, halfway up, Dwight Thomas.
That's as plumb as you'd get. So good wicket to get O.J. Shields. Coming back for his second spell. Was very expensive in the first spell, but doing the business on that occasion. And a very good innings from Rivaldo Munsami. 94. Another batsman falling short of a century today.
Yes, the second one to go through that disappointment. The Shakir Paris being dismissed for 96. Munsami walks off, hanging the head in disappointment. It's a good innings, but just not going across the line into 3 figures. But appreciative applause from his teammates because they recognize the importance of the knock, taking South Africa A to within 46 of their victory target. 208 for 4. Those wickets coming in with some regularity now for the West Indies A, but a little bit too late to it.
Yeah, a bit of a fight back, but one would think right now maybe a little too late. But who knows? We've seen stranger things happen in cricket. Maybe a couple wickets here.
Yes, can sort of set the cat among the pigeons. But West Indies A needing more wickets. The new batter in strike, none, left-hander driving down to mid-off, number 48, Ruhan Deswat. Punching that to mid-off. So coming in at number 6. So demonstrating his all-round talent. And we saw him picking up 2 wickets. And now with the responsibility of bringing his team home to the target, driving into the offside to the sweeper at extra cover, getting him off the mark. 209 for 4. So the SWAT has come to join Jason Smith. 209 for 4. This is the 29th over. We are midway through it. So Shields, an expensive spell of 3 overs. Not for 34. Let's come back. And with the wicket, very first ball of Munsami, will now bowl to Down the leg side, Smith getting a delivery that is wide of the leg stump and called wide by Banwari. 210 for 4. 44 away. South Africa A. Jordan Herman 10. Ackerman 71. Kwishele 16. And in this over, Munsami 94. 4 wickets going down for South Africa A. Shields to Smith. Smith gets a good delivery once. The single is not on. The swat is having none of it. It stays 210. The wicket takers for West Indies, Shields, has picked up his second wicket. Lane picking up 1 and 1 to Pierre. Can West Indies A get themselves back into the game? Well, their only route really is taking a number of wickets in quick succession. Somebody needs to take a hat trick to really get West Indies anywhere near ascendancy. Short and cut away out towards backward point. Fielder is posted, Wickham. And just a single. Nice crisp sound coming from the stroke, but straight to the sweeper. Smith getting off the mark, 211 for 4.
Yeah, OJ Shields has been a bit expensive, but what he's been able to do is produce 2 wicket-taking deliveries. He's got 2 for 37, just 1 delivery shy of his 4th over. So West Indies would be hoping that he continues to produce a few more of those wicket-taking deliveries.
The left-handed Deswat is in strike. Shields to him. Short hooked away for 4. Away from the square-leg fielder in Wickham and into the boundary for 4. Nicely put away as he goes to 5. This one 215 for 4 at the end of the 29th.
Yeah, short on that occasion from OJ Shields, but they shot really quick onto that one, pulled that one well in front of square leg. Shows how quickly he got onto that shot delivery. So good boundary to end the over. He now moves on to 5 of only the 3 deliveries.
Good use of the crease there. Swiveling. Nice footwork. Kind of nice flat swing of the bat. Hitting the ball down into the boundary. Pierre continues over number 30 to Smith. Smith drives. Gooley will come off the long off boundary and limit them down to 1. Surprising that we have not seen Gooley just completing the over that was started but not completed by Aline, but we have not seen him since. Just the 2 deliveries to complete the over. Well, surprising, Dwight.
Yeah, definitely surprising, considering the amount of overs that we've seen Anderson bowl. I think Gooley would maybe count himself as probably say he's an all-rounder, so I'd have expected to see a lot more of him.
Pierre over the wicket to Deswat, and he pushes it up into the offside. And Athenaeus comes to field. There's no run. So 7 bowlers being used by Athenaeus. Pierre to Deswat, flighted delivery, driven along the ground, out towards Kevin Wickham, the sweeper. They amble a single. 218, or is it 217? 217 for 4. The right-handed Smith will come in to strike. Pierre going round the wicket to Smith. Smith plays inside out, but just for the single though. The point sweeper coming off the boundary, and 1 more. 218 for 4. Pierre continuing in his 7th over to the left-handed Deswat, who clips it away from Pierre. Will bring Gooley off the long on boundary again. For the second time in the over. One more to the total. One more to this. What he goes to 7-2, 19 for 4. South Africa A35 away. Right-handed Smith in strike. Pierre to Smith. Forward. And Pierre will field. With the over coming to an end, the 30th of the innings. Smith is 3, this was 7, 219 for 4. As the umpires call for drinks. South Africa A, they need a third 45 to win.
Yeah, South Africa well in control with only 34 needed of 120 deliveries. And we could expect not too long after the drinks break, this game may well and very well be over.
As the players take a break, we will also take a break here on commentary and come back in a few minutes after they have refreshed themselves.
Well, the refreshment served. Just to update you, welcome back wherever you are. 34 to win. South Africa 220 for 4. That's a good delivery, squared them up. Took the outer part of the bat and bounced away out on the offside, but no one at a short point to catch it. So Mozami, as you mentioned, 96, Paris 96,
Two batsmen getting really close to 100 and both falling short, unfortunately. So as of right now, we've only seen the one century in these 3 games.
An attempt there to drive it. So the Swart 7. He's had a good game. He bowled many spells, picked up a couple of wickets. Smith 4. Smith definitely has caught our eye. Like Chris Shelley, who didn't contribute tonight. That's backed away. Short outside the off stump. Hitting it straight down towards backward point. So they've really rung the changes. We've had just about everyone bowling.
Yeah, 7 options so far, but like Claudius and I just discussed, I'm surprised Gooley has only had the two deliveries so far.
Yes.
Completed Allen's over.
I was wondering that myself. That's almost bowled, just digging it out. And scampering a single. 32 runs to win. 32 runs to win the A series. ODIs.
Yeah, and that would be a very convincing victory. 2-0, and if you ask me, had it not been for the rain, it could easily have been 3-0 to South Africa.
They have looked the better side.
Yeah, by some margin as well.
We just didn't have the consistency in the batting nor the bowling.
Yeah, South Africa's they've definitely outplayed us in both departments.
Tucked away. Smith and the Swarts trying to take South Africa to victory. 31. 115 balls left. It's a no-win situation for the West Indies, but who could say that in the game of cricket? That's forced down towards mid-off. The over completed. 224 for 4. The West Indies at the top order just didn't get the starts.
Yeah, if you look at the comparison in terms of what the South Africa top order has been able to do, we've had Kweshili century, we've had Munsami 90 odd today, we've had Ackerman, Herman, each of these guys have gotten a half century. None of the top order batsmen in the West Indies team, other than Paris, who got 96 today, have gotten a half century.
Didn't Anthony get a score in the first game?
Not a half century, no.
Oh.
We've only registered 2 half centuries so far. In terms of West Indies, they've only registered 2 half centuries out of the 3 games. That's Glenn today and Paris today.
So pair to continue. Taking things very seriously, and he's not offering lollipops. It's turned away down towards square leg. 224 on the board. 28 runs required. .225. The board is just 1 ahead, Roland Cox tells me. Back Roland Cox. Pair walking first, breaks into that run, looking for a drive, beaten in the air. Good delivery. There could be overthrows. The West Indies can ill afford to give away runs. But just to go back, I mean, I thought the batsman initially was beaten by the flight.
Yeah, he was beaten by the flight there, but good running, direct hit would have been interesting, but also excellent backing up by Johan Lane on the long on boundary.
So pair 226. Runs flowing easily, and one gets the impression right now the West Indies just going through the motions.
Yeah, they're just waiting for South Africa to get the additional 25 needed for victory.
As you were told, the president of the West Indies board, Dr. Shallow, attending earlier on here at the Darren Semi, and along with this West Indies CEO, Chris Daring. We'll find out, if possible, how long they will be here. Down to 25 pair bowling over the wicket, forcing the batsman back. Pair once more goes in, and the left-hander, very orthodox, as he goes on to the back foot. The game quietly going towards the end. There's no drama, no interest. Atmosphere as flat as they say, as flat as a bake. You know, I grew up with one commentator saying, you talk about the two men getting 96, many men die between 90 and 9. We saw two people here tonight falling short. Is it Gooley finally coming back?
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Jed Gould is now introduced into the attack.
Yeah. So, can he pick up a scalp or two? That will please him. That's pulled out to mid wicket. Too short. 24 now to win. At 1.3. Asking rate.
Stop it, go, hey!
Left-handed
Pressure goalie.
driving.
Loving the dots, go, loving the dots.
The Swartz. That's slightly miscued. I think he was looking to hit it wider. It rushed onto him, but they still got a single.
Coming there,
So
goalie.
Jason Smith. And 10, both batsmen on 10. Goalie around the wicket and on the move. Moves into the shot. Hams it square. Australia, South Africa, correction, 19 away now. Not far away from winning the series.
Goalie.
As I said earlier, you don't get home on cold morning. You have to wait a couple of hours before you call your friends, call your father, call your wife.
There's a bad ball. Again, hey.
This square leg now coming into the circle. And I think, is it Thomas going?
Come on, Lane.
Well, it's all change. Thomas going to third man, and a man at third man going square. Pull through. One. They will only be, well, belatedly they're looking for the second and got it. Initially, you didn't get the impression that they wanted the second, and then I think it was a bit of an afterthought.
Yeah, Jason Smith just jogged along, but the SWAT was quite convinced there was going to be two, but good running nonetheless. They completed that quite comfortably.
Smith cuts away. Brings the backward point in. 17 away of South Africa. So we're about to have one phase of the South Africa A tour to the Caribbean coming to an end. And then on June 1 to 4, we'll have the first 4-day. The West Indies women heading for South Africa, June 11th to the 23rd. West Indies, Australia, the opening test, June 25th to the 28th. The West Indies winning World Cup team, all invited. We don't know exactly who will be in the party, but we expect at least 10 or 11 out of the 12 out of the squad. Cyrus, none for 37 or 5. The leg spinner. That's a bit of a cross-batting shot, a log effort to hit that from outside the off stump. Now the mid-wicket, where the mid-wicket is going. Going to a first slip. Well, an attacker move just towards the end. That's short, and that's pulled away. That's pulled away and goes through mid-wicket. Well, at this point you can probably expect that the morale is very low.
Yeah, poor fielding there from Kevin Wickham, it looks like. What should have been an easy one was gifted the South Africans a boundary, and now they were just 12 away, 2 hits away from sealing the free match series 2-0.
Well, the way they're batting, they will probably just knock it around. So Smith, good footwork, pulling the left leg back and just taking the body weight on the right leg. Out to mid-wicket. 11 to get. The highlight from the West Indies, the batting of Paris. Contributions by Gully. And then Glenn chipped in very nicely with a half century. But that's all she wrote. Anthony is bringing Anderson down towards a backward point. There's a short third man. Cover back on the boundary, long off, long on, mid-wicket. Cut away and doesn't beat the cover. Now we can work out that the West Indies first 4-day tests, players will be probably working tomorrow here. That's short and turned away. They amble a single. We're down to 10 to win South Africa A. The West Indies had a good series in South Africa in terms of an A team. But I think that on paper looked like a stronger air side.
Yeah, we do expect the 2 4-day games to be a lot more competitive, Reds.
That's short, and that will go over the mid-wicket boundary, straight mid-wicket, too short by Cyrus. Umpire Taylor calling over, and they are just 4 away. One hit away.
Yeah, pretty much one boundary away on this occasion. Cyrus just short of a length, and Jason Smith quickly onto that and just deposited over wide mid-wicket for 6. And Smith continues to impress, 28 of only the 20 deliveries.
Roland Cox says it's not 4 more, it's 5 more, so maybe still one hit in a sense. And Gooley given the responsibility to keep South Africa in the middle. He's got a ball very tight over, and that's driven straight to cover. Still 5 to win, with 95 balls left. Where there's life, there's hope, they say. That's off the back foot. They can walk the single down towards long on. West Indies board really should call a press conference with the captains and the coaches of the two sides regarding the 4-day tests on the 1st of June. Just give some advertisement to the game. That's off the back foot. This will not go into the cover area. That's Anderson coming around. He hasn't had a good night, neither with the ball on bat, but overall, the first two games, he looked quite good. Goody balls, off the back foot, hit square. Two to win, Roland?
Yeah, he coming.
Two to win.
Sure.
And that is it. Hit straight. Victory to South Africa, winning by 6 wickets as the umpire signals 6. Beginning to shake hands in the middle. And well played South Africa. The West Indies, I think, basically off to a bad start, just never recovered to get up to the competitive area of 270, 280.
Yeah, having been 17 for free, I think they would have taken the 250 odd that they got, but it was never going to be enough on what is a very good wicket, very good batting wicket here at the Darren Sammy, and the South Africans made light work of this chase.
Yes, they highlight the batting of Paris, the batting of the middle, certainly Glenn putting in a very nice show. Gooley probably falling much shorter than he wanted.
Yeah, when Gooley got run out, I think that could have easily been maybe the difference between an extra 30 or 40 runs for West Indies. They could have ill afford to lose a wicket, especially via the run-out route.
Yeah, and it was unnecessary, the attempt by Gooley to call what would have been a very sharp single.
Yeah, and when he lost his wicket, Glenn came in, batted really well, and they were able to push West Indies to what we thought would have been a competitive total, not necessarily a winning total, but nonetheless, South Africa batted really well, like they've done throughout the three-match series.
And we saw the captain getting a good hand, Munsami again among the runs.
Yeah, Munsami has been very impressive on this tour. But one of the most impressive innings that I've seen so far on the tour is that of the captain Akram, and the way that he was able to play the spinners, the reverse sweeps, the slog sweeps, the paddle sweeps. He looked very good player.
So there's just no more to say other than to again remind all St. Lucians, especially those people who are retired, people who have got the time, and there's no charge for the 2-4-day game. And we can just wrap up by saying, Dwight, good to be working with you. Hope you might make yourself available for the first 4-day on June 1. I'm sure you'd like to maybe talk about the experience you've had in this A series.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, Red, especially working alongside yourself and Claudius, to veteran commentators and to very good commentators, learning as much as I can.
Claudius might tell you he's a very young man. Say that to Pereira. I'm a young man. I might be retired. So that's it. And we really want to thank you, all our viewers all over the world. We hope that you've been happy.